Hold on, John, I need your help.
It's okay, I'm enjoying.
So what I need now.
People are stuck at home. It's not a big deal.
Fuck, it says the same name. Okay, it's okay.
How can I help you?
It's okay, hold on, I'll tell you. What's the name of this thing? Okay, here we go. It's the new one. Go. Okay, so this is the new link. So if I click on it. Okay, that's the link there. Okay, so now I can share this. Okay, so Birjan, the other hand. Okay.
I just read the questions, right?
Yeah,
Make sure
yeah, exactly. Okay, Birjan, I'm going to get headset there, Don. You can put those on. So you should be able to, because of this right now. Should be working. Okay, so this is no longer active. So it's going to show the last one. There we go. Okay.
I'll see recorded. Är det så att den? Imam matten är gjord vad det är.
Ja.
Ja?
Okay, so Hema Birjan onto the your link. Where are the comments?
Comments are turned off, Covert.
I know. Okay, should refresh this page. There we go. That's working now. Okay, we got comments now. Okay.
So one just page. Är den bara sann? Sen tar oss fast.
Yeah, we can't take anyone else as a child. We just can't. Okay. And that's on. This can be turned off. Okay, so Birjan, you can hear me okay, right? Yeah, like as I talk, there's about a 30-second delay. Okay.
Is a comment كلام.
Yes. All right. It's a little nicer. Actually, let's see. It's 10:01 here in Los Angeles. I am so sorry about the technical problem that we had with getting the webinar up and running. I have tested all of this before, and it's just, it's how things go, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new Inject Webinar 2020. If you have not received the new link, then you won't know that this is happening right now. I had just posted on the Facebook group, so if you are in direct communications with anybody else that is supposed to be getting the webinar, just make sure that you let them know that there is a new link that was just sent out. Yes, there's a new link. Sebastian Goldstein is asking. Yes, please do that and go to your emails, check the new link, and you should see it there. And yeah, I'm gonna have my wife actually, answer some of the people that are currently commenting on Facebook. So let me quickly do that here. Sorry about this little bit of a delay, folks, but we'll be up and running in just a moment.
There's one comment here. Is there anything up there?
Here's just the latest comments.
Yeah.
Okay. Andreas, yeah, it's Andreas Sihamar. Yeah, you applied. Okay, wonderful. All right. So Vivian, you can switch back over to, and then you can switch back and forth between these two, so you can see what's going on.
I'm using my phone.
All right. Let me get my syllabus out here. Okay, so I could see that there are some people that are already logged in, and we have quite a bit of viewers. And it looks like everything is running, and so I'm just gonna simply start. So, welcome, 2020. It's a crazy time, but we are gonna learn so much about all of the new features that are in Inject. And as before we get started, I know that all of you have already received the syllabus or the breakdown for the Inject Webinar 2020. I'm going to be following the syllabus basically in order, and as the email said and the outline said, we are going to take breaks once in a while to answer questions. So as far as the screen is concerned that you're looking at right now, obviously where the video is right here is where you'll see me. You can see my pattern. You can see me talking to you. On the left side of your screen, which is right over here, is my iPhone. And my iPhone is currently connected just using a cable to my computer so that you can always see what I'm doing on the iPhone. Up on the top here is a text entry field. So I'm going to make the font kind of bigger over here. So anytime I want to type something to you, I will type it here. Okay, so that if there is, let's say, a URL or something that is in text that I want to be able to highlight for you, I will essentially type it over there so that you can very clearly see what it is, in contrast to it being kind of small that might be like in my iPhone screen or anything else like that. So it's going to really, really help you out. As far as what you are watching right now, it is 35 seconds in the past. So by the time my video goes up to the YouTube servers and everything else, there's about a 35-second buffer. So please keep that in mind as you're watching this webinar, that everything that I'm doing is in the past. So if you're asking a question, expect for it to be a little bit of a delay before we can see it. And once again, since we are going to take breaks, we will definitely get to your questions so that we can take care of everyone. And if you do have a question that's not going to be answered, I will be happy to email everyone about it so that later on we can get to your questions as well. YouTube has a wonderful capability of this being a DVR. a digital video recorder, which means that anytime if you want to take a break from this to maybe go to the restroom or get something to eat, please feel free to do so. We're going to be taking a break close to lunchtime here in Los Angeles for a short period of time. My kids are at home from school because of what's been going on in the world. So if my wife once in a while needs to leave to take care of the kids, please understand. So, most important person that's here in the room, my lovely wife, Talar. She is going to be moderating this webinar. So she's going to be watching all of your questions coming in. She's also kind of like the quality control. So as the webinar is happening, she can hear me in the live world, and she can see how it also buffers as it comes across to you. So if we have any difficulties, from 2018 we learned that things can go wrong, cables can get disconnected. So this round stream is always going to be available to her. All right, as I'm going down the list of the things that we should follow here, the chat is off. Yes, if you're noticing that the chat is off, please just refresh your video window and refresh that page, and your chat window should pop on right away. Please let me know if that works for you, but it should, because my wife is seeing the chat on her side. So yes, just refresh your browser and you should see the chat window appear again. I was in a rush as I was putting this together just because the last link didn't work, but hopefully we're going to get that all working now. All right. So starting from the top, because we have so much to cover, as we're 7 minutes into our webinar, what is Inject? Inject is an app that allows you to convert your Spectators phone either into a transmitter or a receiver. That's the fundamental idea behind everything that we're going to be doing here in Inject. So the backbone of Inject is the internet. So of course it does not use Wi-Fi, it does not use Bluetooth. All of the communications that happens back and forth to your Spectator's phone is happening via the internet, which means that your Spectator can actually turn off both the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth, and all Inject effects are still going to work. So with that said, it means that thank you, Pat Patricks, he's confirming that the actual texting window or the chatting window is working now. With that said, what that means is that your phone, meaning the magician's phone, can act like either a transmitter or a receiver. And we're also going to investigate in this webinar how you can actually use borrowed phones as transmitters or receivers, which is something else that's really exciting about Inject, because without you having anything, if you actually had a dead phone with literally zero, just by knowing Inject URLs, you'll be able to perform some really, really amazing magic. So that's the foundation. And as we come down the syllabus, first of all, I'm the founder of Rostami Magic. There I am. I got my little sign back there. It says Rostami Magic, right? We started back in 2009 with iForce, and then we moved along with all these other products that came along the way. And at the time when we started, my programmer was Randy Croucher, and then Hani Naguib came on board, who is the internet master, who has been developing products like Telephoto and iPredict Pro and Inject. And now we're very happy to also have Matt Redolek on board at Rostami Magic, who is the developer of Realist. So the reason why I want to tell you a little bit about the history of us is because it's gonna kind of clarify, where all this stuff came from. So the foundation of Inject actually was a product that I developed in 2014 that was called SuperThump. SuperThump was right after Telephoto, and Telephoto was a product that allowed a web album where you would be swiping through a bunch of images to be secretly communicated to the magician's phone using vibration codes. And the same applies to images, so the magician could actually look at their smartphone and see the images as well. And then after that, we decided to develop a product that would be kind of like a general purpose thumper. And for those of you who don't know what a thumper is in the magic world, it's a secret method that magicians use to communicate with one another using vibrations or maybe even tapping on the phone, pardon me, on the floor with your foot. That's one of the reasons why they're called thumpers, is because in the old days, magicians used to tap on the floor basically to secretly communicate by vibration, basically, communication. So along the ways of developing Super Thump, we implemented a technology that was called the Web Thumper. And Inject is the evolution of that Web Thumper. So Super Thump had features of images being receivers on the internet so that a magician could swipe on their screen to be able to basically send information. Sebastian's saying I'm at a loss here. I don't know. My wife can maybe address Sebastian over here. But along the way, okay, I'm gonna also turn off my. I don't know why people are calling, but I'm gonna stop it. Let's see. I'll say decline that. All right. Okay. No worries. So along the way, you know, when we were developing all of these web transmission technologies, we had there was a famous magician that purchased the television performance rights for the web thumper of Inject, or actually I should say Super Thump, and I kind of put this development on hold, but it also gave us an opportunity to take this idea of web thumping and really mature it. And therefore, that's where Inject came about. And Inject was essentially a maturing of the ideas that were in Super Thump. So that's the origin of it. So what we're going to do now on this webinar is we're going to start from the beginning. So we're going to assume that you basically know nothing. I know that many of you are a little bit more advanced, but that's okay. As we go along, we're going to be sprinkling in all the new things that are going to be in this webinar. And in the syllabus that you had received, you probably noticed that there are big new words that are in bold that are some of the new topics that we're going to be covering in this new webinar. All right, so let's dive right in and launch Inject. Here we go. You're going to notice that my Inject screen is going to look a little different from yours, but basically when you first launch Inject, you're going to notice that in the upper left-hand corner we have the question mark button, which is of course where the manual is for Inject. And so if you have never found the manual before, when you hit that little question mark, it's going to navigate over to rostamimagic.com where you can read the manual. An important note here as we scroll up and down the page of the manual is please, as you're watching the manual, notice how many of the manual pages have video tutorials. So in this case, we're on the first page of the manual and it says Google Peek. And you can see that there's a video right there where not only you see my performance of the Google Peek, but you also see the explanation as well. But even a more important feature that is on the manual is the little hamburger button that's in the upper right-hand corner. Now, sometimes people miss that button, but if you hit it, you'll notice there's a drop-down with a lot of very, very important chapters. Probably the most important chapter is the one that my buddy Lino wrote at the top. It says, Inject in 10 easy steps. Okay? When you hit that, it is the easiest way for you to wrap your mind around all the concepts of Inject in just this one page of the manual. So this goes through some of the basics. I love this page. It's great for beginners. So as far as a reference in the future, if you just want to learn whatever about Inject, just that one page can cover it for you. But even more importantly, you'll notice how all the different concepts that are in Inject are actually highlighted here. So if I was gonna, let's say, learn about the clock face swiping method, I can come down here and see the wonderful technique that Paul Longhurst had designed for swiping on the face of your phone in one of the 4 directions. We're going to talk about that in just a moment, but then let's just go back to the main Inject page. So since my goal right now is to take you through all of the different parts of the Inject interface, right next to the question mark button, there is Effects. So when you select Effects, you'll notice that there is this long list of effects that we have included with Inject. Some of these effects are already on your first page. So what's nice about us doing this is we kind of took the best of the effects that we had created and we essentially pre-populated it on the first page for you, so that when you just jump right in on the first page, you can see some effects and you can immediately access them. Now, we knew that we couldn't do this for every effect that we had made, just because that page would be just larger than life. And we also wanted to have a reservoir where all of the included effects can be there. So just in case if you had ever like deleted an effect accidentally, you can always jump right into effects and you can access all of these effects that we have included. Now, when it comes to the top of that page, okay, you notice how it says push notifications and Google Images trial. Please don't worry about the word trial. And then the main reason why it says trial there is because at one point we thought that we were going to charge for those features. And in the future, we might still do something that might make that into a subscription-based service, but at the present time, for the last, I would say, 2 years, push notifications and the Google Images function has been free for all Inject users. Okay, now, since we are under the effects page, let me also highlight to you that right next to the word effects, it says Basic Thumpers. Basic Thumpers is the heart and soul of Inject. So every technology that is in Inject, regardless of it being either a receiver or a transmitter, falls under these basic thumper categories. Okay, so once again, we're going to examine each one of these as we go down, but just as a brief summary of what they are, image receivers are, based on what the name of it is, just an image, meaning that the Houdini effect is a great example of an image receiver, which means your spectator goes to a URL, they see an image there, and the magician can secretly or covertly change that image to be anything they want. Now remember, this image doesn't necessarily have to be just a static JPEG or a PNG file. It can actually be an animated GIF as well. So for those of you who are graphic artists that are capable of creating animated GIFs, the possibilities are even wider for you when you realize that a single image can actually be animated. So you can do some really cool tricks where somebody can be holding a deck of cards in their hands and they shake it and suddenly a card comes rising out of it, like the famous rising card effect from the producer of David Copperfield, you know, Chris. I'm drawing a blank on his last name. All right. So anyway, that's image receivers. Web albums. Web albums are the albums where you are swiping through the images one at a time, and essentially it's an album. You know, so you are, you know, there's a series of images that your spectator is selecting from. So these images are things that the magician can actually see using the receiver on their end. Also, the magician can get notifications of what images the spectator is looking at, either on a smartwatch or by just looking at their phone screen. Literally, the image the spectator is looking at can be viewed on your screen. And that's a very brief overview of what web albums are. And then as far as transmitters are concerned, because you'll notice that now under the transmitters, we have 4 different types of transmitters. The first one is basic. Basic means it is just an area where you type whatever you like, and whatever you have typed into the basic transmitter gets transmitted to the receiver. In this case, most of the time, of course, is your spectator. Right below that, we have the swipe transmitters, and this is where you are going to be most of the time doing your covert work, where your phone is in your pocket, and either with your hand in your pocket, or, and we're going to see later on how with your hand even above your pocket, you can swipe through the denim or the fabric of your clothes. And that is a wonderful, wonderful input method that I highly recommend. It looks like our buddy Sebastian Goldstein is just really trying to make sure he gets his link to that.
I told a few people during break we'll take care of that.
Okay, we're going to take care of it right away. Yes.
At the break
Yes, yes. Because very shortly we'll take a short little break and we'll make sure we take care of Sebastian. Okay, because I know a lot of people are watching right now. Yeah, yeah.
Somebody said there's a bunch of people waiting in the second link, the previous link you sent.
Oh, there are. Okay, some people are waiting on a previous link. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So we'll take a little short break and we'll actually make sure that everybody's taken care of there. So I'll switch back over to Facebook and make the announcement again, and so hopefully everybody's going to get this new link. I had no idea this link problem was going to happen because, like I said, in all my testing, everything had worked perfectly, and suddenly it decides to fail. So as we're coming down the list of transmitters, we have a list transmitter, which says exactly what it is. You have a list of items that you can choose from, and that whatever item you touch on the screen is the item that will be transmitted, and you can create list items that can do anything. And then finally, cards. Cards is, once again, playing cards. So there's a series of buttons that are on the screen that are for all the playing cards that are in the deck. So if you did, for example, 3 spades, thump, it would transmit the 3 of spades. So those are, like I said, the building blocks of Inject. And with Inject 3.0 that we're working on, there's going to be a couple of other building blocks that will be there as well. But that's essentially the Lego blocks that make Inject work. Okay, so that's the effects page here. So as we go back, we have the settings page. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that once again I'm really following here through the syllabus one step at a time. All right, there we go. Okay, so settings. First, settings page is divided into these 4 primary tabs, and what we wanted to do with the first tab was to give you the most readily things that you would access the most of the time. The first tab simply says app, meaning the functions that are within the app itself, right? Probably the most important button in Inject is account enabled. By turning that on or off, so if I was to turn that off right now, my Inject account would not work. So anybody in the world that would try to access my account right now would see the white label screen. If I turn that back on again, of course, it's going to be back on. Then right under this says Google Image Keywords. We're going to be learning a little bit more about those Google Image Keywords when we learn about auto pairing with your spectators' phones. Auto pairing is a method of performing Google Peaks where you don't touch your spectator's phone. So you can perform it either over the phone or over FaceTime. And one of the key components of auto pairing is Google Image Keywords, and we will talk about that when we actually go into pairing or performing Google Peaks. Enable Web Thumpers. Okay, this is a wonderful feature where you are using thumpers or transmitters that can work actually just with anyone on the internet. Meaning that, let's say you have your wife or a girlfriend or a friend that's going to be helping you with performances, and you want to just give them a link. Okay, so with that link, they will be able to help you in your performance. So I'm going to go ahead and take a break right now just because it looks like Sebastian Goldstein is constantly saying that there are people that can't access their videos.
Okay, we'll do that. There's a couple of messages anyway on your Facebook page.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and let's go ahead and switch over here to Facebook.
Can give us like 5 to 10 minutes
just to take
care of that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just take care of that right away.
A water break or anything.
Sure.
So you can take care of that one first, and I'll tell you all the others.
Okay.
So do Sebastian first, and then we'll do the others.
Okay.
So we have Bart midges. Inject Edget.
Okay.
Inject Edget Bart Motohomaga.
Okay. Chat is not
no,
working.
Bart is okay. No,
Okay.
Bart is okay. It was Stephen Kaplan Magal.
Stephen Kaplan. Okay. Have not received the email yet. Okay. Let me try to find Stephen's email.
Well, no, Bart worked, so it's just Stephen.
Oh, okay, Stephen. All right.
Stephen Kaplan. Diego Winburn.
I don't see anybody that's a Diego number. There's nobody here by the name of Diego.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We have Stephen Kaplan Singh, Aravind VK, Aravind Desar, spelling.
I'm going to try to send the link again to everyone. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to pause the transmission.
And we don't want to take the risk of it not continuing.
Right. Okay, I can do maybe something like this. There we go. Hello? Okay. Okay, so maybe yours should go black here in just a moment.
Okay. What was Chidesar?
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So Aravind Chidesar, spreadsheet itura.
Aravind? Get that black, okay?
Aravind VK.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see if it's correct. Aravind.
Yeah. It's this the right one.
Gmail.com. Yakap Aravinda.
I'm going to do this part.
Diego took a screenshot of him paying, even though he's not on the list.
Okay.
Email it was this.
No, it's okay.
Diego Winburn.
It's possible.
Diego, no, Winburn.
He's too late, so.
Yep, let's get it. Oh.
Yeah. This was, yeah.
But I see Aguirre.
Yeah, yeah.
There's another.
There is no other Diego here, so.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm afraid I can't. You know, we can send a link to him later on,
okay.
but not now. Yeah. Okay. Are we all set?
Okay.
Talk on ink. Okay. All right. There, but
okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So let's put this away. Bring that back. All right. All right, and we are back. Okay, sorry. I hope everybody has been taken care of now. I went ahead and I sent another email, which has got the links, the new link to the webinar. I hope this all gets resolved. And in the worst case scenario, for those of you who wanted to watch it live, I'm sorry if you're not going to be able to watch it live, but we're going to make sure that everybody that has paid for it is definitely going to get the webinar. Okay, so as we were talking about enabled web thumpers, so with enabled web thumpers on or off, I'm going to actually do a quick example of what a web thumper does when it's enabled. So I'll just go ahead and turn it on just for a quick second. Okay, we'll hit the back button. All right, and we're going to take basically any web thumper right now. So let's say, for example, we do something as simple as a cards thumper. So we have here a can swipe transmitter, all cards match. I'm trying to find a nice cards transmitter here for you. Here we go, YouTube cards. So I can see that the address for that is 11z.co/2/13. So throughout this webinar, I will be using basically a browser. I'm going to be using just you know what? I'm going to also make sure that my video is not always in the front. Okay, so if I was to turn that off, maybe perhaps camera, borderless mode. No, it's okay. I'll leave it the way it is. I'll just move it out of the way every time I'm not using it. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's look at that URL. So it's the 11z.co/2/ in this case, it is a cards transmitter, so it's going to be 13. So if I was to go to that transmitter, you'll notice how the screen now, just on a regular browser, on any browser on the internet, is showing cards. You know, where you can, somebody that's helping you, or even you, can basically type anything you want, like a 2 of hearts or a 3 of hearts. You would hit thump, and that would be transmitted. Okay, now that's because we currently have in Inject, our enable web thumpers is on. Now, the negative about having your enable web thumpers on is that if somebody else gets a hold of your transmitters or receivers or anything else like that, I should say more transmitters, then they can actually transmit into your account, which is not something that you want. And that's one of the reasons why we have provided a toggle for you to be able to turn that off. So if I now turn that off and I hit the back button, okay, you'll notice that if I was to try to refresh this link here once again, that it's just going to go to nothing. It gives you the white label error page, and so nobody can access your transmitters or receivers when this is turned off. All right, so that is going back to what we had with our effects page, pardon me, the settings page. That's what Enable Web Thumpers is all about. Covert Swipe Thumper. For this presentation, I'm going to start off by turning that off. And what Covert Swipe Thumpers is all about is the screen being black when you are transmitting on the screen or swiping on the screen. So what's great about having that feature is that, first of all, it really saves on your battery life because your screen is completely black, you know, especially on newer phones that use OLED displays. That's great for battery. But the other reason why covert swipe thumping with a black screen is a great feature is many magicians actually perform Inject with their phone in their hand on a black screen. So if you are, let's say, in a casual performance environment where your phone is just in your hand and you're pattering with your phone, you could literally swipe on the face of your phone and it doesn't really look like you're doing anything. As a matter of fact, I've seen many magicians that actually pantomime performances. In the middle of a performance, they'd say, yeah, I want you to imagine that you're going to zoom in on the image and just kind of like, you know, swipe or go to the part of the image, let's say zoom in on the eyes or anything else like that, and right in front of your spectators with your phone out in play, because of that covert swipe screen, the black screen, you would be able to do that. So that's an alternate method of input that I recommend. But of course, the most covert way is if it's just in your pocket or if you're using a remote, which we're going to talk about a little bit later as well. So that's what Covert Swipe Thumper is all about. Just turns on or off the black screen. Vibration feedback. I highly recommend vibration feedback to be on, because when your phone is in your pocket, then it's the perfect way for you to know that a transmission has been sent and received. For those of you who are familiar with the swipe thumpers that are in Inject, you know that every time you do a transmission, first there is one vibration that tells you that that transmission was sent, which is really important because if you had done some kind of a pattern of swipes on your screen that is unknown, then there would be nothing. That means that the transmission is not being sent. But whenever there's that first transmission, you feel that vibration, and then there is a second vibration when your transmission is received. So every time I'm performing Inject, when I'm doing swiping, when I feel those two vibrations, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the spectator has received my transmission and I can proceed with my performance. Okay, so that's an important thing to keep in mind, and that's why vibration feedback as a toggle is there. The only time that I ever turn off that vibration feedback is if I think that I'm in a very quiet environment and I just don't want anybody to hear my phone vibrating. And that's almost never in casual performances, because if you're out and about, there's usually just a lot of ambient noise that would cover up the vibration that's coming from your pocket. So it's extremely rare for me to turn off vibration feedback. Then right underneath that, local notifications. So currently, local notifications is on, and it's actually on by default when you purchase Inject. And that's because we want Inject to generate an operating system level notification that's going to appear actually on most phones as a notification that drops down from the top of your screen. Now, just to show you what a local notification looks like, I'm going to quickly hit the back button. And we're going to jump quickly into the monitor mode here in Inject. Okay, so we go to monitor. And you notice how it says here, it's just simply listening for thumps. Okay, so this is the screen that you would use when you're doing like Google Peak effects. But let's quickly examine what happens when a local notification happens. So here is the browser. Let me quickly grab a browser here right now. There it is, right there. Here's the browser. Okay. And we want to go to my Google page. There we are. Okay, and there's my fake Google page. I'll go ahead and do a transmission. So let's call this magic. Right? And watch what's going to happen now. Notice how there's two things that just happen right now at the same time in my receiver. Not only did the word magic get received on the monitoring page, you also noticed how there was a local notification that dropped down from the top of the screen to show what that transmission was. Okay, so if I was to go back now and turn off those local notifications, it just simply means that that little drop down that drops from the top would not appear there. Local notifications are very, very important when it comes to using your smartwatch for receiving signals. So let me put this out of the way here for a moment. So if local notifications is off, then if you have a smartwatch like a Mi Band 3 or a Mi Band 4 or any of the other smartwatches that receive local notifications, then that's not going to work. So if you are going to use Inject with smartwatches, of course, please make sure local notifications is on. Then coming down the list, we have invert notification field. That is for certain brands of smartwatches where the title of the notification and the actual notification gets swapped around. And it just kind of looks weird, and it simply produces font sizes that are wrong, so the information that you really wanted ends up being small while the word inject ends up being big. And so we just simply put a toggle in there for you. So if you did notice that your particular brand of smartwatch exhibits this, you can just turn on invert and we'll flip it around and it'll be the proper way. Underneath that, we have audio notifications. Audio notifications is Inject's ability to speak anything that Inject displays. So if you are performing a Google Peak effect, where your spectator searches for something in Google and that information is being transmitted to you, if you have a hidden earpiece of some sort, Inject will actually generate an audio notification. Let me quickly show this to you just because it's a lot of fun, and if you've never played with it, it's neat. So I'll turn on audio notifications over here. We'll hit the back button. Okay, we'll go to the monitor page, and just like before, let's access our browser, which is right here. Okay, and I'll do quickly some thump. So we'll go back to my page. Okay, here we are, and we're going to transmit. I'm going to crank up the volume on this one so that you guys can definitely hear what happens when the words actually come in. Here we go. Oh, I think it's because it's connected to the computer. It's actually not speaking it, but normally it does speak it, so that's, it's really, really neat. I don't have my, silence turned on, but you will be able to hear it because it uses text-to-speech that's built into Inject to essentially speak whatever is coming in. So another really fun feature of Inject, and many people that are currently playing with bone conducting devices, which is similar to what I highly recommend, which is Thought Whisper from Tribal Minds. People are experimenting now with using Inject's ability of receiving audio notifications. And there's going to be further enhancements that we're going to be doing with audio notifications in the near future that will allow for repeated audio notifications and a bunch of other little, bells and whistles that we'll throw in. Then finally, underneath that, spell notifications. It's exactly what it says, meaning that not only does the text-to-speech speak the word, but it also spells it out for you as well. And just kind of like a feedback, or I should say, a reassurance that whatever you've heard correctly. So if it's the word sun, and you don't know if it's S-U-N or S-O-N, then by hearing it spelled out one letter at a time, you can be reassured that you're actually hearing it correctly. In fact, if you have both of those features turned on, it will first speak whatever is what's coming in, and it will also spell it for you one letter at a time. Another thing to keep in mind is that audio notifications actually work across the board for all transmitters and all receivers. So if you're using, let's say, a swipe transmitter, and you wanted feedback that what you have done is correct, it is an incredible method of feedback for a performer that likes using hidden earpieces, because now, instead of just receiving a vibration in your pocket that says that it was transmitted or received, you know that the proper item was actually transmitted. So this is really, really helpful, and for many professional users of Inject that have used hidden earpieces, they swear by this feature, and that's why they leave it on. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. So that's pretty much what we see for the App tab here in the Settings. Under the Web tab, all the way at the top, we have default search text. I'm going to go ahead and change that right now, just because a little bit later on in the demonstration in our webinar, we're going to be using default search text for the Google Peak. And for this purposes, I'm going to type in birthday of. And I'm going to follow that up with an ampersand NBSP. NBSP. Okay. For those of you who are familiar with some of the internet's protocols for how text can be typed, an ampersand NBSP is nothing more than a spacebar. Because if you had typed in just the word birthday of, and you put a spacebar at the end of it, unfortunately Inject will not recognize that spacebar at the end. Okay. Notice how I'm also changing the letter B in the beginning of birthday of to be lowercase. The reason why I'm doing that is because later on, when we start talking about Google Peak, Google does not by default capitalize the first letter of anything you type in. So I want to make it look exactly the way that Google would, and that's why I just made sure I changed that capital B to a lowercase b. All right, so that's the first item that we have there is default search text. Covert typing text. We're going to talk about that when we start looking into how you use Inject whenever you are performing actually without your smartphone. And it is a very, very sneaky way for you to be able to transmit something right in front of your spectator's eyes, and it's not a swipe transmitter. By literally typing using this covert typing text, we can transmit whatever we want, and it's a great feature that we'll talk about shortly. All of the other functions that are under Google Image and Web and Videos and all these other things currently are not being used, mainly because the new Inject website has done away with any of those settings that were for the previous version of Inject or the previous version of the Inject website. So please ignore everything that it says under Google Images and down from there. Okay, so in the upcoming version of Inject, we're going to get rid of those and we're going to replace those with other features. Next to the word web, the next tab is controller. So this is for people that have any kind of a remote control that they want to be able to use. Okay, so let me actually grab a remote just so you can see what a remote looks like. I have a whole bunch of different kinds of remotes that we can access. Okay. Some of the cheapest kinds of remotes out there are the ones that look like this. All right. And these are the cheap Chinese Bluetooth remotes, and they're actually originally designed to be little tiny controllers for gaming. So there are many, many arcade games that you can get for both your iOS and Android that support these as a controller. But what it inherently is, it's a keyboard. It's a Bluetooth keyboard, right? And so that every time you press any one of these buttons, it actually generates a Bluetooth keyboard character. So what we wanted to do in Inject is give you the ability of taking any key that's coming in from a Bluetooth keyboard and to map it to either the up, down, right, left, or right buttons or directions in Inject. So this is where you would do that. When you would come into the controller, you can click on the map button. You can just touch any button on any Bluetooth keyboard, and now that would be mapped to it. This is really a wonderful feature that allows a versatility of you basically, rigging up anything that's going to send Bluetooth keyboard signals, and Inject will be able to receive that. All right, so that's what controller is all about. And then last but not least is info. Info just identifies, the account ID, email, blah, blah, blah. Update channel. Update channel is an area where we can actually hot swap, meaning we can send you a new version of Inject without you having to download the app from the App Store. We haven't used it for a long time, but we might before we roll out the new version of Inject, Inject 3.0, that's coming around the corner. But that's really all that is. All right, so now we've seen the basics of everything that's under the settings page, which is here at the top. And then finally, your URL. Okay, and now that brings me back to my syllabus over here. Okay, your URL is the heart and soul of Inject's receiver. So that's one of the reasons why it is written right here across the top. So we default that to googled.co. The reason why I chose the word Googled in contrast to anything else is because it allows you to have this wonderful subtlety that when you perform, where when you borrow a spectator's phone, okay, I'm going to actually go through the actions of why Googled is such an important URL to choose from, to use. You would choose, let's say, you ask them to go into any browser like Safari, so here's Safari, right? And when you take their phone from them to show them a function or a feature in Google, up on the top, you actually start typing that in. Okay, so you're being very, very open about it. Notice how I'm typing in the word Google as I go along, right? And the spectator can see that. Now also, as you're looking at my body right now, notice as I continue to type, I slowly turn the phone away from the spectator. So the reason why I'm doing this is because the spectator feels that it's going to be a little uncomfortable for me to always type like this. So I speak as I'm doing this. I'm essentially saying google.com. Okay? When in reality, I'm not typing google.com. In fact, you could see right here exactly what I'm typing. And so now I hit go. It goes to my Google page, and there it is. And you notice how the words birthday of, which is the default search text, appears over there. Okay? So that's the reason why we chose your URL to start with the word Google, because it gives you this wonderful subtlety. In a moment, we're also going to talk about when we dive deeper into performing Google Peak effects, how you would do, how you're going to use actually the default search text as your motivation as to why you're picking up the spectator's phone. But that's an important subtlety that I wanted to highlight because it's right there all the way at the top. All right, and then finally below that is of course the monitor button, which we've already looked at here. And that is the way that you're going to monitor whatever your spectator is transmitting using their fake Google page. And all you do to access it is you hit the monitor button and it goes into the monitor page. On this page, the monitor page is capable of receiving multiple transmissions one after the other. As a matter of fact, you can even receive multiple transmissions at the same time, which is crazy. And this is something that we had not talked about in the previous webinar that I want to highlight here for you. So let's say, for example, we go in to a browser. So here's a browser, okay? And I'm going to go into my page, right? And we'll go ahead and transmit something. So let's say we transmit first, okay? Notice how, there it is, first just came up, right? And now we do that again. So let's say now you have gone to another spectator and you've typed in your URL, and now they're going to do second, okay? I'm going to turn those little notifications off in my next break just so that those notifications don't come constantly coming in. Second, look what's going to happen now. Notice that now on our monitor page, both first and second are there. In fact, the last thump is always in red. This does not have to be sequential. This can be parallel. At the same time, if you have multiple spectators searching for multiple things, you will get all of those transmissions, all of them, on your monitor page. So this opens up a whole new world of performing effects, kind of like maybe confabulation kind of effects, where you have different spectators that could be searching for different things. Maybe one spectator is going to look for a celebrity, another spectator is going to look for a country or a favorite animal, whatever. Okay, all of those things can be received at the same time when you are on the monitor page. Now this is in contrast to what happens when you use a smartwatch to receive transmissions, because a smartwatch is only going to get whatever was the last transmission that was sent through. Now, of course, if you were going to scroll through all of the different notifications that you have, then you would be able to see different ones one after the other, but this is just a convenient place for you to be able to see that in one place. Later on, also, when we talk about performing inject and Google peeking for pre-show work, this screen is essential in doing pre-show where different spectators that you have pre-showed have looked up different subjects. So when your phone is either in your pocket or it's in the green room, or no matter where it is that your phone is waiting, receiving transmissions from your spectators, when you come back at any time at your leisure, when you look at your phone, you will see all those transmissions there. So you'll know whatever your spectators have searched for. Okay? And of course, there's a reason why there is a clear button here in the upper right-hand corner. So if you have received a series of transmissions, you can just click on a clear button. It clears all of those out, and it just goes back to the default page, and now you can receive transmissions again. All right. So that's the monitor button. And then finally, underneath that is the series of all of the effects that are currently on the main page. Okay, we're going to be later on going into how to perform the included effects. It's going to be a little closer to the end of the webinar, but that's essentially it. This is the main page where it shows you that. The different items that are on this list, if there is an item here which is a transmitter, like for example this first one over here that I just created recently, says Apple Transmitter, the URL for this swipe transmitter is not important to me. So I'm never going to be using that URL. The only time that anybody would ever use that URL is if you have the function which is the enable web thumpers turned on, and that's when if you want to give the ability of transmitting to someone else. But that is basically never going to be used. The times when your URL that's listed next to each effect is very, very important is, of course, for receivers. So for example, over here, you'll notice that it says Magic Set, which is one of the new receivers that we just introduced about 7 or 8 months ago. And that, the URL that's listed there, is very important. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and type in that URL. So let's move my window out of the way and find a browser. Here we are. And I'll just type it in the way I see it there, 11z.co/2/MMS. Boom. And there it is, the great Houdini magic set. Okay, so that's the reason why we are listing these URLs actually next to each effect, is so that you can immediately see what that is. It basically reminds you of what it is, and you can then proceed with your performance. Also, you'll notice how I have renamed this as /MMS. That's because if I was to edit this receiver, notice the way that I'm going to edit is by simply swiping left on that. So if I do a swipe left, it gives me three options of either copy, edit, or delete. So I'm going to click edit. And you'll notice that where it says Thumper Identifier, I can rename this to anything I want, and that's why in this particular case, I've called it MMS. By default, your receivers, as a matter of fact, anything that you create and inject is going to have a Thumper Identifier, which is just a number. And numbers are harder to remember than just words would be, and that's why we allow you to go in and just change the Thumper Identifier to anything you want so you can make it something that's memorable. Okay?
Are you at a good point for questions? Or not?
Yeah, let's go ahead and pause a little bit right now for some questions. Yes, go ahead.
Sharon kept talking about how he wasn't seeing it live or seeing a black screen.
Okay.
So I don't know.
That should have already been fixed by now, just mainly because
he logged on late.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
And then Maestro Magic said, how do we update our email? Is that something you answered?
How do you update your email?
Is that in relation to getting the link or something else with doing the trick? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, yeah.
So
you don't have to worry about updating your email when it comes to like registering Inject, mainly because every time you purchase Inject, your purchase is actually tied to either your iTunes or your Google account. So whatever emails you had used to originally register the product is not going to matter. I hope that answers your question. I hope you're asking regarding to like a registration of Inject.
And then SPC Entertainment had asked, what is the Thought Whisperer that you mentioned?
Greg just mentioned, yes. Thought Whisperer. Thought Whisperer is an incredible bone conducting device that's created by my buddy Michael Dawson from Tribal Minds. At the end of this webinar, we're going to be giving away a free, somebody's going to win a copy. They're going to actually win a copy, not a copy. They're going to win a Thought Whisperer.
Not just some people watching live, right? Even afterwards.
Yeah. You know, there's from everybody that has paid to watch this webinar, we're going to randomly select one. It's going to happen right at the end. I'm going to ask my Google Assistant over here to give me a random number, and then we'll look up a name and announce the winner. And that's really what it is. It's a covert way for you to be able to, it's a bone conductor, which means that you hide it in your hand, so that if you touch someone's head, even though their fingers can be in their ears, they can actually hear what the bone conductor is vibrating through their skull in their ears. It is spooky. It's very powerful, and I love Michael's version of it.
Dennis had said his vibration does not work, and it hasn't been working for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Matt responded to that and said maybe it's a setting.
Yes.
And he responded with, no, he has checked. Is that something you can help with?
Yeah, vibration, Dennis, thank you for the question. The vibration settings that are on phones, for the iPhone, there's actually a toggle that's a main operating system toggle that allows you to turn on or off the vibration functions of your phone. It changes all the time, unfortunately, so I'm going to try to see if I can quickly track it down here for you. Nice thing about the settings on your iPhone is that you can actually jump in there and type in a word like vibration, and it will try to find where that is, perhaps, in settings. I'm not saying anything pop up right now, so perhaps I'm typing in the wrong thing. But that's usually what you want to do. If you were to do a Google search for turning on or off vibrations on your phone, I'm not sure if you're on an iPhone or you're on Android, but that usually solves it. And of course, by making sure that the toggle and the vibration in the Inject settings are on, then you should be good to go. Other than that, I'm afraid I don't know any place else where vibration could fail on a phone.
Magic by Mark is asking, I don't see Magic Set on my Inject.
Oh, okay, good question. If you don't see Magic Set in your Inject, here's the way you do it. Let's go back to Inject. If you look here on my screen, on the left side of your screen, here's Inject. Okay, we're going to go to Effects. Okay, and you'll notice that right there, at the top, it says Magic Set. And if you click on it, it describes what it is. An image of a Magic Set box shows the exact order of a shuffled and cut deck. And all you would do is you would just click on the Create button, and it will create that preset for you. Yeah, thank you for asking that question. You know, this is something that we're going to be looking at later on as far as like adding effects to your main list, but that's basically how you do it.
Manual Demo is asking, which Bluetooth remote would you suggest?
What Bluetooth remote would I suggest? First of all, let me start by saying that I never perform with Bluetooth remotes. I don't like it, and the main reason why I don't like it is because it is something else that can fail. That's it. That's my personal opinion. In a moment, you're going to see me perform Inject by swiping actually across my pants, which is incredible because your hands are completely empty, you know, without a smartwatch, without anything. You can just perform. But if I was going to recommend a Bluetooth remote, nowadays, the Wilson remote is amazing. Matthew Wilson has done an amazing job in creating this perfectly sized remote, which is unbelievably reliable. The battery lasts forever. It's got great range. Everything about it is great. It's a little pricey. I believe he sells it for $160 or $170. But it is amazing, and I know a lot of professionals that swear by it. The main reason why people like using remotes is because oftentimes people have larger phones. And so because the phone is so large, it's harder for them to put it in their pocket or to swipe through their pocket. And whereas in contrast, when you have a remote, it's easy for you to finger palm it or to just simply drop it in your pocket and touch it by reaching into your pocket to maybe grab a pen or any other prop. So first I want to start out by, recommending Matthew Wilson's remote. But then Benjamin Butzik just released a remote which simulates swiping on the screen. Okay, in fact, I'll try to find Benjamin's remote here as well, just so you can see what Benjamin's remote looks like. It was here just a second ago, and now it's gone. It's super, super tiny, I can't find it. Let's see if I can quickly dig it up.
Did you take it to your last show?
I had. Yeah, I saw it here earlier yesterday. And I found it. Awesome. Okay, it's right here. This is Benjamin's remote. Okay, it is really tiny. And what's nice about this remote is, first of all, it takes kind of like a watch battery right there. It takes a watch battery. The battery lasts for a long time. The way that Benjamin now is shipping this out to everybody, there's this wrap, this kind of like this black plastic that's wrapped around it. And what's nice about that is that when you press the buttons, even though you feel definitely a press every time you press a button, there is this tactile feedback. The sound isn't loud at all, and you can see it's pretty tiny, so for you to be able to finger palm it and gesture with it in your hand is easy. As a matter of fact, you can use all of the traditional like coin subtleties that you would use with this. And so it's a really, really nice remote. The other thing that I like about this remote is that because it generates swipe patterns, which means that it essentially acts like a mouse to either your iPhone or Android device, it means that it's compatible with the Turner watch, it's compatible with Realist, so any product currently on the market that accepts swiping on the screen, this is compatible with. The only thing that I could say that's negative about this product, or any product that simulates swiping on the screen, is that it is a little slower than keyboard-based input methods like Matthew Wilson's keyboard. And it's mainly because the device is actually transmitting oh wow, my phone turned off when I did that instead of just declining it, so let me try that again here. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're back online. Yes. So that's basically the remote from Benjamin Butzik, and Again, really, really cool. It is a little slower. So I've seen many people that use remotes like the Wilson remote very, very fast. Like my buddy Doug McKenzie. I mean, he literally goes like that and it's done. You know, he will have keyed in 4 to 6 presses in a matter of a second, you know, and Inject interprets it perfectly. You know, so that's what I think about remotes.
Remotes, somebody had asked, don't some Bluetooth remotes have an issue with going to sleep after 10 minutes or so?
Yes, 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 they do. I'm really glad you brought that up. I was actually going to bring that up as well. Thank you. When you purchase, for example, the Wilson remote, that's one of the biggest advantages is the Wilson remote is not going to fall asleep on you. Okay, whereas in contrast, the cheap Chinese remotes were designed to be consumer products, which means that they want to preserve battery life as much as possible. So after a short period of time without using it, it is going to fall asleep. Now, there are a lot of magicians who don't have any problems with that, just because they know that they're going to be performing. So they just turn on their remote, they check it, they make sure it's working, and now they know that, you know, for the next 5 to 10 minutes, then when they're going to perform, everything's going to be fine. But once again, this goes back to the point I made earlier about not relying on remotes, because it's just yet another device that can fail on you. You know, so whatever you can do to make remotes be reliable, it's what you got to do.
And Sebastian had asked, he just tried to add the magic set, but it didn't show up on my effects list, and then asked, is there a number limit to the effects? Mark answered, but I'm not sure if you have an answer for that.
No, no, there is. There is currently no limit to the number of effects that you can have on your effects list. You can have as many as you like. I really don't know. As a matter of fact,
actually, Magic's Mark's suggestion to restart it, Sebastian just said it worked.
Oh, it worked. Okay, good, good. Okay, good. I was like, you got me worried there for a little bit. Yes, it is gonna work. Yes, yes.
Okay, I think we're up to date. I don't think there are any other questions.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Let's move on. All right. So again, I'm going to follow through the syllabus as we go one step at a time forward. Actually, it's interesting that we're talking about remotes, because it says here using remotes with Inject. What are the different options for remotes and why some people swear by them? I'm going to try to see if there's anything else that I can think about as far as using remotes. Here's something else that I want to say about them. Many people nowadays will hide remotes in other props. So I've seen a lot of folks that will take a box of cards and they will come up with their own little rig that sometimes they 3D print, where they will hide these remotes inside of them. So just by holding a deck of cards in your hand, you are capable of doing that. Also, when it comes to swiping on your screen, a little later on, we're going to be talking about another wonderful Tribal Minds product, which is called the Incognito Shells. Okay, Incognito Shells look like this. It just looks like a stack of business cards. Okay, when in reality, it's not. It's hollow. Okay, so you're gonna put your phone inside, you cover it up, and away you go. So let me show you what's amazing about using Incognito Shell as both an input device and as well as a device which is going to be for peeking your phone. It would make sense that a magician would have a notepad, because they would want to write something down and give it to their spectator. Okay, so what we're going to do is, excuse me, let's launch just any kind of a drawing app over here. And as a matter of fact, we can probably just launch Inject. So here's Inject, and I will go into some kind of a swipe transmitter. So let's do a card swipe transmitter. There we go. Okay, so I've actually activated a card swipe transmitter. I drop it into the shell. There it is, in the shell. And I'll go ahead and put a piece of paper on it, and I'll put my rubber band around it. Okay, so currently it's in there, right? Now remember, there's a piece of cardboard right now on top of my phone, okay? So I'm going to go into a receiver over here. So let's bring back my browser and go into a card receiver. Oops, I should have done CA, pardon me. CA. There we go. We got cards. Okay. Good, good. All right. So now let's say I want to do a transmission of a certain playing card. Okay, so let's do this. There it is. Right? Now you notice what's happening right now, right? It's a stack of business cards. There's a piece of cardboard. It's not even a piece of paper. It's actually a piece of cardboard, right? That's above it. Normally, Michael recommends a couple of rubber bands here. He even has different configurations that actually look like a notepad. But watch, with me, let's say I wanted to swipe in a 2 of hearts. Okay, so here we are. Let me make sure I bring my window in so that everybody can see exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so if I'm going to be swiping in 2 of hearts, normally it'd be this, right? Boom, 2 of hearts. Okay, let me make sure I'm doing it actually. There it goes. There's the 2 hearts, right? So notice how what's great about this as a method of input is that it's hidden in plain sight. That means that with your pad of paper in your hand, you could even pantomime on it right in front of your spectators. You say, I want you to imagine that you are actually writing or you're looking up, you're Google searching for your card on your phone, you know? So let's say the card was a jack of spades, right? So just go ahead and like imagine you scroll through it and do it and boom, there it is, the jack of spades just got transmitted, you know? So this is really an awesome way of secretly transmitting information. It is not a Bluetooth device, you know, so because it is your phone that's hidden in this shell, it is very, very reliable because if your phone's got juice, it's going to work. And if your phone has access to the internet, it's going to work, okay? So there it is, Incognito Shells. They're awesome. Highly recommend them. So let me go ahead and take my other phone out because we'll get back to that in a moment. There we are. Okay, let's get that out of the way. Okay, so now that we've talked a little bit about, you know, remotes, as we continue to work our way through the syllabus, how to perform inject. All right. This is a question that I get asked all the time as far as how to get ready for performing inject and, you know, where do you perform inject in your sets. So I'm going to briefly talk about the different circumstances that I've seen magicians using inject. Okay, first is the most casual performance that you're going to do. The most casual performance is something that you do that is going to be with the Google Peak, which means to get ready for it, you are doing nothing. If you have a smartwatch, in this case, my smartwatch is currently connected to my phone, which is on the left-hand side. And notice what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to actually exit out of inject, and I'm going to go ahead and turn off my phone. Okay. Now I know that on your screen you can still see my phone, but my phone is currently off. Okay. So now I approach my spectator and I say to them, hey, have you ever looked up the birthday of a famous celebrity? Or do you know the birthday of anybody famous? And people either will say yes or no. And regardless of what their answer is, says, well, you know what? Let me show you this neat feature in Google. We're going to look up the birthday of a celebrity. Okay. Notice the word we. We is an ambiguous word. I didn't say you are going to look up the birthday of a celebrity, and I didn't say I am going to look up the birthday of a celebrity. So at this point, the spectator does not know what's about to happen. They don't know if they're going to be, you know, what's going to happen, right? So now you ask your spectator to bring out their phone and to go to google.com, and so they do. They fire up their phone, and they go to google.com, okay? So here's an important point about spectators going to google.com. The spectator knows that they have gone to google.com. Okay, so it's not an unknown website, it's a known website. Okay, so you show them their phone as you take their phone from them. Say, oh, you know what? Let me show you this neat feature in Google. So now it seems like you want to share some information about some functionality that Google has that they might not know about. Okay, so this once again completely seems normal. It doesn't look like you're being malicious. It doesn't look like you're doing a magic trick. You're just going to share with them a function of Google. And so now, watch what happens next. I wish I knew. Okay, let's stop that there. Hit that one more time. There we go. Okay, so at this point, I always just tap the Google search field. And so now the Google search field appears on the screen. I turn the phone to my body, and I start typing in birthday of. I'm saying birthday of. I'm not typing birthday of. What I am typing is my URL, which you can see right there close to the top, google.co/2. Okay? But as I'm doing that, notice also how my body, my finger gestures as I get close to the end. Normally what happens whenever people are typing, let's say the words birthday of in Google, at the end they wouldn't hit enter because you haven't asked whose birthday you're looking for. So when I get to the end, my finger really slowly and calmly moves to the lower right hand corner and I hit the go button, which is now going to switch over to my Google page. Now, what people normally do is when they are done typing whatever they type, when it comes time for them to hit enter, you see their finger doing this. This very dramatic kind of gesture as they go to the lower right-hand corner of the screen. Please suppress yourself from doing that, because the moment that you do that, it's obvious to the spectator that you just went and you hit enter. Okay, so why would you be hitting enter if all you're typing in is birthday of? Okay, so this very quiet kind of way of using Google is very important to the subtlety of performing any Google peek effect. Okay, also, as you borrow a phone from a spectator, okay, I don't want you to ever type like this. Okay, don't do that. The moment that you perform where you are essentially, hiding the phone from your spectators, that means that it's no longer, it looks like you're doing something suspicious, there's no need to do it, right? So just by, being very open with your spectators, and notice how right now what the orientation of the screen is to the spectator. Okay, it's almost to the point where the spectator can actually see what you're typing on the screen. You want this. This is the angle that you want their phone to be to their eye level, okay? They almost think that they can see what you're typing on the screen when they can't, right? So the further and further and further you tilt the phone away from them, the more suspicious you look, okay? So you always want to have this aura of, I'm just using Google, okay? So let's go through that. Let's actually go through a performance of something like that. So just like before, there we are. Okay, birthday of, you turn the phone around, you show them there's birthday of, and I'm gonna type in someone. I hit search. Okay, now look what just happened right now. Okay, I wish I could, there we go. I can show it to you this way. Oy. All the reflections on the screen are keeping me away. Kind of hard to turn that around, but I'll bring that really, really close. There we go. Birthday of Elvis. Okay. Notice my phone is currently just in my pocket. It's just in my pocket. I have not launched Inject. I'm not even thinking about launching Inject. All I have is just a smartwatch on my wrist. Okay? So that's why I wanted to start the series of how to perform Inject with methods of performance where you don't even have to think about launching Inject and you're already ready to perform just because you already know what your URL is. Okay, so this is a circumstance where I am using an Apple Watch. A lot of people have asked questions about how you connect the Apple Watch to Inject. So let me quickly just touch up on that subject as well. Okay, it doesn't look like my phone wants me to log in today. It's okay. So here we are. First thing to make sure of is that in your settings, under notifications, when you come all the way down to Inject, here's Inject right there, okay? Make sure that under the settings of your iPhone, allow notifications is on, which makes sense. It should be on, right? You also notice how we want notifications to appear on the lock screen, the notification center, and banners. Okay, start with all of these settings on. All right, because those settings are actually what are going to force your iPhone to transmit that push notification over to your watch. And then finally, for anybody that's having difficulty receiving notifications on their Apple Watch, I highly, highly recommend that you just go into Inject, touch the monitor button, and receive a local notification just once. And what that does oftentimes is that it kind of like kickstarts your iOS device into receiving notifications. In fact, the same idea even applies to Android devices as well. So your app basically says, oh, okay, I get it. This app receives notifications. And obviously you have allowed the app to receive notifications. So that's going to make it work. And then last, the most important aspect of receiving push notifications on any smartwatch, including your Apple Watch, is push notifications only work after you have not used Inject for 1 minute. Okay? Super important. If you are playing around with Inject and you're doing all these things inside of the app, and then you try to do anything that would generate push notifications, that will not work. Make sure you quit out of the app. Okay, you don't have to force quit out of the app. Okay, just make sure you're not using Inject. Wait 1 minute, and then all of your push notifications will work flawlessly. These are standard push notifications that we've designed that are a part of the operating system. Okay, so we've done our part to make sure this is as standard or as kosher as you might want to say to the operating system as we can. And that's one of the reasons why it's going to work with any smartwatch that accepts push notifications.
2 questions. Kumite says the Google app doesn't work with Inject, correct?
The Google app actually does work with Inject. In fact, thank you for the question. I'm going to go ahead and launch the Google app. So here's Google, right? Okay, now inside of the Google app, you'll notice that up on the top over here where you can actually type in something, I'm going to type in my URL. Hit search. Okay, there it is. I'll tell you what's wrong with it. What's wrong with it is what you're seeing right here at the top. The URL is crazy. I'll show you what's great about it. What's great about your spectators using the Google app is that the moment that you push that address bar out of the way, the address bar, as you can see right there, completely disappears. So I have performed often using just the Google app, and as long as I push the address bar out of the way, I'm good to go. Okay, so yes, it does work with the Google app.
Second question. Jimmy is asking on this page, question, what do the words on the monitor page mean? Swipe up or swipe down?
Oh, when we get to auto pairing, then we'll talk about what those words basically mean. Yes, yes, definitely.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, okay, cool. Okay, let me take a little coffee.
I think water would be a better choice.
All right. I got my water down here. We are all set. All right. So.
It's been about an hour and a half.
Oh, it's been an hour and a half. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. We're getting closer and closer to the lunch as well. Okay. Using remotes with Inject. Okay. Where does the Inject belong in your set? Okay. So hold on just 1 second, please. Okay, perfect. All right. So okay, sorry. Broke into a different language. Spoke some Armenian here for you guys. All right. So, wow, it's getting hot in here. It's 78 degrees. Wow.
Let me go change it.
Yeah. We'll change the settings. LA is beginning to warm up, which is a good thing. It was cold this morning. All right. So, moving down the list, where does Inject belong in your set? If you are a professional magician and you are going to perform Google Peek the way that I just did for you right now, you can perform it anywhere in your set because there is nothing to get ready for. I've seen many professional magicians that close with Google Peaks just because it is such a powerful effect. But you don't have to. You can literally put it anywhere because there's nothing to it. As long as you have a smartwatch on you, you're ready to go. Something else that I wanted to highlight about using smartwatches, if you have ever seen me perform at a convention, you will notice that I do not wear a smartwatch. And the reason why I don't wear a smartwatch is that even when I perform Inject in the most impromptu kind of circumstances, I don't want the spectator to ever think that technology is in any way involved. Okay, so here is the way for a professional magician I recommend you peaking. All right, here we go. Let me first get my smartwatch here. All right. This works with any smartwatch. I like using my old Pebble watch, as you can see right there, right? All I've done is I've threaded a rubber band through the last hole right there. I take it, and as I thread that through and close it, okay, that right there, look what's going to happen. You're going to take this big ensemble that's as wide as it is, and you move it all the way up your forearm, up to here, and you cover it with your shirt. Done. There's nothing. So now, let's do a peek. Okay, watch this. We go into monitor. I hope this is actually connected to my phone right now. I'm pretty sure it is, but either way, you're going to be able to see it happen. Let's pull that out of the way. Let's get back to my Safari right here. All right. Open a new tab and go to, boom. Okay, and let's do Birthday of Sting. How's that? Why not? Okay, boom. Birthday of Sting. Okay, and so now watch how the peak actually looks. Your spectators can be completely surrounding you when you perform peaking from the forearm. As a matter of fact, people during magic conventions that know that I'm using Inject can never see me peak. And it's mainly because this is what it looks like. Okay? Imagine you're standing right in front of me as I've turned away from the spectator and you're looking at me. You don't see anything, do you? Well, the reason why you don't see anything is because right now my thumb has pulled back the fabric that's of my shirt. And by pulling it back, I have a clear view of the screen right there. So what the peak looks like is, I'm just kind of like looking around, I'm waiting, right, until the spectator is done doing their search. The moment that I get the peak, I feel it vibrate on my forearm. When I feel it vibrate, I look down for a second, I look back up, I'm already done. I got my peak, and when I want to, turn back around, my thumb comes away from it, I cover it up, just like this, and I'm back to normal. It is super sneaky. No one will ever catch you peeking when you wear your smartwatch up here. Okay, and there's no technology in sight. You're completely clean all the time. So for those of you who have taken advantage of some of the cheaper smartwatches like the Mi Band 3s or the Mi Band 4s, highly, highly recommend you use your Mi Band 3s or Mi Band 4s like this. Okay, so great way to peak, and this is great for professionals that want to have a reliable method of peaking that's just always there. Okay? All right. So, as we continue down the list, where does Inject belong in your set? If you're performing effects in Inject where you need to swipe something, there are one or two different schools of thought when it comes to swiping. There are some magicians that will perform only one swipe effect, which, by the way, I highly, highly recommend. Inject is something that you shouldn't abuse in your performances. I say if you've done it twice, you've already done it too many times. If you do it once, it's great. Twice is pushing it just a little bit. We are entertainers, and as magicians, we have a repertoire of magic that includes a variety of props. I think that technology or using the spectator's smartphone should be something that should be done once and twice at the most. So if you are going to perform a Google Peek effect and you wanted to do maybe one other effect that involved swiping, of course, you could start your presentation with your phone in your pocket, ready to go, or you could have like your Bluetooth remote in your pocket, ready to go on that appropriate screen. In fact, I've seen a lot of magicians that actually get ready for an Inject performance in the middle of a performance, just because they might just reach into their phone as if they got a text message and they're quickly going to check it and put it back into their pocket again. That's a little unprofessional, because obviously you're a professional magician. You're there to entertain your spectators or your customers, and for you to reach for your phone wouldn't be regarded as something professional to do. So that's why if you are going to perform effects where your phone has to be kind of like set up on a preset, then make sure that you've set that up even before you walk up to your spectators. All right. The best performances are for those who don't know you do magic. I love this line, and I've used this psychology for some of the best reactions that I've ever gotten in my life. Inject is not a typical magic prop. So when you walk up to someone with a pack of cards, it's obvious that you're going to be performing magic, okay? Because people usually don't walk around with a pack of cards in their pocket, right? If you walk up to someone and you're coin rolling a coin across your fingers, it's obvious that you're a magician, okay? Now, obviously, this doesn't pertain to a professional working magician, because if you're a working magician and you're at an event, everybody knows that you're the magician, right? So you can't hide the fact that you're a magician. But what's amazing about performing Inject for people that don't know you're doing magic is that it is not a magic prop, and therefore it comes across as just you exploring something in Google. You're just kind of showing something to them. The magic only exists at the punchline, at the moment where the magic actually lives. Everything that's prior to that is not a quote-unquote magic performance. Hence, your body gestures and everything else. You have to kind of like turn off that part of you which transforms into a magician whenever you perform. And it's very, very hard for magicians to do that, just because throughout their lives their body has become accustomed to changing into magician mode when they perform. But you will be blown away by doing Inject performances where you never announce that you're actually about to do a trick. Okay, and that's one of the reasons why I added that on the list of how to perform Inject. Your smartphone is not a prop. It's the ultimate organic object, which is, once again, a pretty obvious statement, because it's not a prop. It's not a magic prop, So because it's a borrowed object, that's one of the reasons why whenever you perform Inject, for those of you who have been performing it for as long as you have, spectators always say, "It's on my phone." Well, yeah, it's your phone, of course, because the technology can be rigged in some way, whereas the spectator's phone is completely their own, and they don't think that it has any gimmicks in it. So that's why it is the ultimate organic object in the modern world. All right, so moving down the list. How to borrow a spectator's phone without creeping them out. Okay, we already discussed this when it comes to wanting to share a feature of Google with your spectator. You basically, by using words like "we," by keeping it ambiguous, your spectator is not going to feel uncomfortable with handing their phone over to you. This is all because of the character that you have when you approach spectators. I mean, if you come off as being somebody scary, then maybe perhaps somebody would be hesitant to do it. Nowadays, where we have a scare of viruses, that's a very legitimate concern that maybe you don't want to touch the spectator's phone. And that's why once we jump into performing Inject when you never touch the spectator's phone is going to be something that's very relevant to what's going on right now. Okay. And then finally, it says, how often should you perform any app magic in your set? And we just talked about that. 1 is the best, 2 is pushing it. By the time you get to 3, please don't do it. I don't recommend it. You know, you'll see me perform Inject effects back to back to back at a convention. It's because I'm selling Inject, right? But when I'm working professionally, I don't do that.
There's a question.
No. Yes, we're going to pause. We'll take a question.
Tricked magic?
Okay.
Will Inject ever be able to send information to itself so we can use our own crypt sheets? We could have an on-off switch to enable this mode when we wish to use it. I asked you about this feature about 2 years ago. You said it would be a simple process to implement.
Yes. We actually have, thank you for the question. We have a version of Inject that we use that actually has that feature. You know, what he's asking is for you to, like a crib sheet, you're using Inject as a method of like looking up information. You know, so it could be things that are as simple as, let's say, the first word that's in a book for a book test. It could be for an any card at any number effect where Inject is reminding you what card would be at that location. There's a variety of applications where you want to use Inject, quote unquote, not as a transmitter. When it comes to us rolling out Inject 3.0, all of these features are going to be in there because, like I said, we already have it. We have built it. It's just a matter of us putting it all together in a nice package and giving it to you. That's it. Yes.
Just Mark Booth had just said he's on the lookout for an inexpensive Apple Watch to dedicate to the specific task of wearing up the sleeve.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mark Booth. Mark, thank you so much for saving me this morning from that email that went out. When it comes to inexpensive watches for peaking, the new Mi Band 4s are really beautiful. They have a larger displays. They're about $30 on Amazon. They're really, really, really cool. The older Mi Band 3s are also pretty remarkable. I have a Mi Band 3. I've used it. I've never had any problems with it. So, Mark, definitely invest in either a Mi Band 4 or a Mi Band 3 from Amazon. You won't go wrong. The batteries on these things last forever. They last considerably longer than any Apple Watch would. So they are a lot more reliable for a professional performer than products that are as bulky or as feature-rich as an Apple Watch would be.
Sebastian, I apologize. This is the second time he's asking. His question is, does the Apple Watch only receive push notifications if the phone is off? Can you make it receive notifications regardless of phone status?
Yes, you can. There are, when it comes to the Apple Watch is pesky in that Apple has made a design decision that if your phone screen is on, any notification will not be mirrored to your Apple Watch. Okay, now this is in contrast to all other smartwatches in the world where you can receive notifications on your phone at the same time as the notification is displayed on your smartwatch. Okay, so to fool an Apple Watch into doing that, what you have to do is you have to turn off wrist detection. And you do that actually right inside of the settings of your Apple Watch. As a matter of fact, I'll go there right now just so you can see where it is. So here is my Apple Watch app on my phone. There's me, right? And if I'm looking at my settings over here, I believe it is under passcode. Let's see if that's where it is. Unlock Apple Watch. Your Apple Watch is currently locked. Please unlock to continue. Okay, we'll say cancel. All right, let me see if it's anyplace else. It might be under accessibility. I'm not sure. Complications, accessibility shortcut. Basically, it's one of these. I haven't seen it for a little while. It's called wrist detection. You know, the problem with turning off wrist detection on an Apple Watch is all of your Apple Pay functionality stops. because as far as security is concerned, Apple thinks that your watch has left your wrist. So therefore, it's no longer you. That means that if a thief had stolen it, then they can like make transactions using your Apple Watch. So that's why Apple turns off that capability. So if you do turn off wrist detection on your Apple Watch, all of the notifications of Inject are going to work, which means that when you swipe from your pocket, you'll see the notifications pop up on your watch. The monitor mode works. Everything works the same way that it would on any other smartwatch.
2 more questions.
Mhm.
So Mark responded to your suggestion for the Mi Band, saying that his concern and others is that the font size on there is really small.
Mhm.
So, and then another gentleman said, "Can you adjust the size of the display on the Mi for us guys with weak eyes, or is it already pretty big and bright?"
Yeah.
And somebody responded, "No." I guess that's the
That's an
case.
owner of a Mi Band 4, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Emmanuel asks, please, can you explain better what Google Image, am I saying that
Google
right?
Image.
Google Image keywords is?
Yes, yes, yes. In fact, right now we're gonna jump into Google Peak performances. We've already done a little bit of it, but we're gonna jump into a little bit more advanced versions of it as we look at the new features that are on the new website for Inject and what the Google Image keywords is all about. So let's do that. Let's allow that question to be the segue into performing Google Peak effects where you never touch your spectator's phone. Okay. Let me also make sure that I cover any of the other topics that are here on the syllabus. Okay. An important aspect about performing Google Peak is it doesn't matter if you're going to be remote pairing with your spectator or if you're going to be borrowing their phone for a moment. It is extremely important that looking up information in Google is motivated. Okay? You need information from Google. If you didn't need the information from Google, then why would you be using Google? All right. So to highlight this point, whenever I perform the birthday of effect with my spectator, I ask them, do you know the birthday of any celebrity? They say no. I said, well, let's look it up. They type in anybody they want. Let's say they type in birthday of Brad Pitt. I see that it's Brad Pitt. I get the peak. I now know it's Brad Pitt. But then I immediately ask the spectator, could you please tell me what month this person was born in? Notice that question. I don't need to know what month Brad Pitt was born in. I already know it's Brad Pitt. But the fact that I'm asking that question motivates why I needed information from Google. Okay, so you always, always, always have to keep that in the back of your mind. Because when your spectator walks away from this performance, if they're asking themselves, why did he have to look up that information, there would be no answer. Okay, and I've seen a lot of people perform Inject the wrong way, where they just ask someone to Google some information and they turn around and they tell them what it is. Okay, at that point, A and B is very clearly tied together. There's some way that you figured it out, right? There was some method of their phone sending information to you, even though the spectator might not know how that information got to you. That information, it just makes sense. The method is just there. Right? Whereas in contrast, when you ask someone what month was this person born in, and they say July, or in the case of Brad Pitt, it's December, you're like, oh man, December is my worst month. And now what it seems like you're doing is that you're using some kind of like superhuman memory that you've looked up the birthdays of so many famous people. And then I usually turn around and I hold the hand of the spectator, or I look them in the eyes, and I ask them a few questions. It's like, I want you to think of this either a man or a woman. Think if this person's either alive or dead. So these kinds of interactions with your spectators now elevate your performance to real mentalism, where you asked the spectator for some knowledge related to the month of the birthday, but then you used other little cues and kind of like subconscious tics that the spectator might have to deduce that it's Brad Pitt. So I wanted to make sure that I include this method of thinking in this webinar so that every time you perform, have that at the top of your mind. Try to motivate while you're using a Google search. Okay. And it says examples of motivation with various effects. Of course, we already talked about, birthday of. If you're doing an effect where it's looking up the definition of a word, it's, you're asking them for the definition of a word. They look up the definition. There are countless number of motivations that are out there. Recently, I've talked to magicians that ask Google to do a translation of a word into a different language. This is really, really a fun performance. Because you're just saying, hey, did you know in Google, if you type in translate love to French, it actually shows you the translation. In fact, there's a little speaker icon that appears in Google that when you tap it, someone's voice in French will actually speak that word. So this is another really fun way of performing where you are motivating the search because you need, again, information from Google, and Google is an assistant in helping acquire that information. Okay, so those are some of the various different ways. And so if there's any function that you can think of that Google has, exploit that feature for your creativity in creating performances. All right, it's time to do some remote pairing. Let's do it. So on the phone, on the left, we're going to click on the monitor button. Now you take your phone and you just simply drop it in your pocket. Okay, so here's the phone. I'm going to drop it in my pocket. Okay. So it can either be in just your regular pocket. In a moment, we're going to see how you can also drop the phone into the pocket that only has one layer of denim behind it. But let's say you just drop it into your pocket, and then you're going to ask your spectator to go to images-google.com. And I'm going to type that up here for you. On Inject, currently the words that are there on the site is incorrect. So currently, it says the website is Google Images.com. Actually, I believe it's GoogleIMG.com. Yes, that's what it's saying that it's supposed to be. Unfortunately, that doesn't work anymore. I should say, this is the old one. The new one is, the one that does work, is images-google.com. All right. Why is images-google.com good? The reason why it's good is because it's only off by one character from the real images.google.com, because the real website from Google is just a subdomain of google.com, right? So what you're going to do as far as performing for your spectators, where you never touch their phone, you ask your spectator to go to images-google.com. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that here so you can see step by step what's going on. Keep in mind that in your pocket right now, you've already touched the monitor button and your phone is sitting in your pocket, and it's essentially waiting for you to swipe either twice up or twice down on the screen. So your spectator on the address bar of any browser types in images-google.com. Here we go. So now the website is up. Usually I ask the spectator to tell me when the website is up, and I now have 10 seconds before I do the 2 swipes. Here we go. 1, 2. Okay, notice how right now it came up and it said not paired. Okay, the reason why it says not paired is because I didn't wait long enough. Okay, here's what's happening. When the page opens, you've got 10 seconds to do those 2 swipes on the screen. If you feel the 2 vibrations in your pocket, it means that you're not paired. Here's usually what I do at this point with a spectator. I ask them to do a search for anything on their phone. So let's say they do an image search for hat, right? There it goes. Goes hat. Some images of hats appear on the screen. I say, yeah, this is the Google image feature. Basically, it shows you images of whatever you search for. Now, at this point, I'm going to make the performance become a lot more serious. Now, remember, this is a moment where I realize that things have gone wrong. I have felt 2 vibrations in my pocket, which means that I'm not paired with my spectator's phone. Now, after they do a search, say, yeah, you know how it shows you just some images of whatever you want. But let's take this up to another level. I want you to think of something that meant a lot to you when you were a child. So I said, you have something in mind that really was an important memory of you from your childhood. And they say yes. I said, okay, go ahead and hit the back button in your browser. So they hit the back button. Now they're back to images-google.com. And now I wait. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. I do the 2 swipes. Okay, boom. Okay, I don't know why it's saying not paired, but let's just continue. Let me try that just one more time. Okay, there we go. Now we're paired. All right. Yeah, by the way, you can do that. If you feel the 2 vibrations and you're not paired, just try it again and you should be good to go, okay? So what's happening right now is that if there's only one other person in the world that is doing it, so let's say the famous memory that I have from my childhood is of a dog, right? I hit dog, there's dog there, it says paired, and I'm not receiving my reception. Great. Things that have to fail when you're in the middle of a webinar, right? Okay, let's try that one more time. We go back. We're in Google Images. We do the 2 swipes. Okay, we're paired. Let's do something as simple as list. There it is. There it is. List appears on the screen, right? Okay, so that's essentially what's happening. Is that when it says paired, it means that Inject is pairing with your spectator's phone because it's recognizing that your spectator's phone is the only other device that's in the world that is currently on the images-google.com website. Okay. Which now leads me to talk about what happens if you have multiple people that are on images-google.com. The wording is going to be a little different in what's going to appear on the screen, and you will see it on your smartwatch as well. And instead of it saying not paired, it's going to come back with the word keywords. So I'm going to do this for you one more time, just hoping that maybe somebody else will be on at the same time as I am. So let's hit the back button. Okay. And we're going to wait just a few seconds. So 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Let's do the 2 swipes. Here we are. Okay, so somebody just did a search right now, and they searched for the word soft, and that's why I got that on there, right? So as you can see, what's happening is that if multiple people are searching at the same time, what you might get on the screen is going to be something that, most of the time, the Inject service will be smart enough to recognize that it's all happening concurrently. So it's going to present you with the word keywords, okay? So keywords is going to mean that because the Google servers are recognizing multiple users, therefore, to differentiate one user from the other, you're going to ask your spectator to use one of your keywords. So let me actually demonstrate that. I'm sorry that this failed the way that it did, but today things have been not going very well, but that's okay. We'll just keep going forward. So here we are, back in the settings. Under Google image keywords, we can see how we have mad, blue, and soft. These are currently adjectives. So when you see that Inject is coming back with you saying keywords, it means that there are multiple people that are on the website at the same time. And therefore, to differentiate your search from anybody else's search, you're going to ask your spectator to introduce this word into their search. So let's say you say to them, I want you to think of any object in the world that you like, but let's color it something weird. Like for example, let's color it blue, right? So now your spectator is doing a search for something that's going to be blue, all right? So let's take our Google search right here. Once again, refresh the page. So we're refreshed. So here we go with 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe about 3 or 4 seconds. We'll do this 2 swipes. I'm paired. Imagine it said keywords, and if I do a search for blue dog, okay, there it is, blue dog appears on the screen, okay? So that's what the purpose of keywords is. It makes it so that your search, because it has one of your unique keywords included anywhere in your search. It doesn't matter if it's on the front of the search or in the back of the search. It does have to be obviously followed either by a space bar before it or after it. Then that makes that search unique. Because if there are multiple people that are on images-google.com, then they're not going to be doing a search for anything with blue in it. As a matter of fact, the Inject servers are smart enough that they know that if two magicians at the same time have blue or mad or soft or any of those keywords that are the same as another performing magician, it will actually be able to filter that out for you. So it will actually say keywords blue. It means that you can't use blue. Just don't use blue. Use any of the other keywords that you want in your list. So because this is a set of words that is your set of words, it can be in your own language, and it can be just words that suit your performance style. And that's essentially how you perform Google peeking, without touching the spectator's phone. You saw how we had a circumstance where the Google Peek failed. What we did to accommodate that failure was we asked the spectator to do a search, go back to a page, do another search, and we did the pairing again. And then finally, you saw how keywords helped us home into what the spectator was doing a search for. Finally, since we're talking about performing auto pairing without touching the spectator's phone, I'm going to show you guys what everybody's been waiting for, which is auto pairing using Realist. Matt and I have been working on a new version of Realist now for the last 2 months. This was supposed to be out literally 2 months ago, and it's still not out just because we are having difficulties with a couple of technical issues that we're having. But we're done with those, and hopefully we're going to be rolling this out. So, without any further ado, let's show you how you sync Realist and Inject. For those of you who own Realist, you're going to love this. If you don't own Realist, what are you waiting for? Go get yourself a copy of Realist. All right. First thing is Realist down at the bottom over here in the lower right-hand corner. Notice how the Realist icon now has a number 59 written next to it. That's because whatever is the pin code that Realist assigns to you is actually something that now is highlighted in that little number that's there. So right now, for example, Realist gave me a pin code of the number 52, which means that if I minimize or go back to my home screen, notice that my pin code now is written as 52. Okay? So let's now perform pairing with your spectator's phone without touching their phone, and we're going to be performing it using Realist. Here it is. It's going to be kind of hard to show this to you with me only having one phone available on the screen, but hopefully you'll get the idea. All right, so here's the browser. On the browser, you ask the spectator to go to Google Stats.com. Okay, now before I hit the Enter key, when I go back to Realist, I'm going to go ahead and select my Thumper here in Realist. And Realist is going to tell me that my keywords currently is animals. Okay? That's all I really need right now. It's just to need to know that my keyword is animals. All right. So now, you ask your spectator, go to googlestats.com. They go to google-stats.com. Remember, you're not going to touch their phone. Here's googlestats.com. You ask them to scroll down the page, and you tell them that what googlestats.com is all about. It's got all these different categories of the recently trending topics, and you ask them to select the animals topic. So they touch animals. All right. Just the fact that your spectator right now touched animals, which is the topic that was assigned to you at this time, now means that your spectator's phone is now synced or paired with your phone, with your copy of Realist. Okay, just to prove that to you, as we scroll down the page, you'll notice that all the way down at the bottom of the page, you have the recently trending topics, but here is the big icon that everybody's been waiting for. There's a Google icon right now all the way down at the bottom of that page. That Google icon can actually be an icon of anything. If you wanted to make that be Wikipedia, find a Wikipedia icon and stick it in there. If you want to have it be a word, have it be any word you want. In this case, It's Google because it's going to be tied to my Inject account. So you ask the spectator to, at this point, just touch the Google logo. They touch the Google logo, and now look what happens. I'm sure you've already noticed at the top over here, we are no longer in the real Google.com. We are on the Inject Google.com. So we have now paired with the spectator's phone without ever touching their phone by asking them first to go through googlestats.com first. Okay? So now they do a search for anything they want. All right, let's say we do a search for dogs. And now you're going to notice that there it is. Here's Inject. It generated the notification for me, and I can now peek at whatever the spectator has searched for on their phone.
Patrick's is asking, my Realist don't have a number on the icon.
Yes, that's correct. You currently do not have this feature. It's because we have not rolled out this feature yet. So yes, that's coming around the corner. Yeah, so the feature that we're showing right now, which is pairing with your spectator's phone using Realist, is coming right around the corner. Hopefully you should have it in your hot hands in the next 2 or 3 weeks. But like I said, we've been having some problems getting it out the door, but we're going to do it.
Matt Adams is just saying that he's not getting, I see keywords displayed, but it doesn't seem to actually use my keywords. So I don't know what's going on there.
Okay, you're seeing keywords, but it's not displaying the keywords.
Yeah.
Well, you have to type in into the keywords. Matt Adams, hi. You type in whatever you choose for your keywords to be. Just make sure you separate them with commas. And then at that point, you're good to go. So the only time you're going to be using keywords is when you see keyword actually displayed on your screen whenever you're on the monitoring page. That message will also appear on your smartwatch. So that message simply appears whenever Google servers, Inject servers recognize that there's more than one person that's using the website. Because otherwise it would just come back with and it would say paired.
Somebody else said, Bo also said keywords don't work for him either.
Okay, so, all right, yeah, well, I'll investigate it because I think that I know what might be wrong, so I'll let Hanny know. We'll look into it. So yes, yeah.
So 3 weeks, you said, will the new version of Realist will be released?
Should be out, yes, yeah. We're gonna be submitting it here very, very soon, and it takes Apple anywhere between 1 to 3 weeks to actually approve any of our apps. With Magic apps, they're always more strict than they are with any other kind of app. So we always have a tough time getting Magic apps approved from Apple, but we eventually make it happen.
Seabeck said, will Realist owners get the upgrade automatically, or is it a new purchase?
No, it's not a new purchase. If you're a current owner of Realist, you will get that automatically. You'll get a new version.
Matt Adams responded to what you said. He said, correct, keywords is displayed on my phone, then I typed the keyword into Google and it didn't search it correctly, it failed.
Well, as long as there's multiple people on it, I mean, the only way of seeing if keywords is going to work or not is when the monitoring page just simply displays keywords. So if your monitoring page does not display keywords, then you never have to use keywords. So don't worry about using it, and that's why it's kind of hard to replicate. Using keywords is you have to actually have multiple devices that you're searching for at the same time to replicate this bug, or not the bug, but just this feature. But if there is a bug there, we will definitely look at it. I'm afraid I can't do it right now, but I'll keep that in mind. So we'll make it work.
And Bo, another message. I use the keywords in my app settings, and I did have the keyword notice on my monitor page. I didn't get thumped the search.
You didn't get thumped the search. Okay, wow. All right. Yeah, like I said, if there is something wrong with it, then we're going to look at it, because I'm glad that we're doing this right now so that I can get back to Hanny and then we can just be on top of it and figure it out. So yeah, I'm afraid I don't know. But we will investigate it, definitely, yes.
A side quick question, will Inject 3.0 be free? Is it for free?
I can't say right now. I can't say yet. What we're gonna. We haven't really decided what's gonna happen with Inject 3.0. What I can say is that Inject 3.0 has so much new technology that we are not going to make all of the new technology for free. No. So there's going to be some kind of an upgrade price, but at the present time, we haven't really decided what that's going to be yet.
Patrick says, I don't want Inject 3 for free. I want to pay for it.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Patrick, thank you. Yes. Yeah, we agree. The development time is a lie, so it'd be nice to get something for all the Inject 3 is a lot of work. There's a lot of new features in it.
Do you
It's
want to
endless.
take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's take a quick little break, we'll drink some water, and then we'll be back. So I'll blank out the screen just a little bit while we do that.
Միան ասոր գնայիս, քանի որ 3 անգամ ղրգեցիր, բայց չստանար որ աստղան։
Okay.
Հնտիգ է եւ կսեգոր որ ամբողջ օրը քեզի համար افարել է։ Մեկ հատ նորեն նայել։ Ղրգեցիրը սիրվը չի ղրգված։ Փանիկու վերջին մեսեջի վրա կտեսնաս իր email-ը։ Քանի որ list-ին վրա էր Արմեն ջան արդեն ղրգեր էր։ Ասիգա արեմի, հա։
It hasn't gone black yet. Yeah, actually, it's going to go black.
եղավ։
Okay. How is it that this used to have a function for forcing it? Is it borderless mode?
եղավ։
Yeah, it went black, check.
No.
Oh, he's saying that it's working.
Aravin եղավ. He just reset his filter in my Gmail and he got the link.
Okay,
he got
good.
it.
Okay, finally. This is now aligned on. Okay, so this is working now. Okay, so they've made it so that the default is that it does that. All right, no worries. Okay, we got that working.
Եվ այսօր չես ուզել գտել, չէ՞, որը սիր ուշ խորգեց։ Քանի որ 20 հատ մեսեջեր էր, շատ կուզեի որ տեսնալ աստղան։
No.
Okay. List-ին վրա չէ։ Տեսար ուրեմն չերը ստացած reset-եր է filler-ը Gmail-ի մեջ եւ հետո link-ը ստացել է։
Oh, good. Okay.
Պետք է ռոն քնա։ Ես մեկ հատ խնձոր բերեմ քեզի։
John? Oh, there are? Okay. For those of you that speak Armenian, you probably would understand what my wife was saying to each other. Yes. All right. During this break, I remembered something that I wanted to make sure that I cover regarding the way that you can use Realist and Inject together and this new method of pairing. What's amazing about this new method is when your spectator is inside of your fake Google page, if they were to actually hit the back button to go back to the Google Stats website, which is what Realist is all about, then Realist would continue to work, which means that you can actually put together effects that use a combination of what you do with Realist and Inject, and you can have your spectators actually navigating from one page to the other, backwards and forwards, and it's just always going to work. And that's one of the most exciting aspects of this new utility that we've introduced into Realist. So performing like multi-phased effects over the phone or over FaceTime to a spectator works really, really well. And Matt and I have been putting this through a lot of tests, and it's solid as a rock. It's probably my favorite way of remote pairing with a spectator, and it has fooled some of the top minds in the world in Magic, because it just seems like when you ask your spectator just to go to a topic, in the Google Stats website, it doesn't look like you're doing anything special. You're just asking them to go explore a particular topic, whereas that in itself is the method. That's how you're pairing with the spectator's phone. And in an upcoming version of Realist, we're going to allow you to actually specify from the list of available topics which topic you particularly want to perform with. So currently Realist just gives you a topic, but we will allow you to select that topic as well. All right, so we're back from the break. Told you a little thing that I thought about during the break. We talked about pairing using Realist, and now my favorite part of the new aspects of Inject that has appeared over the last year or so, and that is NFC and QR codes. NFC, Near Field Communications. Here's an NFC tag right there. These are super cheap. You go to Amazon, you type in micro NFC tags, and you'll find these little guys right there. They're super, super tiny. You can put them on the side of your finger, right here, like that. You can use any kind of like Band-Aid-like adhesive to stick them to the side of your finger. And at that point, anytime you borrow a spectator's phone, you can actually switch to your fake Google page right in front of your spectators. In fact, we're going to do that right now, just to show you how this is going to work. There's two different ways of actually using NFC tags. One of them is when you have the NFC tag either on a ring. So if you do go onto Amazon right now, you'll notice that they do sell NFC tags that are in the shape of a ring. Okay. I was talking to Doug McKenzie recently, and Doug was telling me that some of the cheaper NFC rings don't work as well as some of the more robust, more expensive ones. So if you're going to investigate NFC rings, don't get the ones that are like super, super, super cheap from China. Usually those don't have a great range. Whereas the ones that are a little bit more expensive tend to work better. I'm afraid if you were going to ask me exactly what brands I recommend, I do not know, because I have not invested in a ring. And also, the folks over at Theory 11 are going to be releasing a product soon that uses NFC technology. And they have a series of different solutions for NFC that are things that are kind of like Band-Aids. They also have things that are larger NFC tags that you can wear underneath your shirt. And then finally, as far as like purchasing something from Amazon that's going to be a reliable NFC tag, as you can see, there's a little sticker right here that I've attached to the back of a blank card. In this case, it's got a joker on the other side, but blank cards work really well. The reason why white works great is that once you got that NFC stuck to your card, you're going to put it in your pocket. So I can drop it in the pocket right here. You're ready to go. And then as far as programming NFC is concerned, on iOS, there is a wonderful app that's called NFC Tools. NFC Tools. In fact, I'm going to write it down here for you right now just so that you guys can see what it is. NFC Tools. Okay, you download that up for free and you're up and running. Okay, it is unbelievably cool. It is very simple to use, and you can program NFC tags actually on the newer iPhones that are past the iPhone 6, I believe. But as far as automatically reading NFC tags, that only happens with iPhone XRs and above. So as far as performing Google Peeking using NFC or NFC in general for auto pairing with a spectator's phone, that's the biggest hurdle to get over, is that you have to be constantly conscious of a spectator's phone having NFC capabilities or not. Because if they don't have it, then your fallback, of course, is by just typing in your URL. So let's actually bring my daughter's phone so you guys can see how NFC works. All right, here we are. My daughter's phone. Notice that this is an iPhone XR, right? So you ask your spectator to go to google.com. Now notice how I'm going to take my NFC tag and I'll put it in my shirt. Also notice how I'm pushing it all the way down in my shirt, just so that it's a little closer, the actual tag itself is closer to the middle of my chest. So I want to be conscious of basically where that NFC antenna is right now, because in a moment, I'm going to hold the phone up against my chest. So here's the way that the performance works. You ask your spectator to fire up any browser, they go to Safari, you ask them to go to google.com, and they go to google.com. Okay, so here's google.com right there, boom. We're at google.com. This is the real google.com right there. I'll hold it up close there so you can see it. That's the real deal, google.com. All right, now, you say in a moment, and as you very gently take their phone from them, you say in a moment, I'm going to ask you to do a search for anything that you like inside of Google. But after you do the search, let's say it's going to be the birthday trick or the definition trick, after you do your search, please hold your phone up against your chest, just like this, so I can't see what you've typed in, right? Now look what's happening. The moment that I bring the phone close up to my chest, okay, as I move it down the screen, actually as I bring it close to it, I'll do it right in front of you just so you guys can see exactly what that looks like. Watch this. Boom. See that? It makes a little sound. Don't even worry about that sound. Watch this. We are no longer on google.com. In fact, you can see the birthday of words that are right there. So just with this gesture of you picking up their phone, bringing it close to your chest, and all you do is you slightly move the phone down your chest, and that means that the top of the phone is going to get close to the NFC tag, which is in your pocket, and you'll feel it vibrate even in your hand. The moment that you pull the phone away from your chest, you'll see that notification there. You just tap it with your thumb. Your thumb is right here, as you can see, just like that. You tap it, you turn the phone around, you give it to them. Right? Now, of course, in performances where you do use NFC tags, you do not want to have the words birthday of in your default search text. You just want it to be blank, okay? Because otherwise, who typed in birthday of, right? So keep that in mind. This is super, super sneaky. And when you do have spectators that have new iPhones that are everything like the new iPhone 11s or the 11 Pros or anything that's past the iPhone XR, it essentially is the holy grail of performing Inject for Google Peaks. Because in the entire action of pantomiming, just do your search, hold the phone up against your chest so I can't see it, give their phone back to them, you've done the dirty work, and you move on. One other note that I want to make about auto pairing with spectators is something that my buddy Harrison was telling me about that I've heard even other magicians using as well, and that is attaching QR codes to coins. Okay, this is really, really, really interesting. You take any coin, usually $50 works best. Okay, $50. You attach a QR code to it. I don't have a QR code here attached to it, but in a moment we're going to show you how we're going to use QR codes. You attach a QR code to it, and then also on that same coin, you are going to attach your NFC tag. Then you finger palm the coin. So as you borrow the phone from the spectator, as you bring your hand close to it, if there's NFC there, then it will read. The NFC tag will activate their phone. Bada bing, you're done. If there is no NFC on the phone, okay, take a look at how cool this is. Watch. All you do is, with your thumb, you swipe down on the screen, and you activate the camera icon. There's the camera icon right there. Boom. It switches over to the camera, right? So once the camera is here, the spectator does not know you're doing this. The spectator thinks that you are once again pantomiming what they're supposed to do. On the coin, there's a QR code. The coin is in your hand. As you are gesturing to your spectator, you hold that QR code in front of the camera. This is what it looks like to the camera. All right? This is what their phone will do. Watch this. Boom. You see that? It's already done. It just scanned the QR code. The moment it scans the QR code, you tap it, and it switches over to the fake Google page. So it's exactly like using an NFC tag, but you're not using an NFC tag. You're using a QR code to covertly go into their phone, or covertly go into your Inject website. Of course, what's negative about this is that there is a prop. There's something that you have to hide in your hand. You have to palm it or finger, anything that you're going to do to hold it in your hand. But it's also an easy way for you to bring in and out either an NFC tag or a QR code that you could use. Okay, so these are all the different methods that essentially you can use to pair with your spectator's phone. And then something else that's new that I want to highlight about like pairing with spectators' phones is for whatever reason, if you do have the opportunity of actually handling the spectator's phone, for a moment, go into any application where you could type something in and actually type your URL. So I make that typing be as little as possible. So what I'm going to do is use that gg0.us/your number. In this case, my number is 2. Okay? So what that's going to do now is right after you type that in, you double tap on it, you select copy. That means that now you have taken your URL and you've copied it into the copy buffer of the phone. So now when it comes time for you to perform Inject, in contrast to having to type your URL into the address bar, all you're doing is you're in Safari, you tap the address bar, you double tap it, and you tap paste. That's it. There is no typing, quote unquote, mainly because you have done the typing previously in a previous effect. So that's another one of the ways that you can hide the whole notion of typing. Is I just wanted to include that in this webinar, just so that you know that there are many professional magicians that basically interweave, or I should say weave, Inject performances into other performances that they do with a spectator's phone by pre-typing their Inject URL into the spectator's phone and using it further down the line. Okay, it's very similar to how magicians nowadays will perform, let's say, toxic forces on a spectator's phone, where they have typed in the number on a calculator and they can come back to it later on. Okay, so that's as far as the various different methods of pairing goes. And then finally, since we are on the top of in the part of the webinar that we're talking about NFC and QR codes, okay, this is a QR code. This is an effect that I made up, which is called Apple marketing. I call it Apple marketing. So I'm going to first of all actually perform this effect for you, and then we'll talk about what the method is that's behind it. So you say to your spectator that Apple's marketing is so amazing that they can actually market a particular product to you even without you knowing that they're marketing that particular product, right? So you show them that this is a little blurb that's from their marketing thing, and there's a QR code there. And that QR code is going to take you to one of these products at Apple. So there's all sorts of products here, everything from the iPod Touch, they got iMacs, AirPods, they're all there, right? So now on your phone, so here is, of course, our phone here on the left-hand side, you launch Inject, and you'll notice how I have an Apple transmitter that I've created, which is a swipe transmitter that I've created specifically for this effect. So I type that, and I'm ready to go. All right, so now you ask any spectator to bring out any phone they want. So they bring out a phone, and they go into their camera. So I'm going to go to the camera. There's the camera right there. Here I am. Okay, so you say to them, I want you to just basically look at all the products that are over here on this list, and don't say anything. Just point to whichever product you're interested in. So let's say the spectator, touches iPad. To me, the word iPad is not the word iPad. To me, what that is as I look at this sheet, in my mind, I'm seeing group number 1, group 2, 3, 4. So each group has 4 items that are on the list. Okay, this is really, really important in, essentially it's like a cheat sheet that's right in front of you that's showing you how you're going to be swiping your phone that's in your pocket right now. So the spectator touches iPad, or they underline iPad, however you want to do it, or they whisper iPad, right? In my pocket, I'm going to do a 2, 2. So here we go. 2, 2 is 2 swipes. Boom, boom. 2 swipes. It says iPad. Hey, look, right here. It says it matched iPad, which means that right now, iPad has been transmitted up. But if you look at your spectator's phone, the spectator's phone is currently on the camera. There is no receiver, right? Currently, this QR code is got the :0 feature on it, which we're going to talk about in just a moment. Watch what happens now when the spectator scans that QR code. Boom. It saw it there. The spectator touches that, and there it is. It goes immediately to the iPad website on Apple. So this is a great way of combining the new :0 feature, which we're going to talk about in just a second, along with QR codes. So that essentially, once again, because you don't want to touch the spectator's phone, you are asking your spectator to pick up their phone and to simply point it at the QR code over here. Because the variable of you swiping in your pocket, what they have selected on a piece of paper, is totally hidden and invisible to them. They don't know that you're swiping from your pocket, right? And so that's why this works as well as it does. So that's basically, how you can use QR codes in clever ways so that you can take your spectator to a particular website without necessarily typing that website onto their phone. And then finally, if you're wondering how you create QR codes, just inside of any browser, do a search for create QR codes. So let's see here. Do a Google search for it. Make free QR code. QR code generator, right? Notice that here is a website that generates QR codes for you. All you do in these websites is you type in what URL or what text you want to have embedded into your QR codes, and these QR code generators will create the QR code for you. And at that point, you can download them either as a JPEG, you can download them as vector graphics, and you can print those out, and or you can use Photoshop to integrate it in with any other graphic, like I've done, over here with this particular graphic right there. So if you're wondering, if you've never generated QR codes before, that's the way you do it. It's completely free, and it's always available to you online in all of these free online QR code generators. Right. Are we okay with questions so far? It looks okay? Yeah, all right, perfect. So moving down the list. Using NFC and QR
Oh,
codes.
sorry, one more thing.
When
Yes. Creating QR codes, Matt is commenting. When creating QR codes, make sure it's free and make sure it lasts forever. Some start charging after a while and they'll disable your R code.
No.
That's what Adam was saying.
No, Matt, you don't have to worry about that. The QR codes that are like really, really simple URL-based QR codes, you'll know that it's super simple, just mainly because the actual QR code itself will look extremely minimal. So if you look at, for example, this QR code, you'll notice that it's not like too busy with a lot of little dots and stuff on it. Right? If you see that there's a ton of little dots on there, that means that there is other information that's embedded in that QR code. I have not had the problem that you're talking about, but I think that the QR codes that I've generated have just been so simple that has not been attached to any kind of a service. That's interesting. I've never heard of that before. So yeah, I don't know.
No other questions.
No other questions, huh? Okay, perfect. All right, let me move this up just a little bit more. Here we are. Okay. QR codes, NFC tags, getting peeks from multiple spectators. We already talked about that. We talked about how you can have actually a whole bunch of spectators that are searching in your fake Google page at the same time, and it all works perfectly. There's no limitations, and it just will show you a bunch of different texts on your monitor page, and that's pretty handy. Hiding the inject peak, drawing duplications, and time misdirection. Okay, I love this topic. So one of the problems with performing technology is that it's obvious that you are using technology. So our highest priority is to hide the use of technology any way that we can. So I'm going to talk about two different ways of doing that. The first one is drawing duplication. So what I usually do is I say that nowadays, whenever my kids want to draw something, it's really wonderful that you can just go into Google and ask it for like a simple drawing of whatever you're interested in. So if you said, if you typed into Google simple drawing of a car, then it shows you all these beautiful simple drawings of a car. It says, in a moment we're going to draw something. I'm going to have you draw something, right? So just so that you have an idea of how to draw that, why don't you do it, in Google the same way that my kids do it, right? So now, once again, notice how you're motivating the use of Google. You're asking them to go to Google and to do a search for it. So as a matter of fact, here on my phone, I'll go ahead and do that just so you can see what that looks like. It also means that your default search text now, instead of it saying birthday of, it's going to say simple drawing of. All right, so let's do that. Here is the browser. And let's say we go to our Google page to do this. There we are, right? And at this point, you're saying to them, you're typing in simple drawing of, right? So instead of it saying birthday of, it's going to say simple drawing. Right? And now you give it to your spectator, and they are going to type in whatever they want. So let's say they type in chair. Boom. Look what happens now. Notice that what has appeared on the screen is images that are just simple drawings of a chair. And you say to your spectator, I say, I want you to just look at any one of those that's like a really nice simple drawing of it. Make that leave an impression in your minds just so you can see how you would draw that, because we don't want a complex thought right now. We want just a very, very simple drawing of it. You now give your spectator a pad of paper and a pencil. You take a pad of paper and a pencil. Now you stand back to back, which you've seen a lot of magicians and mentalists perform, and you ask the spectator to start drawing. They start drawing, you start drawing, you've already gotten your peak, you already know that it is chair, right? So you start drawing a simple line drawing of a chair the same way that your spectator's doing it. So now the punchline of a drawing duplication isn't technology. The technology was used as a way to facilitate the spectator finding a reference for that drawing. So your peak wasn't done using traditional like impression devices or other methods. Your peak was done way in advance, which leads to the next item that I want to talk about in hiding inject, which is time misdirection. Because when you use this concept of drawing duplication and you are giving them a way of referencing images that are in Google. But let's now take this up to the level of producing failures in Inject. And here's what performing with failure is all about. Let's say you ask your spectator to do the birthday of a celebrity. And then you ask them for the month of this person's birthday. You then turn around, you already know who it is. So if it's Tom Cruise, you already know it's Tom Cruise, okay? But then you start making statements that are wrong about Tom Cruise. And so let's say they come back and they say this person was born in July. You say, you know what we're going to do is play kind of like a psychology game of 20 questions, where I'm going to try to get a feeling of, what you're saying, but the information that you've looked up in Google is going to definitely help me because it's going to give me some kind of a hint as to who this person might be. So you hold their hand, you look at them in the eyes, you say, I get a feeling that this person is dead. And they're like, no, this person is not dead. Like, ooh. Okay, and so now notice how this is a failure right now. And then you say to them, this is a woman. And they say, no, this is not a woman. Like, you know what? Okay, I'm having a little bit of a difficulty. Let me get back to you, okay? Because we're going to get back to this thought a little later on. All right, so this is a classic case of using failure as a method of time misdirection. So you already know it's Tom Cruise. You don't have to fail. But now you hold off on the reveal until you go maybe one other effect in, or maybe you hold off to it until the ending of your performance. So now at the end of your performance, there is no technology involved at all. You ask the spectators, do you still remember the celebrity that you looked up? Or do you still remember your celebrity? You don't say looked up, you say, do you still remember your celebrity? And they say yes. And now you say, you know what, let me just go off of just your feelings. Let me just hold your hand. So now at this point, you proceed to tell them, like, okay, well, I know it's not a woman. I know it's a man. I know that this person is alive. And then you say, think of the famous movie this person might have been in. And, if it's Tom Cruise, that's most likely going to be Top Gun, which is cold reading aspects of Google peeking, which is very, very powerful. And then, of course, you reveal that it's Tom Cruise. So that's another way of performing Inject, where you're trying to distance yourself from the technology as much as you can. Drawing duplication, time misdirection, using failure as a way of segueing later on down the line where the technology has been already put away and has been forgotten.
A few questions.
Yes, go ahead.
20 minutes ago, I'm sorry, Bart had asked a question. He had said, maybe I missed the answer. If it was, okay, how can we change the language of the text-to-speech function, audio?
Oh, there is currently no way of doing that. So currently, the text-to-speech function is only in English. So there's unfortunately no way of changing that for it to be in a different language. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that.
The phone's in Dutch, you were saying.
Yeah, sorry.
Also earlier, somebody had asked for the cheat sheet, manual. I guess he's referring to that.
Oh, the cheat sheet. Are you talking about the syllabus? You're talking about this right here?
I think so.
Okay, well, the syllabus actually was the first email that I had sent to everyone. So you should have a link to the syllabus.
No, I think he's.
Oh, you're talking about this one right here. Oh, okay. I mean, you're welcome to just take a photograph of that and do it yourself. This, I'm afraid, this particular image I don't have included with Inject. So this is a brand new effect that I just created because :0 was a brand new feature that we just introduced. Yeah, so I'm afraid I don't have that anywhere in the Inject manual. If you want to email me later on, I'll be happy to email this to you so you can have it, so you can play with it. Of course, the only thing you're going to have to change is you're going to have to change the QR code so it becomes your QR code instead of mine. But otherwise, it's relatively straightforward.
Mark had asked, did you skip over this?
Did I skip over? Oh, :0. No, we have not gotten to :0 yet. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, it's actually :0 is in the breakdown. It is actually in the syllabus, and we just haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay. He just thought you had skipped it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it.
That's it? All right, cool. So, moving down the list. Creative ways of using default search text. Okay, I love this topic. Here we go. We've seen how we type in the default search text birthday of or definition or things like that. One of the other ways of being creative with default search text is, let's say you borrow a spectator's phone and my buddy Gordon Edmond does this. He says, listen, if I was to do a Google search for something, would you know what I just did a search for? And the person says no. Says, that's true, because that would be impossible. And you turn the phone around and it says impossible in the Google search text, right? So your default search text at that point is simply the word impossible. So you can also be creative with your default search text, where if you're doing a birthday of trick, instead of the text simply saying birthday of, it could say birthday of Tom Hanks. So now what you're doing is that as you borrow the spectator's phone, you type in birthday of Tom Hanks. And so you turn the phone around and you show them that it says birthday of Tom Hanks. And then you hit the backspace key to erase the word Tom Hanks so that they can now put in any celebrity that they want. So the notion of deleting text that you had already typed is another motivation or another method where you're demonstrating what you want your spectator to do as you turn around, and because you don't want to see, what they're doing and what they're typing. Since we are on the topic of Google peaks in general, let me talk a little bit about peaking where you don't have a smartphone. Pardon me, we don't have a smartwatch or any other method of extra peripherals. Okay, prior to me using smartwatches, this is the way that I was always peaking. I would take the phone, and you're going to drop it into your pocket with the screen facing your body. So first, you turn on Inject, which I'm going to do right now. There it goes. Okay. You drop it into your pocket. Also notice how the top of the phone is facing up. So you want that in the top orientation. You drop it in your pocket. You're ready to go. And now my hand actually is on my phone right now. So as I turn around, notice the orientation of my body relative to the spectator. So you are the spectator. I'm standing away from you, and I'm saying I want you to do a search for whatever you like, and I'm gonna make sure that I will look. So now you've turned away from that, right? So right now, my left arm, the left side of my body, is hidden from the spectators. They can't see it. So the moment that the transmission comes in, I feel it. So when I feel it vibrate, I tilt the phone slightly out of my pocket. This is exactly what it looks like right there. Look at that. I slightly tilt the phone out of my pocket. It just looks like this. I get my peak. There's the peak right there. I can just, by slightly looking down, and I let the phone go, and I turn around. So to show that to you in real time, here's what it looks like. They're doing a search. They hit enter. I get my peak. I turn around. It's already done. The peak is already done. I love peaking like this. The reason why I love peaking like this is because it, once again, there is no sign of technology on your body. They can't see a smartwatch on your wrist. They can't see you holding a phone or a device. There's no extra props that are in play. It's just you standing there, right? And because of how you are intentionally distancing yourself away from your spectators, it makes sense that you would distance yourself, because you want to kind of like telegraph that you don't want to look at what they're doing or what they're typing on their screen, right? The only thing that I could say that's negative about peeking from your pocket is if somebody is looking at you when you're over there. But there's been even times when I have performed it this way, and people dismiss that completely just because they think that I might have just received a text message and I wanted to quickly see what it was before I drop it in my pocket. Mainly because the peak is so fast that it doesn't seem like you're getting too much information. It's so common nowadays for people to check their phone. There is no connection between the two of them. All right, I'm going to take a quick, short little break. I'm going to be right back. So just give me like 1 minute and I'll be right back. Excuse me. All right, we're back. Okay. Creative Basics using what I've learned from 3 years of performing Google Peak. Cold readings are amazing. Oh yeah. Here we go. The impression that you want to leave with your spectator is that you have peered into their mind. So I'm going to go through what I now do almost all the time when I'm doing any kind of a Google Peak effect. Especially when I want to make an emotional connection with my spectators regarding thoughts that are from their past, like maybe perhaps a loved one that might have passed away, or if you don't want to make it morbid, that's a pretty morbid kind of a topic, but if you ask someone to look up just the name of anybody, and you're using it in a similar way to how a center tear would be used. One of the nice things about asking people to do an image search in contrast to just a generic Google search is that there is a sea of images that appears. So let me go through a performance and you'll see what the pattern is like, and then we'll proceed from there. So you ask your spectator to go to their browser and you ask them to do a search for something that meant a lot to them when they were a kid. And usually I preface that by saying that when you think about something that was important to you during your childhood, it's just a memory and it's kind of vague. And what's amazing about the world we live in now is that you can do a search for whatever it is whatever memory you had, and it solidifies that thought because immediately these images come up. And for example, when I was a child, I loved my G.I. Joe. Okay, G.I. Joe was my favorite toy. And I had completely forgotten what it looks like, but now when I look up G.I. Joe, I've actually found the G.I. Joe that I had when I was a child. And that was like really very nostalgic. It was very sentimental. It was very emotional for me to see the exact G.I. Joe that I had as a child. So now this is a very nice emotional performance. So now the spectator does search for whatever they want. So let's say what they have done a search for is a horse or horses. All I know is when I get my peak is that the word is horses. Now I proceed to say this. I said, I want you to scroll through these images, and for a moment, I want you to imagine that even if I was standing over your shoulder looking at all these images that were going by, I would have no idea which one of these images is going to mean something to you, which image your mind is going to hold on to or grab a hold of. So now you ask him just to think of an image, don't touch the image, don't click on it, don't tap on it. Literally, as it's scrolling by, just have that be your image. So now, when you emphasize to your spectator that it's impossible, even if I was standing over your shoulder and looking at your phone, I would have no idea what image you're looking at. And they agree. They're like, yeah, it's impossible for you to know what image it is. So now you start going into a cold reading. You also do not know what image they're looking at. Even if you could actually see their screen, you would have no idea what image they're thinking of. So you say to them, I have remember, it's horses that they've looked at, right? You say to them that I get a feeling from you that, let me actually do a search here for horses. Horses, there we go. Images. All right. So you say to them, I get a feeling that this is a photograph that was taken during the day. So let's say, for example, the image that they're looking at is this image right here with the beautiful white horse that's got, the sun coming in through the back. Okay, and I have no idea that they're thinking of this image, right? So now is going to be a series of statements where the beginning statements are guaranteed to be true. The center statements are more gambling, where you're going to just take some risks, and at the end, you're going to be victorious in telling them what they're thinking of. So it's a daytime photo. Yes. I get a feeling that there is no humans. There's no person in this photograph. Yes, right? With every yes, it's becoming more and more interesting, right? I get a feeling that this is not an illustration. It's not a drawing. It's actually a photograph. Yes, that's correct. It is a photograph, right? I want you to focus your attention on any color that's in this photo and really, really focus on that color. Right? Remember, this is only in your mind. Okay, so let's say the image is of a white horse. I don't know it's a white horse. Okay, so now I'm assuming that it might be a very typical image of a horse where it can either be a brown or a dark brown or a black. So now I say to them, as you focus on this color, I'm getting like this very strong feeling of like a brown or a dark brown color. And they say, no, it's not. Okay? Now, I have a high probability of getting that right. But if I get it wrong, I say, but there were some other images there. There were some colors that were there that were like very brown, right? And they say, yeah. I said, well, maybe that's why I might have seen that coming in from your mind's eye. And they will say, yes, that's correct, because obviously there were many other images of horses that were brown or dark browns that went by. So then finally you say to them it's an animal, and you say to them that it's a horse or horses, and you get that great reaction. So what's nice about this method of performance is that the spectator feels that you are seeing through their mind's eye. It's not like you're going to present them the exact photo that they had in their imagination, but they believe that you are giving enough of an explanation of the variables that are in that photo where you could have known the image that they were looking at. And a similar ideology applies for whenever mentalists use celebrities and famous movies that celebrity might have been in. So if a celebrity is Tom Hanks, then most likely somebody's going to think of Forrest Gump. If it's Tom Cruise, most likely they're going to think of Top Gun. So by taking advantage of these little subtleties about how society thinks of these things, it is amazing how it elevates the performance to such a new level. I did this the other day for someone, and they couldn't believe that I knew that they were thinking of Top Gun. It was because I knew that he was thinking of Tom Cruise, right? Because I asked him, I said, just think of a famous movie that this actor was in. And like, yeah, I was like, you know what? I keep seeing Top Gun. Right? And they were freaking out because they're like, well, I didn't even do a search for Top Gun. How would you know I'm thinking of Top Gun? So the point of all this is any mentalist will tell you, take risks because your risks are going to pay off. I think there's a question.
No, just colon zero, whatever you guys.
Colon zero. Yeah, let's do it. Time for colon zero. Okay. Okay, so I see that colon zero is a little bit further down on our syllabus.
Yeah. You can just go in order then.
Yeah. Let me make sure. Here it is. Yeah. I see colon zero is coming right up under the new web settings and modifiers. Okay, so we'll get that in just a second. So since we've been talking about getting Google Peaks and using Inject for pre-show, what I had promised everyone was that my buddy Ryan Edwards from Canada had put together this awesome video about how he uses Inject for his pre-show. And let's listen to what Ryan has to say.
Hey guys, I guess you've all survived Magic Life. Congratulations. Hopefully you guys all had an awesome week. My name is Ryan Edwards, and I'm a mentalist from just outside Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And I want to talk to you about my background with using Inject. So it started a few years ago. I met Greg, I got Inject, and probably like some of you, I didn't really know how to utilize it to its full potential. And so I'll be honest, I was doing some pre-show for my show, and I was using a Mindbuster pad, and one day it broke. And I thought, okay, I can't do any pre-show now. So what was I going to do? I didn't want to use billets and stuff like that because I didn't want to do center tears or peaks and stuff. I just didn't think it was as organic as writing something down and taking it with them with the Mindbuster pad. And out of the blue, I remembered I have this app on my phone, Inject. Let me do that. And ever since that, I have used it 4 to 5, 6 times a week for my stage shows. And I would never go back to using an impression pad ever again. It's revolutionary. It's super easy to use. It's organic because everything is done on their phone. And Greg has made it as easy as possible. So I'm going to run over kind of a couple things that I do with it to do my pre-show, some of the pattern that I do, some of the subtleties that I do, so that hopefully you'll be able to use it and destroy people's minds. So one of the things that I first started doing with Inject was predicting someone's dog's name or pet's name on stage. And so that was kind of a little thing. I always picked things that I figured people couldn't change their mind on. Most people have one pet. And if they had to, I would tell them to focus on just one. So what would happen is someone would come into the theater, either myself or my stagehand would approach them and just ask them, hey, how's it going? I'm doing the show tonight. I was wondering if you could give me a hand for just a second. And I would pull them aside, and what I would say to them is, what we usually do is we usually do this on stage, but because we've shortened the show, what we're going to do is we're going to do this now. What that tells them is that this is not out of the ordinary. This would usually happen on stage, but now we're doing it out here just to save time during the show because it's more condensed. And it kind of puts them at ease that they're not doing anything that is out of the ordinary that someone wouldn't see in the regular show. So I always thought that that was a nice little thing to ease them up. And then I would just ask if they have a phone. And so when I first started doing pet's name, I always asked, have you ever looked up the definition to your pet's name? And I would say, I know it's an odd question, but it would tell us the meaning of your pet's name and where the origin came from and stuff like that. And so I would put in define in Google. I would borrow their phone. I never got really into the Google ING, to be honest. I was so comfortable in just using my code. So I would do that, and from there, take their phone, put it in, and pass it right to them. You can go Google. That was one of the nice things, because I used Google.co, is I would start pressing Google, show them the phone that I was going to Google, and then by the time I hit search and show them the page, it flew over. From there, what I would do is I always said this, tonight I may or may not use you. If I do, I want you to think of your pet's name. By saying that, it means that there could be multiple people coming up, and it put them at ease that this maybe it's not going to be them. And when I go through the audience, I don't go to this person and pick them right away. I go to multiple people and I ask them questions like, what's your favorite number? And no matter what they say, I just say, I can't trust you. Then I'll ask someone else, where are they from? And again, whatever they say, I go, oh, I can't trust you either, which gets a great laugh. And then I go between two people. And so I'll go between the two of them, one, the person that I've pre-showed, and the other, someone that's just a random person. Finally, picking the person that I pre-showed, where I feel like they feel like, one of any of these 4 or 5 people could have been picked. And so they kind of forget about the pre-show. I've never, ever had someone say, I typed something in my phone before the show at all because of that. I think that there's enough layers of deception there that shows them that this is not out of the ordinary for something like this to happen. So I always left my phone either in my back pocket or behind the stage, which was always nice because I didn't have to worry about carrying anything with me. And by the time I got back to the back room, I looked at my phone and Inject already had the person's dog's name or pet's name. So it was very nice. From there, what I did was I moved on to using their first kiss. And it was always funny. I always have a female come up for a first kiss. And I would ask them if they've ever Google searched the person that they first kissed. I would do that because most people haven't. And I would explain that, wow, maybe they could be famous now or something. You never know what they're doing, right? Maybe they have a stage name like some of us do. And so we would Google search them. And, I always asked if they know the last name, because sometimes I found out that some people just search the first name. So I always asked about the last name. And if they couldn't remember it, sometimes I would even just say, just make one up, as long as they could remember it. And I always justified that they didn't need to bring their phone up on stage with them, because that was a question that I got asked a few times. So I would say, I want you to take a look at the photos, see if the person is there. And if not, maybe it's someone famous that has the same name, which was kind of cool because then people would find that out. And then I would say, awesome, close your phone, put it in your pocket. We don't have to use your phone anymore tonight. And what I would say is, by them seeing a picture of the person, it helps them to visualize. When they're on stage, I ask them if they can visualize the person. And so I always explain to them that would help me to get inside their head a little better. So I feel like it was adding another layer where they felt like, oh, okay, he's kind of explaining to me what he's going to do on stage. Other than that, I've used probably close to all 21 different tricks on Inject over the years. Greg's helped me out a lot. He's always there to answer phone calls or messages. to find out what's new and how I can change things up. But and I actually do 2 restaurant gigs now, and I use Inject all the time with Lazy Inject. It's so good. If you don't do Lazy Inject, Greg will tell you everything on how to do it, and you need to do it because you don't even need your phone. That's the greatest part about it. For instance, we actually were at a restaurant yesterday here in Vegas, and someone said, "Can you do something?" And I did Lazy Inject because I didn't have anything on me. And so it's the perfect trick when you have 0 things on you. But like I said, I think Inject is the ultimate pre-show device, system, and I will never go back to using anything else ever again. So I hope that you guys have an awesome day, have a ton of fun. I hope you learn lots. If you ever have any questions for me, I can send you my whole pattern, script, and everything else. So just hit me up on Instagram or Facebook, Ryan Edwards on Facebook, or mentalism.ca on Instagram. Thanks so much, guys. Hope you have an awesome one, and we'll talk to you soon. So the first thing I do is when I take the person's phone, I go to Safari, tell them I'm going to open a new tab just so I don't see any of their stuff. And I go to Google, and I'm showing them when I'm doing this. You see it's already coming up Googled because I use it so often. But I'll show them this. I turn back for a second. I put in google.co/728. That's my number. And hit go. This comes up. We're unfortunately dealing with the, oh, here we go, Wi-Fi here. And then all I do is either I go define, oops, if I can spell it right. There we go. And then I'll ask them to put in their pet's name. If I'm doing first kiss, I'll do images of, and ask them to type it in after that. Finally, it's a perfect explanation to why both make sense. Images of the first kiss, because you want to have them visualize it, and pet's name, the definition of the pet's name, again, will give the origin and the meaning of the pet's name, which to me made perfect sense and didn't put anybody off. And so, yeah, in the end, I think everyone forgets about the phone when you use it for pre-show because there's a ton of time delay before you do it. I end up doing the trick about 3rd or 4th in my show, depending which show I'm doing. And so there's half an hour where that person is going to forget about using it altogether. So yeah, those are kind of the ways that I use it. Again, push yourself, use it in every situation that you can. And like I said, if you're using it for a stage show, it's nice because this sits in the back room. I walk back to the backstage and I have the information on my phone. So perfect system. Bam.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, let me put up actually Ryan's name over here. Like Ryan said, if you guys do have questions about how Ryan likes to use it, Ryan is such an awesome mentalist. He's really, really helpful. Feel free to look him up on Instagram, on Facebook, and Ryan would love to help fellow magicians. So what Ryan talked about is probably a good idea for us to be able to segue into the next topics that are on the syllabus, which are going to actually take us into lazy injecting, and that's just the inject URLs. So one of the things that I'm always surprised by people not knowing about the main inject page is when you go to the page, you must tap anywhere on the page to keep your phone awake. Okay, this is super important. So here is my phone, of course, right there. Right? So let's just jump into the settings and quickly take the settings for the display, and I'm going to change the auto lock function so it goes down to 30 seconds. That means that the phone, less than 30 seconds from now, will turn itself off, will go into sleep mode, okay, which is obviously not what you want when you are performing inject. So now, when you borrow the spectator's phone, assume that their phone has the worst setting. So here we go. I'm going to type in my URL. And here is our fake page. All I do now is tap anywhere on the screen where there is no button. So there's a big, huge chunk of white real estate that's right at the bottom over here. You can just tap into that, and you can now proceed with performing any effect you like where you're putting their phone face down. As you'll notice, 30 seconds is going to go by. In fact, as much time as we want is going to go by, and their phone is never going to sleep. So that's the first thing that I want you to remember. Please, every time you perform any inject effect, once the page opens up, touch the screen anywhere. And just that simple touch is what activates stay awake. By the way, it is impossible for us to default to that page staying awake. And that's mainly because mobile phone operating systems limit that functionality inside of the browser. So there's no way of hacking into it. There's no way for us to finagle it. Unfortunately, you have to have some kind of an interaction with the screen that forces the screen to always stay on. And it's as simple as you just tapping anywhere on the screen that makes it happen. And as you can see right now, even though we've passed 30 seconds, the phone is still on and it has not fallen asleep. So if I was going to now, let's say, transmit something to that page, so let me move the screen a little out of the way and find my Safari right there. And if I was to put in my URL and send something across like Evan. There it is. Evan just came in. So it was received, right? Okay, so that's the first thing to keep in mind when you're performing with Inject. Is touching the screen is really important, and I'm also going to make sure that I go back now to my settings and change it back to never, just so that throughout our webinar it's not going to constantly turn off my phone on me, you know. All right, so next item on the list, as we're looking down a list of things here, the URL is made up of 3, sometimes 4 parts. Okay, so we're going to start typing these different parts. First, there is the domain name. Okay, the domain names that you guys are readily familiar with, and I will start typing these in right here at the top so we can see it nice and big there. The first one is, of course, google.co/, right? The purpose of google.co is what we've already discussed. It looks like Google, so you can type it in front of people, and then as you slightly turn away, there's that. So that has a specific purpose, and that's the reason why it's there. You can use google.co as the beginning of any inject effect that you want to do. So please don't think that it's only restricted to your Google Peak effects. You can use it for anything. It's just the beginning part of the URL. The next URL that we have is actually the first URL that Inject ever had, which is called 11z.co. Okay, why 11z.co? Well, the reason why it's 11 is because 1 is in the upper left-hand corner of the keyboard, so it's really easy for you to hit it. And then Z is right down from it, which is in the lower left-hand corner of the keyboard. So it becomes very, very, very easy for you to hit 11z.co and then proceed with a number that you're going to put right next to it. And that's why 11z.co was created, is because it's meant for speed. So in circumstances where, you know, time is of the essence when you're performing and you want to be able to quickly jump into a URL for your spectators, it's really, really important that you use 11z.co. So you're not sitting there typing google.co forever. Next on the list, one of the new ones on the list is gg0.us. Okay, and let me make that be a lowercase g. There we go. gg0.us, pretty much similar to 11z.co. The difference is that gg0.us is actually going to take you to a fake Google looking page, whereas 11z.co will not. Okay, so that's why we made gg0.us, because it actually automatically forwards you to a page which is identical to Google. All right, next on the list is images-google.com. And we just saw how you use that URL for auto pairing with your spectator's phone. And once again, like any other URL, feel free to use images-google.com as the beginning of any inject effect. So if you wanted to, let's say, perform your Houdini effect, and you wanted your base URL to be images-google.com / your number / Houdini, you're welcome to do that. And so the URL to your spectator will seem very natural and organic because it just looks like it's an image which Google Images would have hosted. So it makes it that much more real just because you're starting with that images-google.com. All right. And then last is Google. Google.com, once again, wow, look at how it's trying to autocorrect as I type. All right, Google.com. Right. Google.com was, once again, designed to be very, very similar to Google.co, just because it starts with that Googir. But in contrast to it ending with a .co, it ends with a .com. So once again, feel free to use that URL in any a performance situation that you're in that you think that might be a better URL. So that's one of the reasons why I'm highlighting these URLs, is that you've got 5 different ways of starting your URL. A lot of people have complained that they didn't think that the Inject URLs were organic enough looking. I don't know what else I can do to make it any more organic than what it looks like right there. So you got a lot of choices of getting it to the way that you want to use it. Right after your domain name, okay, so let's say, for example, we get rid of all these. The next part of the domain is your user ID, which happens to be a number. So my number is number 2. There it is. So if I'm going into just my Google page, I would type in google.co/2, or I can type in gg0.us/2, or even 11z.co/2. Okay, so that's always, always, always going to follow your URL. The only time that your number does not follow the URL is, of course, with images-google.com, where your number is not there. Okay. The third part of the URL is called the Thumper Identifier, and that can be anything. Okay, so let me actually write these down here. So we got the first part of the URL, which is just the base of the URL, right? So this is base, right? Then we have an example of it as google.co. Then the second part of the URL is, of course, your user ID. And it could be the number that you were assigned when you purchased it. In my particular case, it's the number 2. The third part of the URL is your Thumper Identifier. I hope I'm spelling identifier correctly. Yes, I am. Your Thumper Identifier. The Thumper Identifier can be anything. By default, Inject makes the Thumper Identifiers be a number. So every time you create a new effect or you add an effect into your list of effects, it's a number at the end. So if it's a 17, it's a 17. But as we already saw, as we look here on the left-hand side of the screen, when you go into any effect, you can make these be anything you want. So we were looking at the magic set receiver effect. As we click edit, so the Thumper Identifier, if I wanted to rename that to be magic set, I'm done. Now it's magic set. Right? Makes it really easy to remember. Once again, being creative with this Thumper Identifier is really, really important. Mainly because not only is it going to help you with your memory of an effect, it's also going to help make that effect be that much more organic. So if you are performing, like, let's say, a Houdini effect or the Houdini image receiver, and you decided to call your URL Houdini, it would make sense that it's called Houdini. Okay, so let me put this back to MMS, just so I can remember it the next time I perform it. There we are. All right, so that's the identifier, and it could be anything, any text or number, doesn't matter. The last part of the URL is something super important that we originally called table numbers, that don't necessarily even have to be numbers. They can be, it could be any text. So here's the idea behind table numbers. Let's say you are performing the Houdini effect, and you had approached table number 1 and you performed for them, and you put in the URL for your Houdini effect. Inject, by default, automatically creates a very large random number, which is actually the table number, and it attaches it to the back of your URL. The purpose of that table number is that it's making that performance unique to only that performance. So let's say you walk up to a table right now, you go to your Houdini URL, which I will do right here on the left-hand side, So here we go. Here is Safari. And the URL for my Houdini effect is simply H for Houdini. I hit go. Boom. Here's Houdini. Just appeared right there along the left-hand side. Okay? So if I was to now click on the address bar, you'll notice that after the letter H, it has put this really long text. I'm sure you're noticing that here in the upper left-hand corner, that long number. So that long random looking number happens to be the table number right now, which means as I perform Houdini, the spectator names any cards. So let's say they say 7 of spades. I swipe 7 of spades in my pocket. It gets transmitted to the spectator's phone. And now the spectator zooms in on the eyes and they see 7 of spades in the eyes of Houdini. So now I walk away from table number 1, where I've done that performance of Houdini. Now I move on to table number 2. So now on table number 2, I do exactly the same thing, right? So I do the same thing. I type in that URL, which is that /H. Now I hit go. Now, on table number 2, it assigns a completely different table number than it did for table number 1. So if table number 1 was to refresh the page, remember, they've selected the 7 of spades. Regardless of how many times they refresh that page, it's always going to say 7 of spades in the eyes of Houdini. That's never going to change until the end of time. Let's say they take that URL that's at the top and they copy it and paste it into a text message that they want to send to their family and friends. Once again, when their family and friends, someplace else in the world, goes to that URL, they will see the 7 of spades in the eyes of Houdini, because it is unique to that particular performance, and the outcome of that performance or that image reception is locked forever to that table number. And so therefore, when you move to table number 2, and table number 2 selects the 2 of hearts, the same idea applies to them. When they take that page and they refresh it, they're always going to see the 2 of hearts, and no matter how many times they send it to someone else, it's always going to say the 2 of hearts. And this, by the way, is also tied to a mode that's in Inject, which is called sticky. And when you have sticky turned on, it does allow it to do that. So that's essentially the 4th part of a URL, which is just simply, we call it a table number. It doesn't have to be a number. It can be text as well as number. Okay, and just to, as closing, I will type a typical URL for a typical effect. So here is, let's say, for example, 11z.co, which is the base of the URL, /2, which is obviously my number. That's the second part of the URL. And then the actual effect. So if it's Houdini, in my case, it was the letter H for Houdini. And then finally, if you were just to hit enter, Inject would automatically add a number to the end of it, or you can put a dash and manually type in whatever. Okay? Watch how fun it is when you take whatever and you put a .jpg at the end of it. Excuse me. If someone who is very technical looks at that URL, it looks exactly like a URL that would be a link to a JPEG file on the internet, even though it is not a JPEG file on the internet. So this is meant as a way of fooling technical spectators into thinking that, this is just an image, when in reality it is not. So feel free that if you are going to manually type in some table number to add a .jpg at the end of the URLs that you type. Okay? So that is the breakdown of basically the inject URLs that you type into your spectators' phones. It's really straightforward. There isn't much to remember. If you only do the Google Peek, of course, you don't have to worry about any of these other things, but I highly recommend that you dive a little deeper into Inject and learn the other things that you could do with it too, instead of just the Google Peek. All right. Next, swiping is a great covert input method. Yes, it is. People have tried to design just a bunch of different input methods that I don't think even come close to how powerful swiping is as an input method. So since we are in the swiping part of our webinar, I'm going to bring up the page in the Inject Manual that actually talks about our clock swipe method. here we go. Clock swipe method. All right, we'll let that stay on the screen just a little bit. And let's look at different methods of swiping. Why was 4 directions swiping invented? Why 4 directions? Why not have even more directions? Reliability, consistency, super, super important. When we first created SuperThump, there was actually either short swipes or long swipes. That's confusing. People thought that, in the beginning, we thought that by having more outs was beneficial, just because instead of having only 4 variables, we had 8 variables of either short swipes or long swipes. It just so happens that it makes this whole thing less reliable. So reliability is the #1 concern in creating Inject. When it's only 4 directions, you can't screw it up. You can't do diagonal ones. It's only up, down, left, or right. Okay, so everything started with that idea that it had to be only 4 directions. So what can we do with only 1 swipe? So that's the first thing that we thought about is, can just things as simple as 1 swipe have utility? And yes, they do. In fact, I'm going to perform an effect right now for you, which only uses 1 swipe. And it can be in any direction. Okay, so let's do it. Here is, once again, our URL, or I should say, our Safari browser. And the effect that I'm going to perform for you is going to be a web album effect. And this effect is called Actors Force. All the way at the bottom of my list. I think it's at the bottom. Let me make sure I find it here for you. Planet Swipe, Basic Thumpers, there's Actors Force. There it is, Actors Force album. There we go. Actors Force album receiver. And I need the Actors Force transmitter. Sorry, it's one of these effects that I haven't accessed for a long time, but here we go. Actors Force Swipe Transmitter, which is right there in the middle of the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and tap on that, and I am ready to go. Okay, so now I take the phone. Let me actually show you what I look like right here. I have to put the phone in my pocket. Here it is. Phone is in my pocket. I activate Inject. Okay. Drop it in. In this case, I'm even going to turn on. I'm going to put it into the pocket which I've sewn in. That gives me only 1 layer of denim. Okay. We have a video that shows you exactly how you create these little pockets that can be either in your jeans or any other kind of pants that you have, that make sure there's only 1 layer of denim between the screen that's currently facing out and the outside. So yes, you can actually swipe the face of your phone through your pants. Okay, and that's why it's called pocket swiping, because if you were to watch me do it, basically swiping the phone looks something like this. That's it. If I want to swipe up, there's a swipe up. If I'm swiping to the right, that's a swipe to the right. Here's down, here's left. It's that simple. Usually when I swipe, I'm kind of like walking, or as I tilt towards a spectator, I do the swipe and I'm done. Okay, that's only one swipe. So you notice that my hands are not going to go into my pocket. My hands are actually above the pocket that are doing the swipes. So let's see what you can do with only 1 swipe. Here we go. You ask your spectator to bring out their phone. Here's a phone, right? You ask them to go to this URL. You can do this without ever touching your spectator's phone. In fact, I'll type the URL right here. You can start it out with either the 11z.co/2/C for celebrities. Hey, look, here's a bunch of images of different celebrities. And as you actually swipe through them, you'll see just a bunch of pictures of a lot of famous people that are going to go by, right? So now I'm going to put this window a little to the side just so you can see what I'm doing here with my pattern. So, you know, as you keep swiping and swiping on your phone, and as a matter of fact, let me do that here. So I'll do it here at the same time. Boom, here we are. Okay, there it is. So I got the same album over here. I say, I want you to just look at those celebrities, but we're going to randomly select a celebrity. All right. I want you to hold the phone really close to your chest so you can't see what you're doing. Remember, this is your pattern to your spectators. And with your thumb, just start swiping through that screen. So you're going to just randomly go through all these different celebrities, right? And you ask them, and say, once in a while, look down to see if it's actually changing. And they'll be like, yeah, it's changing. Because sure enough, as you're sitting here swiping away, it constantly changes between all these famous celebrities, right? So you say, just keep doing it, and stop anytime you like. And after you stop, leave the phone up against your chest. And they do. They stop, they leave the phone up against their chest, and now you are going to do only one swipe, okay? Here it is. It literally is, boom. I'm going to do it right here on the screen so you guys can see it here on my screen on the left-hand side. I'm going to do one swipe up. Boom, I'm done. Tom Hanks. Now, ask your spectator to look at their phone. This is what they see when they look at their phone, right? You ask them, you say, are you familiar with this celebrity? And they say, yes. Now, you go through the same thing. You say, I want you to think of a famous movie that the celebrity might have been in. And of course, most of the time, people would think of Tom Hanks. And so now you have forced Tom Hanks onto your spectator without them ever knowing it, and you did it with only one swipe. That's it. Nothing to remember, nothing to memorize. Now, it just so happens that the actor's force transmitter has 4 celebrities that are on the 4 different directions that are there. So if I was now to swipe to the right, I'm going to get Matt Damon. Okay, if I was to swipe down, by the way, the default actually for the actor's force transmitter, the up swipe is Harrison Ford. So for yours, it's going to be different than mine because I just changed mine a little bit because of what I was doing before. So the up and right, going around clockwise, the men are in the first 2 positions. And then if I was to swipe down, it's going to be, in this particular case, Julia Roberts, but it doesn't have to be. Of course, I think the default is Gwyneth Paltrow. And then finally, if I swipe to the left, there's Gwyneth Paltrow right there. There it is. Okay, so that's there. Okay. In this particular preset, we have set it up so that there are 4 different celebrities that you can force based on one of those 4 directions. One of my favorite subtleties about performing this particular preset is I asked the spectator to take their phone, go through it, and I said I had a dream about a celebrity, and there's a video of this performance as well. And it was a dream that I had about a male celebrity. And I'm going to write down this person that I had in my dream, and I write down, let's say, for example, Tom Hanks or Matt Damon, whatever, right? I give that piece of paper to them, I ask them to swipe through it, and I said, you know, this dream was about a man, so if you accidentally fall on a female celebrity, let's just do this again, right? So now the spectator keeps swiping and swiping and swiping, and you do, the moment that they stop, you do the swipe in your pocket. So let's say you do the swipe down, and it comes up with Julia Roberts, and they look at their phone, and you say, were we lucky enough? Did we get to a man? And they say, no, it's a woman. So, oh, okay, well, do you know this woman? And they say, yes. Okay, well, let's just try this again. So let's do that one more time. So now it looks like it's a mistake, but it's not, because you're going to bring it back here in just a moment. So now they continue to swipe. So what's nice about this performance is the spectator, because of them falling on a woman instead of falling on a man, leads them to believe that they could have selected anyone, even though you specifically forced a female spectator onto them, right? So it just gives them that extra feeling of, yeah, I have a free choice. I could have stopped on anyone, when in reality, that's not the case. So now they keep swiping and swiping and swiping, and eventually they're going to come to a stop, and you once again do a swipe. So let's say it's going to be Matt Damon. So I'm going to do a swipe to the right, and it switches over to Matt Damon. They look at their phone, and they see Matt Damon, and you say the same thing. It's like, are you familiar with this? Are we lucky enough that we actually stopped on a man? They said, yes, it is a man this time. And so then you go ahead and you say to them, think of a famous movie this person was in, and Good Will Hunting, or some of the other famous movies that Matt Damon has been in, like the Bourne Supremacy or all the Bourne movies, and then you of course revealed that it's Matt Damon. And then now as a callback to the first celebrity they stopped on, which was Julia Roberts, you stop for a second and say, do you remember that first person that you stopped on a woman, right? Do you remember that person? And they say yes. Say, think of that person. And now you go ahead and you do a second phase effect where you reveal that it's Julia Roberts too. So you notice that by doing something that's as simple as a single swipe on your phone, you are able to use Inject in a very, very, very powerful way to force something onto your spectator. And obviously, if all of the variables for all directions of swiping was all Matt Damon, then regardless of what direction you swiped, it would still stop on Matt Damon. So if you do want to perform it that way, feel free to do it that way. Yes, we have some questions.
Patrick's asked like 5-10 minutes ago. I just done my Houdini effect and it's working perfect. But when put this on Facebook, like you did it in the trailer, but the photo on Facebook actually shows the photo of Houdini. Only when you click on it, it will show my photo. How to solve that?
Okay. Yes. So you want to be able to actually embed the image onto Facebook, right? Okay. Now, since Patrick is asking the question of putting patch tricks. Yes. Hi, Pat. Hi. Okay. Let me show you exactly how you embed images for performances on Facebook. Facebook performances is something that we were going to talk about a little later, but that's okay. I'm going to talk about it right now since you asked the question, and since we're on the topic of image receivers. All right. So my Houdini receiver, as we already saw, is simply H. So I'm going to switch over here into Facebook. Here's Facebook. My page, which is right here, right? And as I scroll down the page, it says what's on your mind. Here it is, what's on your mind. And I'm going to type in the URL for my Houdini effect. 11z.co/2/H. Okay? Now, at this point, if I know that I'm going to be performing this effect just once, what I usually do is I will put a dash right next to it, and I'll make up some random gobbledygook. So I'm going to right now make up some random garbage. And I will put a .jpg at the end of it. Okay, so I want you to notice that right over here, what I've done is I got my base, I got my user ID, there's H, and then the dash, some random garbage .jpg. The .jpg tells techie people that it is a JPEG file, the URL for a JPEG file. Right when I get to the end of that, I'm going to go ahead and hit enter or return. Okay, what's now going to happen is Facebook, actually on the iPhone, goes ahead and it fetches the first image or the base image that we had that was for the Houdini effect. And that's why, as you can see over here, I don't want to scroll down to it. You can actually see the top of the Houdini image has already appeared here. So that image is now currently already there. The moment that you see that image there, you can either choose to delete the text that you had just typed in, or I recommend that you keep the text there. It's totally up to you. It doesn't matter. If you delete it, it makes your posting on Facebook look that much cleaner because there is no URL that's going to be displayed with your image. So for this particular example, I'm actually going to delete it from what I had typed in. And you notice that even though I've deleted it, the image of Houdini is still there, which is just awesome. I love that feature about Facebook. Now, by the way, starting about 6 months ago, there was a bug with doing this on the Facebook app that was on Android phones, and I have not investigated this with Android for quite some time, so I'm not sure if that's been resolved yet or not, but please feel free to try it out on Android phones and tell me if it works on Android using the Facebook app on Android or not. If you actually access Facebook through a browser on an Android device, this bug will not be there and it works perfectly. So if your spectator is on an Android device and you want to do this Facebook effect for them, just make sure you ask them to launch their browser and to go to their Facebook account and proceed from there. But iOS devices do not have this problem. Okay, so
Aravind was asking, so that means only 4 actors or actresses?
No, you can make it be as many as you like. Yeah, in this particular case, we only made it be one of 4 directions. Yeah,
Okay.
so, yeah.
All right.
All right. So we have done that, and I'm going to click on the post button, which is here in the upper right-hand corner. And if you guys are right now on the internet, which I'm sure many of you are, if you were to go to Facebook, and I will do that here for you as well. Okay, let me quit out of this completely. And I'm going to go into my Inject, and I'm going to just activate my Houdini Swipe Transmitter. Houdini Swipe Transmitter is right here. Houdini Swipe Transmitter. There we go. Okay, I'm ready to go. Let's go to Facebook. And Facebook. You're going to tell your spectators, hey, I got this crazy image of Houdini that I found that I posted on my Facebook page. Just look for me. My name is Greg Rostami. So they do. And when they do, look what they find. There it is. It says, Greg Rostami. There's my profile, and there's the photograph of Houdini. And because I had used that 11z.co base, it shows that 11z.co as well. Please keep in mind, it doesn't have to be 11z.co. If you wanted to use images-google.com, you're welcome to use that URL as well, or google.co. It's totally up to you what base you want to use. Now, you ask your spectator to just go ahead and tap on that image. So they will. They'll tap on it. It's going to take them to that image of Houdini. Now, since you guys already know that it's in the eyes, and I'm showing it really, really big on the screen here, you can see in the center of Houdini's eyes, we do have the Queen of Clubs here, right? But now you tell them the story of how Houdini used to doctor his images, and he would plant like subconscious messages that were in his photographs. And in this particular case, he is holding a playing card in his hand. And what card do you think Houdini is thinking of? And they're like, I don't know, I think he's thinking of the 3 of hearts. So now, as I'm going to do the swiping here right in front of you, there it is, Houdini swipe. Let's do the whoop, whoop. Okay, my swiping, by the way, is a little different than yours, but there it is. It says received 3 of hearts. I felt the 2 vibrations in my pocket. And so now, instead of it saying the Queen of Clubs or whatever it was before, now it does say the 3 of hearts. One other note that I want to make about this particular performance. If I noticed that as I swiped, I made a mistake. Let's say the card isn't the 3, let's say the card they said was the 3 of spades, and I accidentally swiped the 3 of hearts, and I recognize that I've made that mistake, okay? When it comes to image receivers, you've got right now about 2 to 3 minutes. I think it's 3 minutes. I'm not exactly sure. I have to go back and check up on my notes. You've got about 3 minutes right now to swipe as often as you like anything new that you want. Right after the first swipe, we continue. Let's say now I want to do a different card. I want to do, let's say, the 6 of spades. So here it goes. Here's a down, here's an up. So that's going to be a 6 of spades. And if I look in his eyes now, sure enough, it says 6 of spades. Okay? So we give you this buffer of time, so that if you do recognize that you've made a mistake in your swiping, you can just do it again, and you will swipe in the right value into the image, and the image will change accordingly. Okay? So this has currently got sticky turned on, which means, as we discussed before, if you were to now refresh this page, so right now you notice I'm in the browser, I'm going to refresh the page. As I refresh the page, it goes back to 6 of spades. If I was to now walk up to another table, and I want to perform the same effect for them, guess what image it's going to start off the performance with? It will actually start off the performance from whatever was the last thumped image, which happens to be the 6 of spades. Why did we do that? We did that so that if somebody who is trying to be a troublemaker runs from table number 1 to table number 2 and grabs the spectator's phone to check to see what the image is in Houdini's eyes, they would see their selection, which is exactly the story that you've told them. They're not going to see something different, right? And that's why we simply hang on to whatever was the last thing that you had transmitted into an image receiver. So there's a lot of thought that has gone into every little detail that's inside of Inject that is considering a professional working magician that's going to essentially be making their rounds as they go from person to person in an event. And even if you're performing just casually, this still has utility for you. Yes.
Real quickly, back to what Pat was saying. He wasn't referencing what you showed. He was saying he was talking about his own photo. When I put it in Facebook, it actually shows Houdini pictures, not mine.
Not yours. Okay. So Pat, I know exactly what you're referring to. Okay, what's happening is that every time we recognize an error in the images that you have, then we default actually to the Houdini images because we want to be able to transmit something in contrast to nothing. So there is something that's wrong with the way that you have set up your transmitter that is causing this to happen. Because as long as I can look at the URL of any of your images, then I'll be able to tell you, or if I can look at, for example, the actual swipe transmitter that you have built, I'll instantly tell you what's going wrong, so I can address that for you. But I'm afraid since I can't see your particular preset, I don't know what could be wrong with it.
Nothing else.
That's it? Okay, cool. So that's, I'm glad that we did this because this gave us an opportunity to actually see how you can embed images like the Houdini effect right inside of Facebook. And the same ideology about if someone in the future was to right now go back to your Facebook page, and if they were to click on that link again, look what's going to happen. It's still going to say six of spades. It's not going to change, you know. So this is another aspect of performing this, which is really, really wonderful. The only thing that's negative about this is that if you do choose to perform by posting things on your, meaning the magician's, Facebook page, you have to be conscious about changing that little garbage that appears or the table number that appears at the end of the URL for each table. If you don't want to do that, what I highly recommend is you post these images actually on your Spectators Facebook page, which is really interesting. And what makes that even more deceptive is the spectator recognizes that that's your, meaning the magician's, Facebook page, and therefore you could have manipulated that page in some way or the other. Whereas in contrast, when you post these links on their page and it changes for them, it's really impossible because they recognize that it's their page and they can't, how can I manipulate their page? Right? Even though I can, because I'm not manipulating their page, I'm manipulating what it's linking to. You know, so it makes it that much more deceptive if you actually post these things on a spectator's page. And that's pretty much like the breakdown of what happens when you post on Facebook.
Two more questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Arvin says, when I post the link of Houdini Inject URL in Facebook page, and when spectator click on it, it won't be opened. It doesn't open.
It doesn't open. Okay. I mean, he's welcome to actually, who's this?
Arvind.
Arvind. Okay. Arvind, you're welcome to actually post your particular URL here in the text chat, and I'll be happy to look at it. You know, so I can actually type it in and look at it, and so we can get to the bottom of really what's going on.
And Manuel says, is the sticky mode automatically turned on, or do you have to turn it on in the settings?
Okay, very, very good question, Manuel. The sticky mode by default on the Houdini effect, for example, is turned on. When you create any image receiver, the default of the sticky mode is on, mainly because it makes sense for a large majority of image receiver effects. The only time that sticky being off makes sense is if you had an effect that was kind of like a lie detector, which means that an image appears on the screen, which is like, let's say, an arrow that is sitting in the middle of a lie detector, where on one side it says lie and the other side says truth. So it makes sense that every time a spectator visits that page, that it would start with the default image that's already there and not the last image that was there. So therefore, sticky would not apply. I'm sure there are some other examples that you guys can probably think of where it is advantageous to start with the default image that's there. But the more and more we thought about it, the more we realized that sticky being on is a lot more utilitarian, a lot more useful than it being off.
Arvind replied and said it won't open in Chrome. You asked them to post the link.
Oh, it won't open in Chrome?
Yes.
Okay. On Android phones. Well, I can try it on an Android phone over here. I'll give it a try.
Because you wanted to see what could be wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Kai said, can you email the Houdini image to the spectator and then change it to the selected card?
Yes, you actually can email it to them. You can even text message it to them, which is really wonderful. And when it comes to emailing things to your spectators, I highly recommend Tom Parkin's PEP, the Parkin email prediction system, which is a lot more mature than what you would be able to do with just Inject and introducing emails, mainly because it is an image that actually appears inside of their email right on their phone, and they have received that email even before your performance has started, which is really, really amazing. And that's one of the reasons why so many professionals swear by the Parkin email prediction system.
Matt just commented that he didn't know about the 3-minute buffer, and he was saying that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then another gentleman, I don't know his name, I may have missed this when I stepped away, but did Greg discuss the use of the
colon zero? We still have not gotten to colon zero.
You didn't miss out. Okay.
You have not missed it. No, no. I am looking forward to colon zero. It's coming up. Yes, don't worry. We're doing it.
That's it.
That's it. All right. So we're talking about swiping as we come down the list. Doing amazing effects with only one swipe. We've done that. Some simple swipe patterns. We are going to currently learn how to do clock swipes, which is really simple. You just got to wrap your head around it. But please feel free to create any kind of a swipe pattern that makes sense to you. That's one of the reasons why Inject is an open-ended system. You can make it be anything you want. So if you think you have a better system than clock swiping, use it. It's all up to you. It's all good, right? Clock swipe method. Let's learn it. Okay, for those of you who have been hesitant about learning about clock swiping, this is the best time to get comfortable with it. Clock swipe. Here we go. A big thank you to our buddy Richie Court for creating these images for us. There are a series of images that are here right now. Oops, actually, there's some alternate clock swipes, but we're going to use this first default one to teach you. Okay. So as you look at this graphic here on the left side of your screen, you notice that in this particular case, it's addressing playing cards. It could also be numbers, but it is a clock face, okay? So what that means is if you imagine a clock face in your imagination, you immediately know that 3 o'clock would be to your right, right? I'm kind of currently flipped around, but you can see it in the graphic that's over here. That 3 o'clock would be to your right. Of course, 6 o'clock would be down, 9 would be to your left, and then 12 o'clock, in this case, the queen would be up above you. Okay, so what we're going to do is, if we are going to be entering a playing card using swipes, we're going to enter a playing card using 3 swipes. This also highlights a feature in Inject, which is called the minimum swipe feature, which means that if I'm entering cards, Inject is going to wait as long as it has to for you to do 3 swipes before it will transmit. So when you're first starting, you're going to be a little slower because you're going to be thinking through how to do your swipes. Don't worry about it. You can be slow. It's all good. Okay, so let's actually do one of these so you can see exactly the way that I do it and what the results are going to be on the screen, and then how I think about the clock face as I do these swipes. And first, I'm going to perform it for you actually like this, just face up right in front of you, and then we will perform it with it in my pocket so you can see what it looks like, as I'm performing live in front of people. All right, let's do it. We're back in Inject. And let's take a cards swipe transmitter, which I was using before. Card swipe, here we are. Card swipe transmitter, we're ready to go. And let's also open up a page that's going to be a receiver. Receiver, here we are. Let's put that on the side. Okay, we're ready to go. Cards. Here are the cards. Okay? So, imagine a clock. You want to get to 3 o'clock. So what you would do to get to 3 o'clock is you would go to the right. The first 2 swipes are always going to be to designate the value. The last swipe designates the suit, right? So in my particular case, mine is a little different than from yours. So mine is going to be just a single swipe to the right. Don't worry about it, but let me do 2 swipes actually for different cards. Let's say, for example, we do want to do a 3 of hearts. So 3 of hearts would be 2 swipes to the right, and then one final swipe is going to be for hearts, and there it is, 3 of hearts. You notice that on mine, I did it with only 2 swipes because mine is a little different from yours. I apologize because I'm a little bit more of an advanced user, so mine is different. But when it comes to the intermediate values, we'll see that in a moment. So let's say it's a 6 of hearts. So in your imagination, when you are seeing that clock face, you could see that to get to 6 o'clock, you would first have to go down. So you know that it takes 2 swipes. They always have to do 2 swipes to communicate the value. So you would do 2 swipes down, and if it's a heart, you're going to go to the right. Why right? Well, because Inject, by default, uses the shocked system. So shocked stands for spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds. So I'm going to write that up on the top over here. So it's spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds. Okay, that's why it's called a shocked system. It's like an acronym. If you think of a spade, it looks like an arrow that points straight up. And that's why it makes sense that spade would be up, because it looks like an arrow that points up. You're going to go around clockwise. A heart is something that's got 2 humps to it, and that's why it's a heart or 2. That's to the right. As we keep going around the clock, 3 is a clubs, because it's obviously 3 little clovers that makes up a club. Clubs, that's why it's down. And then finally a diamond. A diamond has 4 edges or 4 corners, and that's why it's the swipe to the left. And hence the last swipe, or the 3rd swipe, is what communicates the suit of the card. As we go back to our little graphic that was there, you'll notice that what I just mentioned is exactly what's represented in this graphic. So if I was going to do 3, it'd be 2 swipes to the right, a 6 is 2 swipes down, and 9 is 2 swipes this way, and a queen is 2 swipes to the top. Okay, so now let's talk about the intermediate values. So let's say we're going to do a 2 of spades. So in your imagination, when you see 2 o'clock, you say, okay, well, to get to 2, first I have to go right to get to 3 o'clock. Then I got to go up to get to 2, because I got to go first to the 3, then I got to go up to get to the 2. And then the spade just simply means up. So by doing a right, up, up is a 2 of spades. So let's do that here. Go back. Here's the card swipe transmitter. Keep in mind, here's the cards right here. So here I go. Right, up, up. That's the 2 of spades. 2 of spades gets transmitted across. Okay? So I'm going to do exactly the same thing now, but I'm going to do it actually from my pocket, just so you can see what it looks like. I'll put this a little further this way so it's not so big. There we are. Here is Inject. All right. Here's my card swipe transmitter. I'm ready to go. Take my phone. Notice how I'm going to put my phone in my pocket with the top of the phone. This is the top of the phone right here. Okay, top is going down into my pocket, and the screen of the phone is facing away from my body. It's going into this little tiny pocket right there. Boom. Also notice how the phone right now has dropped a little further down than what normally pockets would end at. Normally a pocket would end right about here. But that is a little too far up, because if I was going to swipe like this, it would mean that my arm would have to come up for me to swipe. This is very, very unnatural. Whereas in contrast, if my hand is just hanging on my side, notice that because the phone has been placed further down here in this pocket, my fingers right now are perfectly hovering around the middle of the phone. So let's do a card. Let's do this time a 8 of clubs. So watch how straightforward this is. Here we go, 8 of clubs. I'm done. There it is. I mean, you're looking at me, and it happens that fast, okay? Let's say we want to do a 6 of clubs. There it is. Done. It's that quick, right? And it literally looks like nothing. It looks like you're like scratching your leg when you do it, when in reality, that's actually the input method. So let's do one more. Let's do, for example, a 4 of diamonds. So 4 of diamonds is, again, I imagine a clock in my face, or in my imagination. It's first I got to go to the 3, I got to go down, and I got to go this way for a diamond, and there's the 4 of diamonds. And every time this happens, I feel the 2 vibrations. I'm sure you're hearing it or listening to it. I'll be quiet here for a moment while we do it. So let's say we want to do a 10 of spades. Here we go. Did you hear that? There was the 2 vibrations. First vibration tells me that the transmission has been transmitted. Second vibration tells you that it has been received. And therefore, just with my thumb resting on the side of my phone, I could feel that the transmission has happened. I have confirmation that I'm going to be successful. All right? So that's what clock swiping is all about. And as a final note, since we're seeing me use it with kind of like this extra pocket that I have created here for myself, I also want to show you what happens if you do not have this pocket and you have just your phone sitting in your pocket like this. Okay? So now notice that all I'm doing is I'm just dropping into my pocket, and also notice how the top of the screen, once again, is facing down. Okay, it's very, very important. Please don't put your phone in your pocket like this, because if you do that, your up-down is going to be, it's going to totally screw you up. Don't do that. So drop it in your pocket upside down, and this is the most intuitive way for you to do it. So there's the phone. You drop it into your pocket. This time, your hand is actually holding your phone like this. You see that? My finger is hovering right around the middle of the phone. Just like that. Okay? So as you're standing there in front of your audience, just like this, you're just nice and comfortable. Okay, let's say we want to do an 8 of clubs. There it is. Boom, done. Okay, you're watching me do it right here. So I want to do a queen of spades. There's a queen of spades. Okay, did you notice what happened that time? It did one buzz, it went and then there was a pause, and then it did the second pause, which means that there was a little bit of a delay between me transmitting and the receiver receiving. And I didn't have to worry about it because I felt the first vibration, and then I waited and I felt the second vibration, and now I know because of the second vibration that it has been received. I'm ready to go. And that's that simple. So that is a great example of, even if you don't have any kind of a gimmicked pocket, how just by putting your hand in your pocket, you can simply do that swipe. One last bit of advice about pocket swiping is, as we look at our phone here, on the left-hand side, okay, you're going to notice that where it says card swipe transmitter, if I was to edit this, okay, let me quit out of it here just for a quick second. There we go. Card swipe transmitter, edit. Okay, you can see that the matching period here currently says 1 second. The reason why it's 1 second is because I do this very, very quickly, and therefore I don't want to wait too long for it to actually do the transmission. There's a lot of utility in changing that so it's something that is greater than 1 second. So let's say if I was to go in here and change it, instead of 1 second, for it to be something as high as 5 seconds. Okay, it means that now when you do your swipes in your pocket, you've already done the transmission. The work's already done, right? But the transmission is going to happen after you take your hands out of your pocket and you gesture. Okay, in a moment we're going to see how that comes in really handy for doing face-up performances of Inject. But what's nice about having that delay be greater than just 1 second is that your hands are not close to your pocket after you're done transmitting. Your hands are free to gesture once you're done. So your spectators kind of forget that your hands were in your pocket even in the first place because it's such a big time that's already passed. Okay, I'm going to put that back to 1 second just because that's my preset and I like it on 1 second, and we'll go back to the way it was. Okay. And also remember that when it comes to the minimum number of swipes, by default, we have made the various different card transmitters that are in Inject always work with 3 swipes. So when you're a beginner, you can take your time. You can do 1 swipe, do a 2nd swipe, do a 3rd swipe. What I love about that is that when you are a beginner, okay, when you're swiping, first of all, if you ever see people that swipe, through their pants, here's what that can look like. Let's say the first swipe is going to be to the right. So I do the first swipe and I gesture, or I pause. I've already done the first swipe. Now, here's another swipe. I just did the 2nd swipe. I pause again. And then I do the last swipe. Here's the last swipe. And I'm now done, and then transmission happens. So by being able to separate this swiping by time misdirecting, that really, really helps hide swiping too. Okay, that's swipes. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, we've talked about already using Bluetooth remotes. The utility of the minimum number of swipes, we just talked about that. What to do if you make a mistake. When it comes to image receivers and web albums, you can make as many mistakes as you like, and you can repeat transmitting actually to those kinds of receivers just because it's constantly sitting there for 2 or 3 minutes listening for you transmitting to it, so you don't have to sweat about making a mistake. As a matter of fact, if you wanted to send a transmission twice, you could. So if the spectator says 5 of clubs and you do a swipe for a 5 of clubs and you want to do it again, just do it again. There's no limit that says you have to just do this once. In contrast, if you're doing effects where Inject is transmitting to a Google page, then at that point, once the Google page changes to the real Google, you can't go back. Okay, you have 1 shot to get this right. And that's only when you are transmitting to Google. Okay, let me really quickly touch on that just because you just saw me use a receiver where it was a cards receiver and the cards just constantly changed one after the other. I kept swiping and it just kept changing one after the other. But now let's say we make the receiver be Google. So here's the page. Here's my Google receiver. Okay, boom. We go there. Here it is. I'm going to do this as, let's say, as an image search. And then on my Inject, which is on the left side of the screen, we're going to go to a Google Cards transmitter. Google Cards swipe. Here we go. So I'm going to send over to it, let's say, a 5 of clubs. 5 of clubs. Here it goes. Okay, now in this particular case, it has a 5-second delay on it, so I'll go ahead and wait for the 5 seconds. There it is, and images appeared 5 of clubs. Okay, so now you notice that the receiver has received the 5 of clubs and is displaying it. And then I realize, oops, I made a mistake. I didn't want the 5 of clubs. I wanted the 5 of spades. So now I'm going to try to do a 5 of spades. Here is a down, right, up, and it says, after the 5 seconds, sorry about the delay on this one, it says matched 5 spades. It vibrated once, meaning that it transmitted, but I did not feel a second vibration. It means that now there is no receiver. Google has already changed. This is now the real Google in the transmission side. I only had 1 chance of getting this right. And if I didn't get it right, it's gone. Okay? Which means in the middle of your swiping, if you realize that you have swiped in the wrong direction, please don't sweat it. Just do a couple of other random swipes, which means that now when Inject looks at that pattern, it says, I don't see anything that matches that pattern, and therefore it just ignores it. It doesn't send anything. So that's something else to always, always keep in mind. As you're swiping, if you notice in the middle of your swiping, you're doing the wrong one, don't worry. Do a couple of other random swipes, and you're safe because Inject will not find a pattern for your swipes. And it'll completely ignore it, and it'll reset back to the beginning, and you'll be able to swipe again.
Few questions.
Mhm.
Pat had asked, he needs an option of more default searches.
More default searches.
I don't know exactly. If you
Okay.
can type up what he means, Pat, if you can write down more detailed what your question is.
Yeah.
Because he
I-
asked
uh-huh.
twice. I didn't notice the first time. He said it's important for him about more default searches. So if you can ask again, that would be great.
Okay.
Jimmy's asking, can you go from Houdini receiver to Google Peak receiver without having to touch your phone?
Going from a Google receiver to a Houdini
From
Peak receiver.
Houdini receiver to Google Peak receiver.
To a Google Peak receiver. No, you cannot. Okay, so you cannot transition from one to the other without touching the phone.
Okay.
I do know that Steven's Psy app gives you the ability of performing multiple effects back to back, where you could actually transition from a Google, let's say a Houdini effect, to a peak effect. But that's Psy, so that's going to be a little later on, because actually I'm going to dedicate another video to both PEP and Psy, just because I realized that we're not going to be able to have time to get to those products, and I apologize for that, just because there's so much else that we have to cover, so yeah.
Manuel saying, do you have to make the gimmick pocket for yourself, or are there some jeans, all the jeans behind you in the closet, that come with the gimmick?
I have
gone to alteration.
Yeah, I just simply went to a
Should I look for one?
yeah, no, yeah, if you want to, sure, if you want to see what it looks like. I went to whoever does sewing. I actually know what that word is for English. I'm drawing a blank on it. Um, all of mine was done by a gentleman here that's close to my house that professionally sews. And I told him exactly what I wanted, and he made it for me very, very quickly. Some of them he's done in less than an hour. Sometimes it's taken him a day or so. But it's really, really straightforward. It's like just an extra layer of denim that he sews in. But it's really, really, really awesome. It's very reliable, and it is completely invisible to your spectators. They will never know what you're doing. And that's why I recommend it. My wife, I can see, is trying to find one of my jeans that has this.
You've had like 3 or 4.
I've had quite a bit of them. Yeah, we're trying to find some. All right. It's okay, Vivian. Maybe after the break we can find one.
Okay.
That's all right.
Well, I'm not doing anything.
Okay. All right, minimum number of swipes, what to do if you make a mistake. Feel free to create your own swipe patterns. Yeah, we talked about that. Okay. Mixing Realist with Inject. So, real quick, I'm going to touch up on this. It's something that I've been using a lot recently. Realist is a tool that allows you to force anything you want from a list of 100 items. The powerful aspect of it is the spectator chooses any number, and the item that you're forcing appears on that number on a list that's on the internet. It is a very impromptu kind of a performance, because you don't have to have anything to perform it. You just perform it. It happens on a borrowed phone. It's really powerful because of the freedom of performing on any borrowed phone. When you want to mix it with Inject, all you have to do is create a swipe transmitter that has, let's say, the 100 countries that are listed in Realist in a swipe transmitter. So now you start with a performance that would be with a force, where let's say that Mexico is going to be your force. You write it down on a piece of paper, or actually what I like to do is I go to Maps on another spectator's phone, and I type into Maps Mexico, okay, Google Maps, and I show it to everybody else. I show it to all the spectators.
Sorry, I'm not sure how to help with that yet.
I knew that was going to happen, so let me turn off my...
The mic is muted.
The mic is muted. There you go. My Google Assistant is trying to help me out. All right. So that's what you're going to do. Is like the first party effect. You go to Maps and you do a search for Mexico, and you show all the spectators that you have done a search for Mexico inside of Google Maps. But the main spectator that you're performing for, you say to them, yeah, just pick any number between 1 and 100. They pick 62. They scroll down to 62 and they see it says Mexico, and you say, yeah, if you hit 63, it would have been Swahili or whatever. It would have been Thailand. If you hit 60, it would have been Iran or whatever, you know. But you didn't. You picked 62, and that's Mexico. And you say, for the first time, tell everybody where your country is. And they say Mexico, and the crowd goes crazy. Okay, so that ends up being a very typical performance of Realist. But now you take that performance to another level when you start mixing it with Inject. So now you say, well, let's try this one more time, because you didn't really choose Mexico. It was kind of like a random selection, right? Let me do that for you once again. So this time around, you borrow that same spectator's phone that you had just used, that you had shown everybody that you've done a Google Maps search for Mexico. And this time you type in your Inject URL and you select Maps. You leave their phone face down. This time you don't show everybody else what you had done a search for. And you ask your spectator now to just name any country from the list that's there. And so whatever they name from the list of the countries that are there, you swipe that in your pocket, and that's what gets transmitted over to the spectator's phone. So the reveal at the end is exactly the same, meaning that the reveal is their selected country that's showing up in Google Maps. The methods are completely different as you moved from phase 1 to phase 2. The first phase was a force. The second phase, you have covertly, using pocket swiping, have transmitted the country that they had selected over to the spectator's phone. And that's a 1-2 punch that is so powerful, because any chance that you have in layering methods with one another or mixing methods where the results are the same is super baffling, because one method cancels out the other. So I wanted to pass that along for those of you who like using Realist and want to be able to come up with creative ways of using it with Inject. Finally, mixing Inject with your favorite book test. If you have ever seen me perform at a magic convention, you'll probably see me perform what I'm about to show you right now. This doesn't have to be necessarily performed with the Glance magazine test. This can be performed with any book test. The reason why I like Glance is because there are only 8 possibilities or 8 outcomes that we can have in Glance. So I'm going to go ahead and do a performance for you, and just so that you can see the pattern and how then later on, based on whatever book test you like using, you'll be able to mix Inject with whatever book test you like. Okay, so let's do it. You bring out the magazine or the book. If it's the mother of all book tests, whatever, doesn't matter. Before you start, in your pocket, so here we are, you notice that as I swipe up to the top, I have a preset that I've created here that says Glance Swipe Transmitter, right there. Glance Swipe Transmitter. I'm going to turn that on, drop it in my pocket. I'm ready to go. I asked the spectator to open up the magazine and open up the book and basically look at any word that I used to look up when I was a kid. And usually when I was a kid, I was like looking up like the big words. So go ahead and just, look at some big word. So as I look over here, I see the word heartbreakingly. Okay, and that's the word that I'm going to remember, right? Now at this point, I have no idea what the spectator is thinking. So, and also please keep in mind that at this point you have not introduced the phone at all. The only thing that you've done is you've just given a magazine to the spectator and you've asked them to look at any big word. So you say to them, let's look up the definition of the word you're thinking of. You got a dictionary on you? And of course that gets a laugh. People are like, no, I don't have a dictionary on me. I say, well, yeah, you do. It's called Google. You can look up the definition of any word you want in Google. So now, as you borrow their phone from them, you show them that the feature in Google is really easy. All you're going to do in Google is you type in the word define. Okay, and I'll do this right in front of you so you can see step by step what it's like. You say, here's google.com, right? This is the real google.com. And if you type in the word define and you put a word next to it, Google will show you the definition of the word. And now I ask the spectator, are you thinking of your word? Because I'm going to look up the definition of the word that you're thinking of. And they're like, okay. I'm like, yes, I think I got it. So now, as I take the phone back from them, well, the phone's already in my hand because I already typed in the word define. I'm going to type in my inject URL. Actually, when I perform this, I'm usually typing in my 11z.co just because I type that in so quickly that I can like type it into my sleep. But here I am. I'm on my fake Google page and I'm ready to go. I leave their phone now face down. Now remember, before I leave their phone face down, I touch the screen anywhere, so that's going to make sure that their phone is going to stay awake, so it will not fall asleep. Keep that in mind. I'm going to repeat that a couple more times here in the webinar just so that you don't forget about tapping the screen. All right, so now I say to them, I said, wouldn't it be crazy if the word that I just looked up right now even had the first letter of the word that you're thinking of? And they say, yeah. I said, well, I have a 1 out of 26 chance of it being right. Okay, what's the first letter of your word? Now remember, I'm already committed to my selection, so I can't change my mind. Notice how you're reminding them of it, because you're pointing at the phone that you just looked up the definition of a word and you had left face down in front of them. And they're like, well, the first letter of my word is H. And you're like, oh my gosh. Okay, now the moment that you do this, you're either going to swipe through your pants or with your hand in your pocket. And in this case, it's going to be a single swipe up. Okay, so watch. Here's the phone on the left-hand side. Bless you. Here's a single swipe up. Swipe up, matched heartbreakingly. Here it is. It says right there, define heartbreakingly. So now, I already know that the transmission has taken place because I could feel the 2 vibrations in my pocket. I now ask other spectators that are watching this performance to grab the phone, the main spectator's phone, and to essentially look at the word that I had looked up for my main spectator. And they look at it. In fact, sometimes I even ask him to read the definition of the word, not the word. And so you'll have a spectator that will read, causing overwhelming grief or distress, producing a strong emotional reaction. And so then, very triumphantly, I ask the spectator, what word were you only thinking of? And they say, heartbreakingly. And then the audience turns the phone around and they show that you had correctly looked up the word heartbreakingly on their phone. This is, once again, a perfect example of layering methods on top of each other. The spectators do not know that the magazine is gimmicked or that the book is gimmicked. They don't know that. Okay, you bring that around. You say to them that, listen, there are thousands of words that are in this magazine that you could have thought of. And keep in mind that I looked up the definition of your word even before you said what the first letter of your word was. And then all those statements are true. So you can perform this even for magicians that know about book tests, and you'll baffle them. Because if they don't know about inject, they won't know how you knew what the word was that they were thinking of. So that is how you can mix inject with any book test. And the reason why I left that preset out is mainly because you can basically create your own presets that are going to accommodate your own unique book tests. So your book test can be in any language. You're welcome to use this even with Wikitest if you wanted to, because Wikitest, I believe, only has 8 or 9 keywords that it uses. So if you want to mix inject with Wikitest, you can, because you could actually look up the definition of the word that the spectator is thinking of even before you fish for the first letter, which is always a plus. So that is mixing inject with your favorite book test. And of course, the greater the number of words are that are going to be in your force, then the swipe patterns for those become that much more complicated, which is one of the other reasons why I like using Glance, mainly because in Glance there are only 8 words or force words, and there's a wonderful memory trick that Steve Thompson teaches, which is called huge tips. In fact, I'll type that in here right now. Huge tips, like that. Okay, and that's the acronym that he uses for the 8 different keywords that are there. As a matter of fact, I actually do not know exactly what all of the keywords or force words are that are in Glance. All I do is the moment that the spectator says H, in my imagination, that's a pointing up, It's a swipe up because it's H-U-G-E, because it's going around clockwise, right? And tips is the same thing. It's T-I-P-S, going around clockwise. So therefore, and for me, my system is a single swipe for the word huge and 2 swipes for the T-I-P-S. So if the spectator said T, which is the word is thoughtlessly, then I would do 2 swipes up, and that would be for the T. Or if the spectator said S, which is for the word sportsmanship, it's going to be 2 swipes over to the left because it's T-I-P-S, going around clockwise. So I hope that makes sense to you. And it's, again, a great way of mixing Inject with other traditional props that mentalists use. All right. I think that we should take a little bit of a break right now and see if there's any questions.
How about having some water?
I'll have some water, yes.
I found the jeans link on Inject.
Oh, okay.
You had posted it a couple years ago. Mark tried to post it, but it's like ghosting. It's not.
Oh, it's not posting the whole thing. Okay, okay, yeah, we can post the jeans link. Absolutely, yeah.
So, I guess.
Yeah, I can actually post it in the description of this video. So I'll make a note of that.
Because I found this.
Yes, I actually made a video about how you can modify it and exactly what it looks like inside of your jeans. You can show it to anybody that sews, and they would immediately get it. It's really straightforward. They cut a little slit on the top of the pocket, and it goes away there.
Let's see here. They were impressed that you are multilingual as an American.
Thank you.
Pat had said recently, so I can easily, without editing the default search, I can go between the options. What word would go written on Google? Please, I need this feature. You address this?
Say that one more time, please.
You want to read it?
Okay. Patrick's. So I can easily, without editing the default search, so I can go between options, what word is going to be written on my Google, please, I need this feature. Yes, I know exactly what you're asking for, Pat. Pat, you want to be able to have multiple different default search texts. Yes, it's a feature that we currently have that and Hanny and I get to use every day that unfortunately you guys don't have yet. You will. We are going to roll that feature out along with Inject 3.0. At the present time, you only have one default search text, but you'll be able to switch between, actually, I think we have 10 of them that we can choose from now, which is pretty awesome. So yes, that's coming around the corner. I know that it's utilitarian. I'm afraid it's not there yet, but we will put it in.
There's something else.
Okay. Farsi is my third language. I also speak French too. My French is my least language. Yeah, it's my weakest language actually.
Your weakest language.
Yeah, I understand it perfectly, but I can't speak it really well. All right, so web settings and modifiers. Okay, and then this is where we start going into all the cool things that you can do with just the Inject URL. And the first one at the top of the list is the exclamation point. I call the exclamation point my lifeline or my lifesaver, mainly because there have been times that I've performed where, for whatever reason, I have not received my thump. Let me give you a perfect example of when that happens. It has happened when I've relied too heavily on my Apple Watch, and my Apple Watch failed. And the reason why my Apple Watch failed was because it had that little blue lock icon on the top of it, which means that it wasn't actually talking to my iPhone, and therefore it was not going to get the push notification. So exclamation point, here's what it's all about. Let's actually do it, and you'll see exactly how it works. Spectator, you do the typical way that you start your Inject performances, which is you go to the URL, spectator does a search for whatever, birthday of Tom Cruise, right? Boom, there it is, comes up, okay? Now, I received nothing. As a matter of fact, you can see over here on the left-hand side, I received nothing. I have nothing. I have no information. I have no idea what the spectator just did a search for. In fact, the exclamation point feature can be used even if your phone is dead, because it does not require your phone to be around to be able to use the exclamation point feature. So all you do at this point, you say, you know, could you please read to me just the month of the celebrity's birthday? And they say July. Yeah, Tom Cruise was born July 3rd. So you say July? Like, just based on your personality, I have a pretty good idea of who you might be thinking of. But you know what? I don't want to blurb out the wrong answer. So if you don't mind, I'm going to check to see if the person that I think it is was actually born in July. So now you say, does anybody else here have a phone that I can use just for a moment? Because I just want to do a quick Google search, a Google check. So now you borrow somebody else's phone. And when you borrow somebody else's phone, here's what you're going to type in. Watch this. You can either do it with Google, the same way that we did before. Here's your number. But at the end, there's that magic exclamation point. Let me zoom in on that. The exclamation point. Watch what happens when you put that exclamation point at the end of your URL. It comes up automatically and it says birthday of Tom Cruise. You got it. You got your peak. At this point, remember, on any other spectator's phone, what's happened now on the screen is, I'll do it right here just so you can see exactly what it is. /2, exclamation point, boom, go. Comes up with birthday of Tom Cruise. The moment that that pops up, you turn it around and you show it to all the other spectators. You say, I'm going to hit enter. If it comes back with July, I think we got the right person. And you hit search and watch what happens. It comes back with July. And the moment it comes back with July, you look at all the other spectators, you're like, yes, we got it. All right. And so now you ask the spectator that you've been performing for the first time, tell everybody else, who were you thinking of? And they say Tom Cruise. You turn the phone around, you show it to them. You say, yep, I got it right. You were thinking of Tom Cruise. Okay. So that is the power of the exclamation point. It is so handy so that when you don't have your phone on you or you fail to receive a thump, you always know you can use the exclamation point as a backup to see exactly what people have searched for. It just so happens that with the new Inject URL or the new Inject website, we even put in that functionality on the login button. So let me show that to you as well. So here is now my phone on the left-hand side. So if you can please your attention on the left-hand side of the screen. All we're going to do is just go to googled.co. Okay, that's it. I hit enter. It's going to go to our fake Google page. So if you look at the upper right-hand corner of that site, it says sign in, right? You're not going to double click it too fast. You're going to simply hit it twice, kind of slow. Here's one tap. Here's the other tap. Boom. Birthday of Tom Cruise. So you have now peaked the last thing that had been thumped, or the last transmission, even though you just went to your default Google page. As a matter of fact, if you were to tap the sign in button again, that disappears and it goes back to whatever your default search text was before. So this is a wonderful way for you to be able to get your peak real quick, see it, and tap it again, and it just disappears, which is awesome. One last feature that I want to highlight here for you in using the exclamation point is, let's say you use the exclamation point, and now you see who it is. So in this case, there it is. It came up. It says birthday of Tom Cruise, right? Right after that comes up, watch what happens if I just tap the Google logo right there in the middle. Watch me tap the Google logo. Look what's going to happen now. Now it has switched to the real google.com. That means that now I just got my peak. I now know that it's Tom Cruise. I now have switched to the real Google.com. I'm no longer in the fake Google.com. And the history of their phone has already been erased, so they can't backtrack if I had used anything like that. And now, inside of the real Google.com, I'm welcome to do a search for the birthday of Tom Cruise. Search. And it does come up with the birthday of Tom Cruise, which is July 3rd, 1962. I mistyped it there, but you get the idea, right? So that's another utility that you have when you use the exclamation point, is just you know that at any time if you tap on the Google logo, it will actually take you to the real Google website, which is a great way for you to essentially run away from any of the fakeness that Inject is got on the screen. All right, so that's for the exclamation. Touching all images or maps will reveal the previous search with those parameters. Okay, so my wife stepped away from her computer just for a quick moment. Let me do the same. I'll be right back, and we're going to continue with images, maps, or all, just to explain that to you. So give me just one moment. I'll be right back. All right. Thanks for waiting. Somebody else is calling? Okay.
It's a text.
It's a text. Okay. All right. We're back. Exclamation point. Under the grid button, you have more ways and websites. Okay, touching all images or maps will reveal the previous search with those parameters. Yes. Super, super cool. Watch this. Okay. Here we are. Let's go to our page. Notice how I go back and forth between using gg.0 or google.co, just whatever feels natural to me at that moment, you know. So I'm so used to doing it in so many different ways. It doesn't matter. So I want you to notice the little tic-tac-toe, or some people call it a Rubik Cube button, that's here in the upper right-hand corner of the new Google page. So if I was to tap on that, and if I select Maps, this now is going to basically reveal whatever is the Google search or whatever is being transmitted to it as a map search. There are a variety of options that are here. I can choose IMDb, I can choose Wikipedia. As you can see, there is YouTube. As we scroll down, there is Amazon, actually, which is one of the first items, right? So let's try something with these different options. So the first thing I'm going to do is just transmit or thump to myself something like Rome. Okay, every time you use your fake Google page and you type something, what you're doing is you're transmitting. In this particular case, I'm transmitting to nothing, okay? And I don't know why it just switched over to my Google Maps. It's probably Google doing whatever it's doing, but that's okay. I'll let it do whatever it's doing. Let me get rid of that. It's Google there, okay, no worries. Boom, go back, okay, continue. Oh, okay. It actually wants to open Google Maps. That was interesting. All right. So, so that's basically what happens whenever you do a search. You're doing a search, and you are, you know, inside of your fake Google, you are generating a thump. It's essentially you're transmitting, in this case, the word Rome. Okay. So now we want to be able to pull in that thump in a variety of different ways. So if I use the new timer effect, or the timer preset, or the timer modifier, URL modifier, here's what's going to happen. This is called the colon feature. So if you notice here in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, I've put a colon at the end of the URL. That means that now it's going to wait a certain period of time before it shows whatever that result is going to be. So by default, if you just leave a colon there, it's going to receive whatever was the last transmission in 30 seconds. But if I was to switch that over with 10, and I hit go, it's going to be 10 seconds. So now I'm going to go ahead and tap images. So now look what's going to happen. 10 seconds later, because I have selected images, the word Rome will be displayed as an image search. So there it is. There's Rome. Here's the image search, and there's all these different images of Rome. Now we're going to do exactly the same thing, but this time, .us, 2:10. This time, we're going to hit that little Rubik's Cube button and select Maps. Watch what's going to happen now, because we've selected Maps. So now the 10-second timer counts down, and now instead of it being an image search, notice that now it did a search for Rome in Google Maps, because I had used my little tic-tac-toe thing to designate how I want that search to appear. So all this utility is here. And then finally, because it said, for example, you know, Amazon or Wikipedia or anything else like that, the same idea applies there. So I could have chosen Wikipedia, it would have shown up in Wikipedia. If I had selected Amazon, it would have done that search inside of Amazon. What's nice about using some of these other sites is it's different from Google. So it allows you to do presentations and performances where you can say, let's imagine we're going to walk into a store together. Imagine that Amazon in its entirety was a store that you can walk into, and we're going to just go and pick up a product, right? And so now you can do performances where the spectator's phone is going to do a search for that item inside of Amazon, okay, which is really cool. And the only thing that you have to do is, when you go to your page, once it opens, just hit that little tic-tac-toe button or the Rubik's Cube button and choose any one of these options. YouTube, IMDb, Amazon. You just simply select it and you are done. And the receiver now will receive it that way. As a matter of fact, currently I just selected Amazon. So if I now access any other phone and I did a search for hats, watch what's going to happen here. Take a look on the left-hand side. Here we go. I hit enter, and now suddenly, inside of Amazon, we've done a search for hats. The only thing that I could say that is a little bit of something else that we have to work on here with the new version of Inject is that these websites like Amazon and Wikipedia are limited to the United States versions of the website. So in the upcoming version with Inject 3.0, we will have the ability for you to customize that so it can be basically any language that you want or any country you want that to be in.
We have some questions if it's
Okay.
our time.
Sure.
Matt is asking, how do you get the fake Google to display when I use 11Z or GG0 or Googled? It never redirects to the fake google.com.
Okay, that is only going to happen on, thank you Matt by the way for asking that question, that's only going to happen when it goes to the fake looking google.com is only when it is on a Safari browser on iPhones. Okay, when it comes to other kinds of phones like Android phones, I wish I have an Android phone actually right here in front of me, so I will demonstrate that. Hopefully it's got some juice. Yes, it does have some juice, thank goodness. Okay, here's an Android phone. Okay, so watch the way this is going to work. I'm currently in Chrome. Let me move this out of the way. Okay, so let's get rid of that. I'll go to my page. So I'm going to go to googled.co/2. I hit go. All right. So what I want you to look at right now, Matt, is how at the top there it says google.co. Right? Remember, this is an Android phone in my hand right now. I don't want it to say googled.co. What you're going to do is tap the little tic-tac-toe or the Rubik's Cube button, and you're going to tap the address bar button right there. Okay, that's changed because somebody's actually changed it on my site. So let me go in here and change it back. Somebody was having some fun with my account here, I can see. All right. So let's change that so it's going to say when I type in normally google.com on a Chrome browser, I'm not exactly sure what comes up, but let me just do this. Okay, I just got it. Birthday of. All right, cool. Let me do that one more time. It looks like somebody was just messing around with my account. I just want to make sure I see exactly what it looks like there at the top. Okay, there we go. I see that it simply looks like google.com at the top. Okay, so I'll do that one more time here for you. Okay, we're all set. All right, so let me do this for you once again. Matt that was asking. Okay, so here we are. We go to either google.co or gg0.us, so attached to, go. Okay, so first you're going to notice that it's going to say google.co at the top. Now I hit the tic-tac-toe button and I choose address bar. Okay, look at what the address bar says now. Google.com. Okay, so as long as you remember, just hit that little tic-tac-toe button, choose address bar, on Google, or I should say Android devices that are running Chrome, it will replace the address bar for you.
He said, yep, Safari works. I forgot about that feature.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. How to achieve, Pat, this is Pat's question, how to achieve that some part of my business website will be invisible for the history like Google does after the search.
How to make it invisible
Yeah.
after you've done the search. Okay, Pat. Pat, there are, whenever you access any of the fake Google pages in Inject, Inject wants to hide that fake URL from you on all Safari, I should say all iOS browsers. It will actually hide it. On Android devices, if you perform and you want to make sure that it's not going to show it, just make sure that you use the incognito mode inside of the Chrome browsers there. And what's nice about incognito is that even if a spectator was to hit the back button, it actually will not go back to the URL that you had typed. In contrast, when you're talking about effects that are naturally meant to be a real URL. So if you're performing the Houdini effect, where you typed in 11z.co/ blah, 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 and it's a Houdini image, right? Hiding that URL is illogical. As a matter of fact, if we were to hide that URL, that alone would cause suspicion, because why would we even do that? Because it's nothing more than a URL that's just simply to an image. So it doesn't make any sense for anybody to hide that image. So as long as we're faking something that we're not supposed to be faking, we hide the URL. If we are presenting either images or web albums or anything else like that, there's no need to hide anything.
Michael Sproul is asking, what about the new feature with under the grid button?
Under the grid button, yes, that's actually what I was just showing.
Okay, I thought this was probably asked before.
Yes.
I don't see anything else unless I missed it. Please retype the question if I missed it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, cool. Thank you. So let's move on. Okay, so we've seen the exclamation point. More ways, websites and receivers. Okay, double tapping the sign in button on the Inject Websites displays the last thump. We've already done that. Touching the Google logo will take you to google.com with no search results. Yes, we've done that as well. And you saw how wonderful that is, and just hiding your tracks. The delayed reception using colon. And I'm going to talk a little bit about like face-up performances, just because our buddy David Penn has made face-up performances really popular. At first, I was really hesitant to perform the face-up performances, and he's changed my mind, because I've had so many screaming reactions from performing face-up that I recommend it. So let's quickly jump into that. I'm going to show you a couple different ways of performing face-up. The first one is the way that David Penn would perform it. And then we're going to do it with the way that I perform it, which is a little bit more under my control, so I don't have to worry about running out of time under my timer. Okay, so as we've already seen, it is based on simply putting a colon at the end of your URL. So let's say you have a spectator do a search for an animal, okay, or a location or whatever you like. Okay, so and it can be on any borrowed phone. You go to google.com, when in reality you're going to your google.com. You hand it over to the spectator. Here it is, google.com. You're not going to have birthday of over there, so you just simply hand the phone over to the spectator, and they do a search for a bird. Okay, search. Boom. There it is. Okay, so a search has happened, and that word now has been essentially sent up into the cloud. So now you want to be able to reveal that last transmission on another spectator's phone. And usually the way you want to do this is you say that, have you ever asked Google, what am I thinking? And people usually say, no, I haven't. So You say, well, it's really easy. You know, you just have to type in what am I thinking, but don't hit enter when you get to the end. Because if Google really knew what you were thinking, then why would you have to hit enter? Okay, this always gets a laugh. So you're going to do the same thing. You borrow somebody else's phone and you go to your Google page, colon. Notice I'm just going to put the colon down there without putting a time next to it, because by default it's going to wait for 30 seconds. I hit go. So now I got 30 seconds to act. Currently, there is nothing on the typed area, and I type in, what am I thinking? And I just leave it there. Now, I know that a 30-second timer is ticking away right now, and I'm looking at the little magnifying glass that's to the right. In a moment, we're going to see a little tick that's going to pop up right in the middle of that magnifying glass. Okay, there's a little tick. Here's a 4-second countdown. 3, 2, 1, bird. Just came in. Okay, so this is when, because it is on a timer, it means that the spectator's phone is sitting on a glass, is being held by a spectator. You can't touch it, you can't control it. Your hands are left free to gesture around the phone. And that's one of the reasons why it's so freaky and spooky. It's because the spectator is sitting there looking at a little blinking cursor that's next to the words, what am I thinking? Okay, they're just sitting there looking at their own phone. And you just, so I want you to focus on whatever you had done a search for. Imagine you're doing that same search, right? Or you ask the other spectator that had done it for them to focus. And suddenly, whatever it was they had searched for magically pops up on their phone. So that is typically how you use the colon feature, is because it's on a timer, it's completely hands-off. To the spectator, it's their phone. You didn't touch it. And just this magical thing happened right in front of them, and yet there's no explanation for it, right? The way that I like to do it is I like to be more in control as to when that search actually appears. So I do it actually with a deck of cards. So I'll do it with marked cards. So in this case, these cards are marked. That doesn't really matter. On my Inject, I'm going to activate a card transmitter. In this case, I have a Google card transmitter. You can make this be any transmitter you want. It can be the Planets transmitter, any one of them. The only thing that we're going to do different about this transmitter is, as I edit this transmitter, you'll notice that it says here the matching period is 5 seconds. This is very, very important. This is the variable that allows the timer not to be for the URL that you're typing in. The timer is actually by default working from the transmitter itself. Okay, so I've activated that transmitter. It's, in this case, it's going to wait 5 seconds before it does a transmission. Google Card Swipe transmitter. And now we switch to a receiver. Here's the spectator's phone. You do the same thing. You say, have you ever asked Google, what am I thinking? And they'll say no. Say, well, we're going to try it right here. They go there. You type in, what am I thinking? Okay. So we're going to do this even as an image search. And you're just sitting there. The cursor is like blinking on and off, as you can see right here, where the cursor is just blinking on and off. So remember, your phone is in your pocket. It is waiting for you. Okay, somebody just did a thumb for bird. So let me do that one more time. Okay, images. On this side, I'm going to swipe a playing card. So I'm going to swipe, I don't know, 3 of hearts. Notice that the 5-second timer right now has kicked in. There's 3 of hearts. So it is, once again, a face-up performance, which means that the spectator's phone is face up in their hand. they could have selected from any card. You don't know what card they have selected. Well, you're acting like you don't know what card they've selected, okay? But because they're marked, you do know what card they've selected. And when you do that swipe in your pocket, you know that you've got 5 seconds to essentially gesture on the spectator's phone. So this is, once again, one of those things that gets like really crazy screaming reactions, mainly because it's a mixture of methods, and the spectator recognizes that this is their phone, it's in their hand, you're not touching it, you're just kind of like gesturing at it, and because they don't know that the cards are marked, there's no way for you to know what it is. So when you layer all these things on top of one another, and then finally the spectator does not know that you could have swiped the card that they were thinking of through your jeans pocket, so there's all these things that are unknown to the spectator, and that's what makes this such a powerful performance. So if you are a close-up magician that does card magic and you wanted to introduce this into your set, it's really easy to do, So it's a method of doing face-up performances, and you're not relying on waiting for the timer to run out, because you're the one that's actually deciding when you should do the swipe in your pocket, and there's 5 seconds goes from there. Okay. So inject without the colon, okay, control exactly when it is. Mixing delayed reception with the new other website receivers, featuring Amazon, Yahoo, and YouTube. So we did just see that a moment ago, which means that whenever someone has done a search for something and you wanted that search to appear, let's say in Amazon, or you wanted it to appear in Wikipedia or whatever else, by all means, feel free to do that. I mean, the only difference is going to be, let me actually show it to you here on this side. So if I had transmitted shoes, okay, so shoes goes up, right? And now on the spectator's phone, I go to our fake Google page, and I put in that colon feature. Let's put in a delay of 10 seconds. Go. And we're going to choose, let's say, Amazon. All right. So you can do any kind of a performance where you're asking them to focus on doing that search in Amazon, and suddenly, there it is. Right in front of them, face up, Amazon would put face up, their phone changes over to Amazon, where it has done a search for shoes. So you can feel free to mix these features together, so you can mix and match to get any effect that you want. Okay. So that's the colon. Now we've reached what everybody's been waiting for, :0. It's that time. So what is :0? The only thing that you're doing to access the functionality of :0 is you're placing :0 at the end of your URL. We just learned that how by putting a colon at the end of the URL, it goes into a timer where whatever was the last thing that was transmitted to it waits that long before it switches over to whatever you want, right? So it waited, in this case, for about 10 seconds, and it switched over to Amazon, where it showed shoes, okay? But if it's, because it says :0, it now means that we're telling it to wait 0 seconds. That means that the URL is by default going to switch to whatever was the last thing that had been sent to it. So what does that mean exactly? Well, let's explore it. First, we go into a browser, and I'm going to just transmit a website to myself right now. So I'll go to google.co/2, and I'm going to type into here, let's say, yahoo.com. Okay, now remember, what's important about this is that this is a URL. You must do this with URLs. This is not going to work with anything other than URLs. Okay, so the :0 feature is exclusively meant to be used only with URLs. So I'm going to transmit yahoo.com, boom, and yahoo.com just went, and there it is. You can see that yahoo.com was just transmitted. Okay, and on my phone, it's being received here as a push notification. Okay, so now I'm going to type in my URL, but I'm going to put at the end of it :0. Okay, watch what's going to happen now, just because I've got that :0 at the end. Ooh, that's not what I was expecting. Let me try. Oh, you know why? Because it doesn't have actually the structure of a real yahoo.com. So let me show you what the real structure of that would be, because this has to have the HTTPS and everything else in the front of it too. Okay, sorry, my bad. Let me correct that here for you. Yes, HTTPS : // There we go. Okay, perfect. So let's do that one more time. Okay. So we go back. As a matter of fact, I can even just do a search here for yahoo.com, and it will show me exactly what the URL is supposed to be. I'll go copy, and I can paste that in. Paste. Okay, and I hit thump. There it goes. Okay. So we've transmitted basically yahoo.com right now, and it's up in the Inject cloud. Okay. So now you're going to type in your Inject URL. The only thing that's different is you're going to put that :0 at the end. Watch what's going to happen now. Suddenly, it changed to yahoo.com. Whatever was the last URL that you had transmitted through Inject now is popping up just by you typing in that address. Well, because it's a URL, it's pretty versatile. It would mean that if I was to, let's say, make a preset that had the URLs for all of my various different Inject effects. In fact, I have one. It's called Effect Selector. Okay, so this is now a list of items that you're looking at here on the left-hand side of the screen. Notice how it says Google, Realist, US Coins, Houdini, one-hand gestures, whatever, right? So all this is each one of those buttons is going to transmit the URL for any of the Inject effects. In fact, if I was to edit that, you would see that's exactly what it is. Edit. If I look at US Coins, I could see that what's being transmitted is 11z.co/2/m, which happens to be my URL for performing coins. Okay? So watch this. I go Effect Selector. I want my :0 to do whatever effect I select on the fly. So watch me do that. Here we go. gg0.us/2:0. And before I hit enter, I'm going to select on here on the left-hand side US Coins. It vibrates once. It means that US Coins was transmitted. I now hit enter. And now, oops, let me make sure that's correct. There we go. Okay, there it is. Now it's on coins. Let's do that one more time. This time around on the left-hand side, instead of choosing US Coins, I'm going to choose Houdini. All I'm going to do right now on the left side is just tap Houdini. It says thumped, right? Houdini's been transmitted. On the receiver, I'm typing in 0.us/2:0. It's exactly the same thing that I've typed before. But now watch what happens when I hit enter. Now it suddenly went to the Houdini effect. That means that I am changing what that one URL is capable of doing remotely, just because I have a :0 at the end. And I'm sure you remember earlier on in the presentation when we were doing this effect right here. This effect, the URL that that QR code is attached to, is just simply your URL that has a :0 at the end. That's all that is. So if we were to examine our Apple products transmitter, okay, notice that each one of these products, if I was to click on any one of them, let's say iPhone 11 Pro, you'll notice that the swipe value, or what's being transmitted, is basically just the URL that would take you to Apple's page that displays the iPhone 11. Same applies for any of these others. So if I went to, let's say, the Apple Watch, okay, you'll notice that the value here is for the Apple website that displays the watch. So what I love about this is that it's a great way for you to customize what you're going to be doing for your corporate clients for their corporate websites. So any company that has a series of products or a series of services where their website has different web pages for their different products or services, you can make one of these up, you can list all the different products, and there's only one URL that someone would have to scan to be able to get to whichever one of these you are secretly swiping in your pocket. Okay? So that's one of the many advantages of being able to use :0. It's this, utility tool that allows you to change what one URL is going to do ever in the future. You can give it to your spectators as a text message, and it will take them to one effect one day, and it can take them to a completely different effect the next day. So your imagination is going to really run wild with this one. But as long as you remember that the only thing that :0 does is that it allows you to randomly select what your main Google page is going to switch to, and you're the one that decides what it's going to switch to on the fly. That's all that :0 is all about. That's it. I hope there's no questions. Huh? I hope that was clear enough.
Just commented that simplifies things. That's nice.
Yeah, it does. It makes things a lot easier. Yes. All right. Lazy Inject. We heard my buddy Ryan Edwards talk about Lazy Inject and how utilitarian it is in being able to perform Lazy Inject, at the spur of the moment. No matter where you are, you could just jump right in and do Lazy Inject. Lazy Inject is as simple as borrowing two spectators' phones. So we're going to do that here. The phone on the left-hand side will be one spectator, and the browser here will be a second spectator. Okay? One of my friends from Australia, his method of performance is probably one of my favorites. He says, I want anybody to bring out just two phones and put two phones on a table. Two people put phones on a table. Say, I'm going to look up something. He grabs one phone. He looks up something. In fact, I'm going to have my phone be what I'm going to be looking up something with. And all I'm doing right now is typing in my URL. Okay. I remember in a moment, this URL is going to be wiped out, so it doesn't really matter if I use 11z.co or if I use GG0. It doesn't matter. Nobody's ever going to see this screen. I leave their phone face down. So remember, this phone goes face down, even though you're seeing it here on the right side. Then on the right side, same thing. Okay, or I should say, you borrow another spectator's phone. You say to them, let's go to google.com. So on their phone, you navigate to google.com. You show it to them. Oh, wow, that's weird. Oh, it's because last time it auto-filled it in. That's why. Okay, there we go. Now it's going to be correct. Okay, so here's google.com, right? And you ask the second spectator to do a Google search for any animal. So let's say they do a search for gorilla. Okay, so they do the search on one side. It shows them a Google search for gorilla. On the left side, it's already been transmitted to it. And at this point, there's basically two phones that are sitting now. One phone is sitting face down, which is the one that you had made a prediction on, and the other one is in the hand of the spectator that just did the transmission, right? You say to them, is there any way that I could know what you just did a search for? And they say no, and that's actually correct. You do not know at this point what they did a search for. That's because if you don't have any technology on you, you have no clue what they did a search for. You say, you know what, I think I actually did better than knowing what you did a search for. I predicted the animal that you would do a search for. Why don't you look at her phone? And so they turn over the other spectator's phone, and they can see that they both now match. So it's kind of like a do as I do routine, and you're doing it just with two borrowed phones. And it's lazy inject because it's called lazy inject because it's so lazy that you don't have to do anything other than just typing in the URL, the same URL, on both phones. And it just simply brings them both together. The only thing that I could say that's negative about performing things like lazy inject is that on both sides, both the transmitter and the receiver, there's obviously technology. So the spectator might not know exactly how one phone was connected to the other, but there must be some connection. So as much as I love lazy inject, I don't think it's the strongest thing that you can do with inject, mainly because the reveal is not you. You're not the one that is telling them this is what you're thinking of. The reveal is another phone that is displaying that, okay, or displaying that whatever is the first thing that people had done a search for. The layer of deception that you can add to the top of lazy inject is if you make the search that's on the reveal phone be something that's a little different, like make it be Wikipedia or make it be YouTube or whatever. So on one side they did a search for a gorilla that's in Google, while on the other side you had done a gorilla search on YouTube. So they're two different sites. So therefore there isn't that one-to-one correlation that normally would be if they were just Google on both sides. So that's essentially the most simple way of performing lazy inject. All you need is your URL. Okay, covert typing. Okay, this is the part of the webinar that last time got me super excited, just because it's one of the sneakiest things that you could ever do with inject. And it happens right under the nose of your spectators, and they don't even know it's happening. So you borrow a spectator's phone. The Safari browser that's currently in the middle of the screen is the borrowed spectator's phone, and you type in your inject URL. So here we go. Fastest way of typing it in is 11z.co/2, whatever your number is. You hit enter. You set to rock and roll. You set the phone aside. In this case, I'm going to do it as an image search. Okay, so this phone goes aside here. You leave their phone face down. Make sure you tap somewhere on the screen so that their phone does not fall asleep. At this point, I say to the spectator, I said, listen, I want you to think of anybody famous, but I don't want you to pick from one of the top 50 famous people in the world. So, because usually when I say famous people, people usually take the Brad Pitts and the Angelina Jolies. I don't want you to do that. I want this to be somebody that's famous, but not too famous. So we just think of someone, and they think of someone. Say, okay, let's actually look and see if this person that you're thinking of is one of the top 50 famous people. So on the left-hand side, you borrow any other spectator's phone. So the left side now represents any other spectator's phone. As always, you go to your fake Google page. And in this case, I am going to use the google.co just because I wanted to make it really look like Google. I hit go. It comes up. I immediately backspace out of the text that's there if there was default search text there. So now you ask the spectator to whisper in your ear whatever celebrity they were thinking of. So let's say they whisper Tom Jones. And you're like, oh, wow, I don't know if Tom Jones, if you don't ever mention their name. I don't know if your celebrity is one of the top 50 famous people, but let's check. Let's check. So let me go ahead and type that in. Top 50 famous people, right? Hit enter, search. Did you guys notice what just happened right now? Look at this. On the right side, this is the spectator's phone currently, which is face down. They don't know that this is what has happened. On the left side, we just did a search for the top 50 famous people. And now you actually very casually show your spectators, say, look, as we look through the top 50 famous people, do you see your celebrity there? And as you're scrolling through it, like, no, it's not. Well, that's good. That means that the person that you were thinking of wouldn't be normally considered like so famous that everybody would think of that person, right? And they're like, yeah. Say, you know what's really weird? I did a search for your celebrity. Notice how I'm using the word your celebrity. I'm not saying Tom Jones, because I don't want them to think that there's some kind of like voice recognition going on. I say to them, pick up your phone. And when they pick up their phone, this is what they see on their phone. So how did that work? How did I right now secretly communicate Tom Jones over to the other spectator? And that's all in Covert Typing text. So as we go back to Inject, we're going to go back to the settings of Inject. And under the Web tab, you'll notice that there is an area that's called Covert Typing text. And currently, it has top 50 famous people. You can have anything you want there. If you wanted to have it say top 10 tourist attractions or anything that somebody would normally do a search for online, you're going to put that there. Because once again, you have to have a motivated reason as to why you would be doing that search. By default, that Covert Typing text actually says, what am I thinking? Feel free to change it to whatever you want. I love this presentation, so top 50 famous people really flies by everyone. So now let's repeat that performance one more time, and I'll just show you step by step what just happened. So first spectator's phone, you're typing in your URL. Boom. Here it is. I tap images because I want it to be an image search. I put their phone aside. I make sure that I tap somewhere on the screen so it doesn't fall asleep. Okay, so there it is. I put it aside. On the other spectator's phone, once again, the spectators know that these are two borrowed phones so that your phone is never in play. So that makes it even more impressive because it just, you don't have to have anything. This all falls under how you use Inject even if your phone is dead, right? You go to your Google page. Okay. Here it is. We're on the Google page. We're going to get rid of the text that's there, if there is text there under default search text. And now I want you to watch and see what I'm typing here down at the bottom, okay, in contrast to watching what's being typed here at the top. Okay, this is why it's called Covert Typing. So remember, it's Tom Jones, right? First, the characters that start Covert Typing are always QP. QP. Even though I typed QP, QP did not appear up here, did it? It's the first two characters of top 50 famous people. Now, I start typing in Tom Jones. T-O-M space J-O-N-E-S. Okay, as I've been typing in Tom Jones, it's not typing Tom Jones. It's typing top 50 famous, right? Once I get to the end of that, I type QP again. Very important. Please remember, you have to type QP again when you get to the end of your Covert Typing text. So you start it with a QP and you end it with a QP. Everything that's in the middle is what gets transmitted. All right? So now, once I get to the end of top 50 famous people and I type QP again, I can actually right now type anything I want and it's going to finish typing top 50 famous people. Watch. As a matter of fact, I'm going to now repeatedly just hit the G key. Watch. Right? Even though I hit G over and over and over again, at the top here, it's actually typing top 50 famous people. Okay? Now, don't do that. Obviously, type people, because at this time, your secret's already done. I've done this with 10 people burning my hands while I'm typing, and no one has ever seen me actually type the name of the celebrity on the keyboard. And it, once again, makes sense, mainly because what people are looking at is what you're actually typing. They're not looking at what you're typing on the keyboard, which also means you have to be careful while you do this. Okay, because if you make a mistake or a spelling mistake as you're doing it, then that spelling mistake obviously is going to be transmitted across, right? So now, once you're done with typing in top 50 famous people, please don't over-type text, which means that when you get to the end of people, if you start typing extra characters, for some strange reason, Inject currently will start truncating text off the end of whatever you were transmitting, which is probably a bug that we need to fix. But just be conscious of that. So when you get to the end of whatever your covert text is, just stop typing and you're going to hit search. So now you hit search, and boom, there's Tom Jones once again. That got transmitted over to your first Spectator's phone. And over here on the left side, Google is doing what Google is supposed to be doing, and it's showing you a search for the top 50 famous people.
Matt asked you a question relating to what you just did.
Okay, go ahead.
The question says, why did Greg use...
Why did Greg use primarily? Oh, and NBSP, yes.
To indicate a space in the default search text field, I just put in an actual space and it still works.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. That's a new addition to the iOS operating system that I was unaware of. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt, for bringing that to my attention. I did not know that. So it's good that Apple has decided to actually allow spaces to be included in what is being transmitted. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to use that in the future actually now, so I don't have to type in that %NBSP. Yes.
And earlier, based on what you were doing before, do you have a template for effects selector we can use?
A template, yes. I don't necessarily have a template. All it is you are just using add effects. So I'm going to switch over to Inject. Okay, here's Inject, and I went under Effects New. I go Basic Thumpers. Okay, now you notice that on the left-hand side of the screen, we're going to choose List. And now this is where you create your list. You constantly add items, and for every item that's on the list, you're going to label that item, whatever it is. It doesn't matter if it's Realist or coins or whatever. And each one of them also is going to have the URL of what it's going to be transmitted. It's really, really straightforward. And so if you want to learn about like list transmitters, just make a really, really simple one. In fact, I'll make one for you right now just so you can see how straightforward this is. So we're going to go under, there is a list transmitter that we just added. We go Edit, and I'm going to add an item. The item label will be, so the first one, I will call it google.com. Google, just call it Google. In the browser, I'll go to the real google.com. Okay, there's that. I'm going to copy this URL. Copy. I switch over back to Inject. Under item value, I'm going to paste that in. Paste. So this is now the first item that I've created on the list. Let's do that one more time. So there's going to be only 2 items on the list. For the second one, I'm going to put down Yahoo. Once again, I switch back to a regular browser. I choose Yahoo. I hit enter. It goes to yahoo.com. I copy. Switch back over to Inject. Paste that in. I hit done. So now you notice that there are 2 items that are on my list. First one is Google, second one's Yahoo. I'm set to rock and roll. I have a list transmitter. Back. Now, watch what happens when I touch that list transmitter. You'll now notice that there are 2 items that are on this list. First one says Google, second one says Yahoo. All right? So, just to go through it, I first just touch Google. And right now, all it did is it took the URL for Google and it just sent it up into the cloud, right? So if I wanted to bring that down, I can use the :0 feature. Okay. And there it is. Now it's google.com. So now let's do that once again with Yahoo. So I now touch Yahoo here on my phone. It's just an item on the list. And so now Yahoo has gone up. And so now if I go to :0 again, gg0.us :0. Oops. Oh, sorry. .us, pardon me. There it is. Now there's Yahoo. Okay? Super easy. That's it. And you notice that now there's only 2 items that are on the list, but you can have as many items as you like. So I hope that answers your question. That should be okay. All right. So using Inject without your phone, we've seen lazy, we've seen covert. Finally, covert typing is an incredible way of secretly communicating information to an accomplice. So if you're doing a 2-person act, husbands and wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, friends, they do 2-people acts all the time. All you do is you ask one person, let's say if I was to ask my wife to, for a moment, leave the room, and we say to the audience that in a moment we're going to try to combine our forces together to like emotionally communicate information to my wife. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to look up some information about someone, and we will tell her just a little sparse piece of information, and hopefully just based on our emotions she's going to be able to figure out who we're thinking of, right? So the only thing that happens is when my wife leaves the room, she just goes to my Google page, my receiver page on her phone, okay? So she's just sitting there waiting for something to happen. So what I do on my side is I borrow anyone's phone, I go to my fake Google page, and I say to them, if you were to type in something like, how tall is Tom Hanks, you know, Google would show you how tall he is. It says, but before we do that, I want you to whisper the name of anybody you want into my ear. So they turn and they come over and go, Jennifer Aniston. So now I know that the person is Jennifer Aniston. I say to the spectator, I said, listen, only you and I know who this person is. No one else here knows who that person is. So right in front of him, I said, you know, in a moment, you're going to go into the corner of the room. You're going to look up any piece of information you want about your person. But the way you do it is this. So let's say you typed in, how tall is Tom Hanks? Google's going to show you how tall Tom Hanks is, right? And so what that means is, obviously, your covert typing text has been, how tall is Tom Hanks? When in reality, you're typing in Jennifer Aniston. So my wife in the other room receives Jennifer Aniston. The spectator goes to their own corner of the room. They look up any piece of information that they want about Jennifer Aniston. How old is Jennifer Aniston? Who is Jennifer Aniston married to? Who is she dating? Whatever they want, doesn't matter, right? Because when my wife comes back into the room without any communication with my wife, she already knows that the spectator is thinking of Jennifer Aniston. So it is a super, super sneaky way of communicating also with an accomplice, as well as using it as a way, just performing it by yourself, you know, where another phone is a receiver. All right. It says here, double tapping the Google logo for a wildcard replacement. Okay. Let me quickly do that here for you too. Okay. My wife just stepped out to see how our kids are doing. So if there's some questions, I'll make sure that my wife reads them when she comes back. But let's do this. Okay, double tapping the Google logo. Okay, watch how that works. I'm going to make the phone, basically the browser that's on my right, become once again a receiver. So I'm going to borrow anybody's phone and type in my URL at the top. Okay, there's nothing extra that I have to do, just type in my URL. Okay, there it is, there's my URL. And I'm going to start the text with how tall is. That's it. That's all I'm going to type. And I'm going to click on the Google logo twice. So here's once, here's twice. And I'm ready to go. Okay, I now put their phone face down. Okay, so remember, the only thing that you've done is you've tapped the Google logo twice. Okay, this is, I know it's a lot to remember, but this is what's going to activate how we do basically, you know, kind of like wildcard replacements, or, you know, appending things that you're going to transmit from one side to the other. You borrow anybody else's phone, and you're going to do the same thing as we've done before. The only thing I'm going to change about this is under my Covert Typing text, I'm going to type in how tall is Tom Hanks. Okay, done. Boom, we're done. You've set that up. Your phone could be dead at this point. You're ready to perform. On the first phone, you've already typed in how tall is. You've touched the Google logo twice. You put that face down. Because you've touched the phone someplace on the screen, it means that stay awake is functioning there. On another borrowed phone, you go to the page, and now you do some covert typing. I say to the spectator, I just looked up how tall somebody is, right? And you don't know who I've checked. And I said to them, let me show you what I did. The only thing that I did is like, okay, and I asked them to name any celebrity they want. And so let's say they say Jude Law. Okay, well, it's easy. All you're going to do is just type in how tall. Okay, I'm sure you noticed what just happened right now, right? I did QP, Jude Law, QP, Tom Hanks. I hit search. Now, the moment that I hit search, on the left-hand side, look what's going to happen, and then look what's going to happen here on the right side. Search. I love this feature. Did you see what just happened? Left side, it's doing exactly what you would expect Google to do. It's showing you how tall Tom Hanks is. He's 6 feet tall. On the right side, it's showing you how tall is Jude Law, right? So the purpose of this is when you tap the Google logo twice, whatever is being transmitted into your fake Google page, in this particular case, just simply gets added to the end of whatever you had typed in. If you want to be able to have a wildcard replacement, meaning that you want that to be stuck anywhere in the text that you're typing, here's the way you do it. You do the same thing. You go to your fake Google page. This time, you're going to put in MMM. MMM is the wildcard, is the height. Is this tall? I don't know. I'm trying to think of what sentence would make sense, but here it is. I typed in MMM is this tall, okay? So I leave their phone aside. On this phone over here, which is the other spectator's phone on my left-hand side, do the same thing. I go to my fake page. I do QP. I go Jude Law, QP, Tom Hanks. Okay, so now look at how this is going to be different. Search. Okay, I did something wrong here. I don't know. Oh, sorry. I forgot to tap the Google logo twice. I just taught you how to do it and I forgot it. But essentially what it is that it takes the word Jude Law and it replaces it where the letters MMM is in your search field. So it's the wildcard that you can use to essentially replace the text. All right.
Quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
Is it a good time?
Sure.
Magic by Mark asks, does the covert typing work if you have to undo your birthday of in the search bar?
Yeah, it does. It works. Thank you, Mark, for asking that question. Yes. And in fact, you saw me do it as I was just typing it here. I was always constantly backspacing out of my birthday of text that was there. If you obviously have nothing in your default search text, that works perfectly fine as well. If you are going to perform a lot of the covert typing text kind of effects, which are really cool, then it would behoove you to just leave your default search text empty so that when your fake Google page shows up, there's just nothing there. So you don't have to waste the time in deleting the text that's already there. Yes, thanks for that.
No other questions.
No other questions. Okay, good question. Yes, thank you. Thanks for asking that. All right. The one-ahead principle and how to use it with Inject. We don't have that much time to actually jump into everything that you can do with the one-ahead principle, so I'm going to unfortunately leave that. I am also going to give everyone that has purchased this webinar the link to the previous webinar as well. Just because there are topics that we had covered in a previous webinar that are not going to be covered in this particular webinar. So I want you to be able to, kind of like cross-reference them. I know it's a lot of material because, it's probably going to be 6 hours for this webinar, and we're talking about another 6.5 hours for the previous webinar. So there's 12 hours of time. But, there's some good information in all of this. And also the previous webinar has already been broken down into chapters so that you can easily just click on a chapter and it will instantly jump to that part of the video where you can explore what that feature is really all about. Okay, included effects. Adding effects to your list. We've already seen how you do that. It's as simple as you go into Inject and you tap the effect that you want. So here it is, effects. If I wanted to add, let's say, the all cards match effect to the list, I click on it, I click create. I'm sure you're looking all here at the left-hand side of the screen. I click create, and now suddenly at the top of the list, there is now a new transmitter that says all cards match. Okay, so it's really, really easy. And also, please notice how easy it is to delete these things. If I just do a left swipe on any one of the items that are on the list, I can copy it, I can edit it, or delete it. So I touch delete. It says, do you really want to delete? I say yes, and now that has been deleted. Okay, so it's super straightforward, essentially adding new effects from the list that are there. And for the users of Inject that know that Hanny and I are constantly adding new effects, you'll know that you can launch Inject one day and they can be excuse me.
Bless you. Out of tutu.
Woo! There we go. Sorry, thanks. There will be new effects, actually, that'll be added to the list, because that list that you saw is something that's up in the cloud, so we get to change it as often as we like. Okay, so we saw adding effects to your list, organizing your effects, and if you have never done this before, but here it is, I just created the list transmitter, so I'm going to touch the button that's in the lower left-hand corner, which is the edit button. And when I touch it, notice how each one of the items that are on the list has those 3 little bars that appears next to it. So let's say I want to take that list transmitter and move it down the list. I just pick it up and I move it down the list. Or I want to take the glance swipe transmitter, I want to move it all the way to the top of the list. To the top of the list. When you're done, you click done editing, and you're done. Okay? Easy, easy. Just a great way to organize your lists to be anything you want. So the kind of effects that you'd like to perform most often, you can just move those close to the top of the screen, and the things that you don't like to perform, you can either delete them or move them to the bottom of the page, so they don't have to get in your way, and you don't have to scroll forever to get to them. Most professional users of Inject will literally delete everything that's on this main list, and they'll just have like the couple of things they perform most often on that list. So it's up to you, however you want to do it.
Break.
I need a water break? Okay. One moment. All right. Okay. The 6 basic thumpers. We looked at that when we first started the webinar. We gave you a brief description of each one of them. We have already looked at image receivers. What I'm going to do is quickly create each one of these different thumpers and just describe in a little bit of detail what each one is all about. So let's say I click image receiver. First, all the way at the top of the list, as we look at the left-hand side of our screen, it says image receiver. So by default, it's calling it an image receiver because exactly it is what it is. You can change the name of that to be anything you want. So if you're creating your own Houdini image receiver, give it your own name, make sure you put receiver there. If you don't want to put receiver, that's okay. I recommend that you put receiver so that it becomes very clear to you what's a transmitter and what's a receiver, so you don't get confused later on, what's what. So labeling things clearly goes a long way in Inject. Thumper Identifier, we looked at that as well. By default, it's giving it a number. So currently it gave it the number 50, but you can change it to whatever you want. Any text you want works fine. Initial image URL. So it's the first image that appears when it's basically the default image that URL is going to generate. Now later on, if you keep thumping to or transmitting to that receiver, then obviously that image is going to change. So in the case of the Houdini effect, the initial image URL is the photograph of Houdini, but inside the eyes, the reflections are just white dots. So there's no card that's being revealed there. And again, it could be anything you want. I've made many image receivers where the initial image URL was like an ace of spades. I didn't even make one that had dots in it because I already know it's going to be changed anyway, so it really doesn't matter what that is. But it does require you that you must have an initial image there. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. Sticky, we've already talked about it, so that when it's on, it is going to be stuck to whatever is the table number or the table name that's associated with it. I highly, highly recommend you always keep that on. It is very rare for you to create image receivers where sticky would be turned off. And as I mentioned before, a lie detector image receiver is one of the examples that I can think of, but I'm sure there might be others.
You have a couple of questions?
Okay, go ahead.
Matt Adams, there's a bug in the create option when it creates the URL for the new effects. And then he said, let me try to explain how to replicate it. Basically, what I see when I create a new option is that Inject tries to create a new URL for the new trick, but it is a URL that is already in use.
Mm-hmm.
This happened when I edited the old URLs to simplify things. So instead of a URL ending with a /44, for instance, I edited it to end with /1 since it was my first effect.
Okay.
But when I create new effects, it starts creating them at /1 and increments from there. That's not quite right.
Okay. Matt, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I have not seen that bug before. In the development of Inject, I don't think I have ever seen that bug. So I'm going to have to figure out a way of actually replicating exactly the bug that you're talking about. What I do know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is whenever I create new thumpers or receivers or anything of any type, it always is incrementing that number. As a matter of fact, also, I don't even know how that could have been reset back to 1, because I know where that is in the code. So there must be something crazy that happened there that would have forced Inject to consider starting from 0 and moving it up by 1. But I'll look into it, so thank you for bringing it to my attention. Again, I've never seen it. The good news is, you don't have to worry about it. Even if it is doing that, please keep in mind that you can change that Thumper identifier to be whatever you want. So if that bug is there, just ignore it, change it to whatever number you like or whatever name you like, and that's going to guarantee that that's going to be unique. And you won't have to worry about one being the same as the other.
Next question from Robert with double B's. Will there be a share import function in the future?
Yes. Yes. It's a very, very, very requested feature in Inject. Obviously you guys create a lot of beautiful presets and you want to be able to share them with others. In Realist, we currently already have a mechanism for being able to share presets in Realist with others. It's as simple as copying and pasting. We're going to do a similar kind of technology for Inject that will allow you to take just whatever you make and give it to people so that they will instantly paste it into their Inject and they'll have whatever you had made.
Manuel's asking, just making sure under the one ahead principle there is something new toggles under the grid icon. Is this covered in the previous webinar?
It is covered in a previous webinar. Unfortunately, the previous webinar does not reference it based on the new names that we have given it with the new website. The first part of the question was,
Under the one-ahead principle, there is something new.
yes, actually there is nothing new with the one-ahead principle. There is absolutely no new feature that's for the one-ahead principle. All of the controls are exactly the same as they were before. We just named them something different. We named them something that was a little bit more logical than what we had with the previous version of Inject that said video or videos or YouTube. It now makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, if you are a fan of the one-ahead principle, there is no new functionality, quote unquote, with one-ahead. It's just different names.
I don't see another question.
No? Okay, perfect. Thank you, by the way, guys, for all your questions. You're doing awesome. Okay, so under sticky, we already said we should leave it on all the time. And then finally, open graph title. Open graph title is only used whenever you post your image receivers on social media like Facebook or when you text message it to someone. Open graph is an internet standard which takes an image along with a title that that image has, and it presents it to the user. So if you were to look at, like, for example, my Houdini receiver, okay, let me delete this receiver that I just created right now since we don't need it anymore. Houdini receiver, I know it's close to the end, so let's see, Houdini receiver, there it goes, edit. Okay, you're gonna notice that my Open Graph title right now says Harry Houdini, which means that not only is the image something that's the image that I've provided a link for right here, the words Harry Houdini are going to appear underneath that image whenever I post on Facebook or whenever I take that URL and decide to text message it to someone. So Open Graph is a wonderful standard on the internet, and essentially we're taking advantage of that standard, and that's all it is. It just allows you to name it. And then finally, one of the most common things that are in all receivers is it says authorize thumpers and add aliases. I'm not going to talk too much about aliases because aliases currently has a bug in it. People in the beginning that we had implemented aliases were concerned about their URLs or their numbers kind of like being exposed by performances to other people. I have never had a problem with it. We are going to address that bug that's under add aliases, but currently just please don't use it. There's going to be times that it's going to give you problems and you're not going to really figure out why it's giving you a problem, and it's mainly because there's a bug there. But authorized thumpers, there are no bugs under there. Authorized thumpers are for every receiver, anything can be a transmitter. So let's say you make a Houdini receiver, right? Well, what's the Houdini receiver receiving? Well, it's receiving anything that's being thumped to it. Okay, so does that mean if I went into the Houdini receiver and I just turn it on, and I had some other transmitter that was transmitting cards, like images of playing cards, suddenly the Houdini receiver would start displaying images of playing cards or images of flowers or whatever? So that doesn't make any sense. And we recognize that doesn't make any sense either. And so we quickly recognized that, what we had to do is create a mechanism where you are going to tell Inject that this receiver is only going to receive from either this one transmitter or from these series of transmitters. Okay, this is, again, super important, and it's a philosophical kind of an idea. Because Inject is open-ended enough where you can do some really clever things. You could say, hey, look, I've got this one transmitter that can transmit to all these different kinds of receivers, where all these different kinds of receivers can receive at the same time. And people have done some really, really clever things with that ideology. But at the same time, that has negatives too. And the negatives are that if you're not careful when you're making a receiver, then you can have receivers that were never meant to get some kind of a transmission to falsely receive transmissions to them that were never intended for that receiver. And hence, by authorizing thumpers for a receiver, you're limiting it. You're saying, okay, only this one, will only transmit to this. That's it, nothing else. And that's really all that is. In fact, if I type that right now, or if I touch it, okay, you'll notice that it shows me a list of all of my transmitters. And there's currently Houdini Swipe Transmitter, which is one of them that's highlighted or checked off. And as I go down, there's also one down at the bottom here. It says Houdini Cards Transmitter. So those are the only two transmitters currently that are allowed to transmit to that Houdini receiver. And none of the others are allowed to transmit to it. It's that simple.
Matt was asking, what happens if you have two thumpers or receivers that have the same URL? That will cause issues, right?
Yes, it does. Matt, very, very good point, very good question. If two receivers have exactly the same URL, Inject will actually take the first one that's on the list, even though they both have exactly the same URL. So Inject is smart enough to ignore the fact that the second one is there, and it will just simply grab whatever is the first one that's on the list. But please don't do that. Make sure that each one of your receivers in Inject has a unique address, because we currently don't do any error checking in that regard. So we don't check to see if it's already been taken or not.
No other questions.
No other questions? All right, cool. All right. So we saw the image receiver, so we know what that's all about. Image receiver probably is one of the richest kinds of receivers that are there. And as we look at some of the other kinds of basic kind of thumpers, we have the web album. So as we look at web album, same idea as before. We have of course, the name of the album, the Thumper Identifier, the authorized thumpers, which means what's going to transmit to it, add aliases, which we said don't use, and then no image is defined. So here's where all you would do is every time you click on that Add Image button, there's an image URL for meaning where on the internet is that image, and then there is an image label. So if you had an image of a dog, it would be nice to label it as dog. If you had an image of Tom Selleck, label it Tom Selleck. So it's always good to have a label. You don't have to have a label, but it's nice to have it so that if you're going to be doing effects where you're going to be peeking to see, like on your watch, what image someone is looking at on their phone, it will actually say Tom Selleck or dog, instead of it being just blank. But yeah, we do allow for it to be blank too. So because this is an album, a web album, you can add as many images as you want. Albums are incredible. They're very versatile. And transmitters, basically, that transmit to albums are always transmitting which image on an album should be displayed. So if you wanted image number 1 on an album to be displayed, then you are transmitting the number 1. If you wanted image number 5, transmitting the number 5. That's it. It's that simple. So, so keep that in mind every time you make a web album, that the transmitter is not transmitting the URL for the image that's in the album. It's simply transmitting which one of those images in the album it should display. One final note that I want to make about clever ways of using web albums is whenever you, let's say, do a swipe and you had, let's say, an album of 100 images, right? And you swipe and it forces it to go to image number 10, which happens to be Jennifer Aniston. It's actually moving the web album to that location, meaning that if before Jennifer Aniston there was Angelina Jolie and after it was Tom Hanks, whatever, then that order is still going to be there, meaning that it's not screwing up the order of the album. It's literally shifting everything to that location. That has some interesting applications in like multiple out performances. So imagine you had Angelo Carbone's Gift, where you can actually generate 4 different outcomes from Angelo's incredible product. So you could ask someone to swipe through an album of hundreds and hundreds of images, and then you say, just hold it up to your chest, swipe, swipe, swipe. They stop anywhere they want. They look at it and say, oh, well, you found an image that was kind of random, but you don't have to necessarily stick with that one. If you want to go like one prior to it or one after it, take a look at whichever one of those 2 other images, because you might like those a little better. So now you notice that now, instead of it only being one outcome, which is what you have forced, you have now made it into 3 outcomes that can happen. So now it gives the spectator the illusion that they could have selected from literally hundreds of different, let's say, celebrities or whatever, but they even had a further choice in selecting either one before or one after. So keep that in mind too. So web albums are really, really, really powerful just because of that, because it's literally moving their album to that image that you have forced onto them. Okay, so that's for albums. Let me go back and delete that album that I just made. Delete. All right. And let's go back to our effects. Okay. The basic transmitters, now that we've seen both receivers and albums, the basic transmitter is nothing more than just a text entry field, okay, where you type in whatever you want, and that whatever you've typed in gets transmitted to the receiver. Just to show you how unbelievably basic and simple it is, there's practically no options that are there. It just says simple value, which is fine. I hit back. Basic transmitter, I'm going to activate it. And you'll see all it says over here is it says value, and there's a big thumb button there. Okay, so if I'm performing with an accomplice, usually I will just give my accomplice my phone, and I'm going to activate a basic transmitter on my phone. And so then on a spectator's phone, this is the most deceptive kind of performances that you can do with Inject, mainly because you have somebody helping you, you have an accomplice helping you. You're going to type in your fake URL. Boom. Okay, so here we are. And here, under your you say, I'm going to do a Google search for something, you give their phone back to them, you say, just name anything, and they go, I don't know, yogurt. Right? You hit thump, and look what happens. There it is. Yogurt. It got transmitted from the basic transmitter over to the receiver. Okay? And that's what basic is all about. It's as simple as that. Another thing to keep in mind about the basic transmitter is basic transmitters not only can transmit words, they can transmit obviously numbers, and they can also transmit URLs. So if you want to send any URL to YouTube videos or anything, you would just simply type that URL here under value and you click thump, and that would be transmitted to. So there's a lot of utility in basic transmitters. So don't just think it's good just to send a word over to a Google receiver. You could use it for URLs. It's got some power too. Okay, that's basic. Okay, let's get rid of that. Then swipe transmitters, we've already looked at that. We already know exactly what that's all about. When I selected, okay, same structure as you've seen before. First have the name, we have the identifier. Thump type. Okay, I wanted to make sure that I cover the difference between what the 2 different options are here under thump type, under simple value, or under template. So it defaults to simple value, which means that whatever is being transmitted is just that. So if I created, let's say, a transmitter that's going to be attached to the up arrow, and I wanted that swipe value to be, let's say, up, okay, you'll notice that we just created a swipe transmitter where the word up is going to be transmitted with an up arrow. And I'll do another one, add swipe. I'm going to put down, swipe value is going to be down. Okay, done. So now we got 2 items that are in our swipe transmitter, up and down. Both of them are there. All right. And that's really what simple value is going to do. So I can now hit back. I have a swipe transmitter. I can activate that swipe transmitter. In fact, you can see it here on this side. I can go to my fake URL on this side. All right, it's just sitting there, and I can now do a swipe up. It matched up, transmitted up, there it is. Okay, same for down, obviously, you get the idea, right? But now let's look at how that's different from template-based transmissions. Okay, so we edit this transmitter, and instead of simple value, we're going to switch it over to template. When we do switch it over to template, notice how there's an extra text field that appears that's called template. So we're going to say here, we're going to put in a wildcard indicator, which is dash, dash. Unfortunately, when you do 2 dashes in iOS, it makes a big line out of it. So unfortunately, you have to break it up with some kind of a comma or something in the middle. So that's an iOS bug that they still haven't fixed. Okay, no worries. Let me get rid of these little things there. It's giving me a hard time getting over there. And what I would give to be able to now just move that. Oh, you know what? I can just do it this way. No, I can't. I thought I could. I can't. It does not want to make me move my cursor today. Don't know why. There we go. Okay. Let's do the same for this one. I can't even see my cursor. My finger's in the way. There we go. Okay, got it. Okay, value. That's your wildcard. And we're going to say, I don't know, arrow. Okay, done. So now, notice that the word up or the word down is going to be replaced into where it says value, and then the word arrow is going to be right next to it. Okay, so now when I hit back, I'm going to activate my new swipe transmitter. Over on this side over here, I will do the same thing. I will go to my receiver. Okay, boom. And now, on this side over here, I'll do an up arrow. Watch what happens. Matched up, and it says up arrow. Okay, so that's what the feature of having, a template in contrast to just a simple value is all about. You will see templates used in examples like the YouTube effect. There's a variety of effects where we love using templates just because whenever you design any preset, just think of things as, there's going to be text that can be there. That's the only thing that changes, and then you want to have some kind of a wildcard way of replacing that text, and that's why template was designed exactly for what I just showed you. And then finally, one of the other things that's common in swipe transmitters is the matching period. So you probably noticed that when I did the swipe, it waited, in this case, 2 seconds before it did that transmission. Okay, so you can change that to be whatever you want, and we saw previously how that's really handy in being able to do a swipe from your pocket and just bring your hands out of your pocket, because now it will wait that period of time before it actually does the transmission. That's it. Okay. So that's for the swipe transmitter. I'll delete that. List, we already saw list because we created a list a few moments ago. And cards, we've seen cards as well. In fact, I'll create a cards one here for you just so you can see all the options that are here. So it makes sense that if you got something that's a card transmitter, for every card in the deck to be represented in this transmitter. And that's one of the reasons why we do see that. So first, at the top, we have our typical Thumper name, Thumper Identifier, the Thumper type. It's either the simple value, and as we can see here, it can be either simple value or template. Okay, and then we have all of the different cards that are in a deck of cards. All of them. They're all here, including the Joker. Okay, so based on whenever you touch these cards in that little button interface that you saw, it's going to transmit whatever you wanted. So let's say, for example, for Ace of Spades, I don't want to have it send the text Ace of Spades. I can have it send anything. It could be a URL, it could be a number, it could be whatever. So that's what the cards transmitter is all about. So it just takes cards into consideration. And that's it. So that's what we just covered, all of the basic thumpers. So let me call my wife over. Actually, my wife is still taking care of the kids, so let me see if there's any questions over here. Oh, thank you, Matt. This is now the second time that Matt's helped me out. Matt's telling me that I can turn that off by going into general and smart punctuation. That is so cool. Thank you, Matt. I'll do that. I'll turn off smart punctuation in settings. The long dash, yes. Feature, okay. Yeah, iOS 13 is not so smooth in moving the cursor. Michael Sproul is saying that. Invent the magic. I still, Matt Redlick's code in the Google Images section. Is that still needed? Yes, Inventive Magic. You don't have to use Matt's code in your Google Image section. You can actually delete all of that, and it's still going to be perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, just because you brought that to my attention, I'm going to talk a little bit about how smart the new website is. The new website, for those of you who have been playing with it, let me go over to it just so I can see some of the features that are there. Oh, it's hot in here. There we go. Okay, so remember, once again, we're looking at the left-hand side of the screen. Go. Okay. First, as we look at the functions of the new website, as we touch the little tic-tac-toe or the Rubik's Cube button at the top, one of my favorite features is a function here which is just simply under calendar. When I click on calendar, look what happens. It takes us to a new place which says local settings. Here's where you can actually tell Inject what language and what country you want the fake Google page to look like. By default, Inject is going to pick the right language and the right country pretty much every time. If it doesn't, then that's when you come in and you change the language and the country to your desired language in your country. Okay, but it should just work, okay, because it's smart enough to just pick the right country and the right language. And that's one of the biggest advantages ever since the last webinar in 2018, where now users from all over the world are noticing that the moment that they go into their fake Google page, everything just works for them. No matter what language they're in, no matter what country they're in, it looks like that language in that country. And I'm sure you've also already noticed how the page looks as beautiful as it does, with it automatically grabbing even the animations that would happen from the Google Doodles that Google changes constantly. It grabs those beautifully. So just the general look of the web page is considerably better than what it was before. So that's as far as the web page goes. Okay, let me see if yes.
This is Matt's comment.
Yeah. I read those already. Yes.
Did you read Michael Sproul's
comment? Yes, I wrote those already.
And then Inventive Magics?
Yes. You
took care of that?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I took care of all that.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, we got
it.
out
You don't need
me. No, I need you. All right. So let's see. Next item on the list. Okay, quick performance of all the presets, okay? I'm going to do that at the end of the webinar just because I want to be able to quickly go through a performance of each one of the presets. And I love doing that just because you guys have like so much magic that's in Inject. I want you to be able to see all the magic that's there. It's fun. They're all different themes. They're neat. They do different stuff. But I'll do that at the end. And then the pattern and the script of each effect, right? The bidirectional nature of web albums. Okay, I'll talk about that too. Posting inject effects on Facebook. We did that already. You saw how straightforward that was. As long as you keep in mind that you must change your table number or the table name at the end of each performance, you'll do great with it. It's a great way for magicians to be able to um, share their social media contact with their spectators. I have many stage magicians that use the Facebook feature for basically asking their spectators to go to the magician's Facebook page and for them to perform an effect while they're there on Facebook. So it's pretty neat. Posting on Facebook is a cool way of performing inject. Also, mainly because it's another way you can perform inject where you don't touch the spectator's phone. The spectator just fires up Facebook. They organically search for your name. They find you, and you proceed with the effect. So I love the Facebook posts because of that. All right.
Mark Booth just asked Greg, curious, have you been hassled by Google Alphabet regarding your mimicking of Google's website?
No. No, we haven't. As a matter of fact, Google has known about Inject for a long time, since back in 2013 or 14, mainly because the web page very clearly, or the address actually very clearly says Googled. So what concerns Google more than anything else is the people phishing information. And they recognize when they look at what this is that it's simply a magic trick, So no, Mark. There's been nothing. I have friends, by the way, that are attorneys at Google, and they've confirmed this, so we're good.
Because she said, "Is Google aware of what you're doing?" And then Pat said, "Tell us something about Google." I don't know what that means, but Magic by Mark says PEP or PEP.
Yes.
Last seminar. I'm sorry.
Last seminar. What's going to happen is, thank you, by the way, for the questions that are related to either PEP or Psi. Okay, what's going to happen is PEP and Psi are wonderful topics that I want to actually dedicate a short video to, that I'm going to give to all of you for free. Okay, so for the people that have purchased this webinar, I'm going to create a new video. And one of the other reasons why I want to dedicate a video to both of these products is because both of these products are very rich, and they deserve their own time, so that the features of these products can be highlighted. If I was to just kind of like glance over them, I would not be doing them justice. And I don't want either Tom or Steven to think that I just kind of like brush those off. And also the other reason why I've decided to kind of separate them off is because I don't want you to think that I'm using this kind of like as a sales pitch for other people's products. I want you to see this as an instructional video for Inject, and then some of the new features that are in Inject. Are we okay there?
I think so.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. And the posting Inject effects on Facebook, yes, we talked about that. Editing and creating effects. Using Photoshop or other image editors to make images, hosting images online, and the internet is your hard drive. Why that's very important. Okay. Creating effects in Inject. Here we go. Let me see how fast I can make an effect for you. And making an effect out of absolutely nothing. All right. I'm going to do that this way. First, I'm going to go to my website. Log into my website. Wow, it looks like I can't access it from here, so I'll do it from Chrome. Let's see if Chrome knows how to access my website. Go gadget internet. There he goes. Log in. There we go. Okay, wonderful. My accounts. All right. let's go to my file manager. Okay, go. All right. So here we are. These are all the different folders that are on my website. Okay, and so essentially, what I want to do here is we're going to be uploading a couple of images. Okay, just right to rostamimagic.com, all the way at the top folder of rostamimagic.com. Next, we need a way of making images. So Photoshop, any tool you have, doesn't matter. It's all good. Okay, so here we will create new. Let's make this be, I don't know, 500 by 800. It's perfectly fine. Create. There's an image. Let's find some image online that we could use, just so that we got something neat that we can copy and paste. Okay, so let's copy this image. Go back to Photoshop. Paste that in. Let's make it really big. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna go in here and create a new layer and grab my brush, and in black I'm just gonna simply write down the number 1. Create another new layer. On that one, I'm gonna write down the number 2. Create a new layer. On that one, I'm gonna write the number 3. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, right? With some image in the background. So for each one of these images, I'm gonna say save as. I'll put it out on the desktop, and I'll call them, and I'll make them JPEGs. So let's go 1.jpg, save. That's fine. Then we select 2, same thing, save as. 2, JPEG, save. Okay, and finally 3. File, save as, 3. JPEG. All right, that's it. So we just created 3 different images. Okay, let me show my video again, so you guys could see where I'm at. All right, there I am. Okay, so we just created 3 images, and we're going to upload these images right now here to rostamimagic.com. Upload, choose file, and right there on the desktop, I select 1. We go back. Now there's going to be a 1.jpg that's going to be there. Upload another one. If you guys have any knowledge about like FTP clients, as you know, you can upload a whole batch of them, or you can drag and drop a whole batch of them. In this particular case, I'm just using a simple web-based way of doing that. And here's 3.jpg. Okay, so what just happened right now is that we created 3 different images, and each one of them has its own unique URL. So if I wanted to see any of those images, I can go to rostamimagic.com, and I can say 1.jpg, and you'll see that that 1 image appears. Or same thing for if I wanted to do 2, there's 2. Okay, and of course 3 there as well, right? So now that we have these images, we can actually use these images, because they're online, inside of Inject. So we're going to go inside of Inject. We're going to create a new swipe transmitter, right? Add swipes, up arrow. Swipe label is going to be swipe value. Let's just say I call this one 1.jpg. Copy. Done. Add swipes. Second one, swipe value. Oops. paste. I would have been better off just typing in 2.jpg. 2.jpg. There you go. Done. Done. And then add swipes. Down. Swipe value 3.jpg. Done. Done. Matching period, half a second. We can even do 0 seconds. It doesn't matter. Okay. So you notice that what we just created right now are, we created a transmitter that's capable of sending these 3 different images, right? And each one of them is there. We hit back. Okay, and I can actually give that a name. So I'll call it 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 swipe. Done. Back. So this is just capable of transmitting images to the receiver. Let's also make an image receiver. Same thing. Effects, Basic Thumpers, image receiver. And for the image URL, we'll put in, oh, you know what? We forgot to actually give it a path for those images. It's a good thing that I thought that through before I continued with it. Well, let's edit that. Instead of it being a simple value, we're going to make it into a template. And I'm going to do what my buddy that Adams just taught me. Yeah, it doesn't want to do a search. That's okay. There's keyboard. It's called Smart Punctuation. He said turn that off, Greg. Okay, thank you. I turned it off. Template. And this is going to be the beginnings of RustamiMagic.com. So I'll type that in here. Okay, boom. Copy. Come back. Template. Paste. And dash dash value. Dash dash. Done. Boom. Okay. Same ideology here for the image receiver. For the image receiver, we are going to give it something that will be called, I'll call it demo. So it has a unique name. The image URL, so which is the first image that it starts off with. And we'll call that, we'll make that one be just 1.jpg. Okay, we're done. So now, we just created an effect. We created an effect where we had a image receiver. We had images that we were sending up to it. Okay, we created those images inside of Photoshop. Now it's time for us to actually execute that effect. So to execute it, here is our browser, which can be a Spectator's phone. We're going to go to 11z.c/2/demo because we call this demo. Look what's going to happen. As we go there, it simply displays image number 1. On our phone, which is the magician's phone on the left-hand side, we can activate the 1, 2, 3 swipe. So now if I swipe to the right, look what happens. There he goes. It just transmitted 2. If I swipe down on the screen, okay, it recognizes that it's 3. It transmitted 3. Okay. I love doing this part of the webinar mainly because I want to show you how unbelievably straightforward this is. You know, this process of creating images, as long as you can upload your images to anywhere on the internet, because of course they can't be just on your hard drive, right? That's really all it takes. And when you give inject the URL for these images, you're ready to rock. One of the advantages of images being URLs is that it frees you to use images that are not necessarily your own images. So if there are images that you find online, as long as they're royalty free and you want to use them, then you can incorporate images that are online into your own web albums or anything else like that. So to keep that in mind too. So there's a tremendous amount of utility in images just being URLs that you can access from anywhere on the internet. And it frees you to be able to do a large, vast number of effects that would be very difficult to do if you had to create all those images yourself. Okay.
Couple of questions.
Yes.
Bart says, is there a way to create a thumper using the browser? This would make typing and copying, pasting a lot easier on a computer.
Yes. I'm afraid there isn't. It's another one of the commonly requested features in Inject. What I recommend for people that are like really heavy builders of presets in Inject is build using a Bluetooth keyboard. Now, both iOS and Android support obviously both Bluetooth keyboards and even a mouse. So you can actually use your iPhone or iPad literally like a computer. So you can click on stuff, you can highlight things, and it all works. But I do understand exactly what you're talking about, because the utility of being like in a browser or in a computer, it's so much faster. You have so many tools that you can access that are not available on your phone. I do agree that it would be a great addition to Inject, and that's coming up. Yes. So it's going to be right along the same lines as being able to share presets with one another. So yes.
Mark Booth was commenting that iOS 13 really sucks for editing text. Apple should have never taken away the magnifying glass.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It makes it hard because your finger kind of like gets in the way. Yeah, Mark, I know.
Inventive Magic. Did you ever find a way to automate the process for batch adding numbers to a photo?
Batch adding numbers to a photo. I don't.
Mark Booth just said that he posted a link to a YouTube video that explains how to automate numbers placed on an image.
Oh, yeah. No, I see exactly what you're talking about. Yes. I did not, but there's a couple different workarounds that I work with all the time.
Mark said he posted something about it on our Facebook group on March 8th.
Right. Yeah. I mean, my requirements for manipulating images in Photoshop are pretty strict, just because I want to make sure that images are absolutely perfect. So that's why I do things the way that I do them. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for your help, and thanks for inquiring about it.
Michael Sprout just asked, does GoDaddy work well to store images? If not, who would you recommend?
Yeah. I mean, anybody that can host anything on the internet is recommended. It doesn't matter who hosts it. The good news about purchasing hosting, which can be really cheap, is you have complete control of every aspect of how your images are being stored. You create folders, you do anything you want, and nobody's going to ever stop you, and no one's going to ever say you don't have a right to use this image or anything else like that, because it's yours. You do whatever you want. Okay. In contrast, when you do use some of the free hosting sites, like I think it's like bb.img is one of the free hosting sites. Then you're kind of limited in them limiting you to the number of images that you can host. So there's pros and cons, but it's so cheap nowadays to buy hosting that I recommend just buy a little bit of hosting and you're good to go. No, GoDaddy is perfectly fine, by the way. It's I've used GoDaddy for hosting, and their service is great.
No other questions.
No other questions. Okay. All right. So you just saw me go through the process of creating an effect. So we used Photoshop. We hosted the images online, and we showed you how the internet is basically the backbone of how all the images were accessed. And then the next thing over here, it says being creative with Inject. Okay, naming conventions, copying the naming conventions already used in presets. Yes. I think I probably should have named this part of the tutorial stay organized. You know, when you're creating things, obviously, you know, name them appropriately. It's good. Um, Cloning existing effects is a great way of cutting down, excuse me, on your workflow. So if you're going to create an effect that includes that involves cards, take effects that we've already done for you and just repurpose them. So a lot of people, when they create their own Houdini effects, just start with the Houdini preset, and the only thing that they have to do is that they change the template, you know, where the URL is for the template, and therefore it's now pointing to their folder of images in contrast to the original Houdini folder of images. So yes, cloning or copying what we have already created for you is a great way to accelerate your workflow in Inject. Being creative with Inject, naming conventions, designed for the future. What's really under the hood? Okay. Man, oh man. Both Inject 2 and Inject 3, I'm going to say very little about this. Hanny and I, whenever we make features, we are thinking literally years down the line. And we design technologies that are going to kind of like be like Lego blocks, you know, that have a foundation that can be easily be built upon. Those foundations have matured through the years. Like when we first started, we never thought we could do something like a global swipe transmitter. And for those of you who are more versed with Inject, you know that the idea of having only one swipe transmitter that can go to any kind of a receiver has a lot of utility. But we never saw it that way in the beginning. And that changes over time, you know. So there's a lot that's going on in Inject that is designed for the future. And with Inject 3, that's the same kind of a thing, you know, and that's one of the reasons why I put that there. It's just because we always have that in mind in building a foundation that's going to be strong for you to be able to build any kind of an effect that you want in the future. All right, and so now the part where I get to go through every effect in Inject as fast as I can go. So let's do it. And that's usually how we like to end our webinars. And we're going to start out actually with the latest effect that we just added into Inject, which is the Magic Set Swipe Transmitter. Okay, so all the way at the top there, notice how it says Magic Set. Let's perform Magic Set. I choose the swipe transmitter. I put the phone in my pocket. I'm ready to go. You're going to start off with a deck of cards that has been stacked in the one Tamara stack, which is the Mnemonica stack. If you are really, really good at false shuffling, you're welcome to false shuffle this deck. If you want to use a stripper deck, I highly recommend it. You can use a stripper deck, and you can shuffle or riffle shuffle just once, and then strip the cards aside, and you will have the order of the cards will stay the same. So now, once the cards are in the one Tamara stack, here's what you do next. Tell your spectators that you have a photograph of one of the first magic sets you ever bought, and you want to share it with them. There it is, the great Houdini magic set. Okay, now that's basically the only thing you show them. And you borrow their phone, or you ask them to type in URL, and that simply appears on the screen. So after you have done your false shuffles, let me move this a little out of the way over here. Oops, pardon me. Okay, let's minimize that. Okay. There we go. Okay, after you've done your false shuffles, you give the deck to the spectator and you have them cut the cards. So they're the last person that's going to cut the cards. You peek at the bottom card. If the cards are marked, you're welcome to look at the marking that's on the back. In this particular case, the 7 of diamonds is there, but let me make it be a little bit more dramatic for you. Let's make it be like a 3 of hearts, okay? So as you're looking at this image, I want you to look at the spread of cards that are at the bottom of the deck. On my phone here, on the left-hand side of the screen, I'm going to basically swipe the 3 of hearts. Okay? And notice what just happened to the image that's over here. Now you can see that the bottom card of the deck now does say the 3 of hearts. In fact, the order of these cards now, from the first card all the way to the last card in that photo, now matches the order that is of this one Tamarisk stack. This particular deck, by the way, is not in one Tamarisk stack right now, so I'm afraid I can't show that to you. If I find any of my other decks that would be in one Tamarisk stack, then I would be able to show it to you. But it's really a very, very powerful effect, mainly because at this point, you ask your spectators, because they don't know the image has changed. They think they've been looking at the same image the whole time. You say, could you read the first card that's all the way at the top of the deck? And they read 8 of diamonds. And so you turn the card over and you show them it's an 8 of diamonds. And the next card is 5 of clubs. And it just so happens that all the cards match. And therefore, that's the reason why this preset, as you can see from the window on the left, is called the magic set, where all the images, all the cards are going to match there. Actually, the preset, which is all cards match, is a video preset. So let me perform that for you real quick. Same idea. We say create all cards match, swipe transmitter. Boom, I activate that. So now I'm ready to go. I put my phone in my pocket. I'm going to swipe the card that's going to appear at the bottom of the deck. The only difference is when I borrow a spectator's phone, this time I'm going to type in just my normal default URL for Inject. Okay, oops, let's do that. Yep, boom. Okay, here we are. Here's our fake Google page, and we, let's say once again, you give the cards to someone, you do some false shuffles, the spectator cuts the cards, and now they've cut to the 5 of diamonds. So we're going to do a 5 of diamonds. We'll swipe, actually, a 5 of diamonds, I should say. So here is a 5 of diamonds. And now watch what's going to happen. So there is now a video that's on the real YouTube. And when you hit the play button, you'll go through every card that's here in one Tamarisk stack order, from the top all the way to the bottom. And there is the 5 of diamonds that's going to appear as the last card in the deck. What's really neat about this performance is you could, if you wanted to, actually kind of like mirror the actions that are on the video. The only thing that I could say that's negative about this preset is that it takes a long time, because after the first probably 10 or 12 cards, the audience gets it, so you can just kind of pick up the rest of the cards and spread them out, because they believe you at that point. So that's the only thing that's negative about this, but otherwise it's really an amazing effect, just because the odds of every card in the deck matching a single video on YouTube is literally impossible, so yeah, that's that. So that's that effect right there. All right, next item on the list. Like I said, quickly going through all of them. Houdini images. We've already performed Houdini images. You already know what it is, how the eyes, the reflections that are in the eyes of Houdini change. So there's no need for us to do that again. Love images. Love it. Let's do love images. So here's the URL for love images. I believe it's simply L for love. It's just the word love. Okay, I'll make that a little smaller here for you. Okay, so I'm going to access the love images transmitter that I have. Love color swipe. There we go. Love color swipe. Okay. The main thing that I like about this performance and this preset is you tell your spectator that a lot of the online dating services have been playing with subconsciously matching people together based on the colors that someone would choose. Because the kind of colors that you are attracted to say a lot about like who you are, or just that, and they've found that people that would choose similar colors would be good matches to one another. So this is great. You can do this actually as a way of performing for couples. You can do it for somebody that you're interested in romantically. But no matter how you perform it, you say to them, I'm going to bring up the image that I had selected about how I would color in the word love, right? And you bring up the image and you don't show it to the spectator. You just simply leave their phone face down. So imagine right now that this phone here, which is the browser that's on my right side, is the phone that's been placed face down. And then you can give them, let's say, 4 colored crayons or pencils, or even these kinds of, pens that have multiple colors that you can access, which are really, really neat. And have them color in the word love with using any color that they want for each different letter. So now we're going to swipe in, and then the swiping order here is simply red, green, blue, yellow. So again, goes around clockwise. The order of it being RGB comes from computer graphics. So for those of you who know computer graphics, you know that the order is RGB, meaning red, green, blue, and then yellow is just the last color that's left behind. So if the spectator did do red, green, blue, you only have to do 3 swipes. So here we go. Here's red, here's green, here's blue. And there it is. Now you see over here that the image has been replaced with red, green, blue, and yellow is the last one. And you don't have to swipe the last one because the last one is implied since all the colors are different. Just to show you how cool this is, let's say we wanted to do green, red, blue. So here is green, here's red, here's blue, and now immediately that changes. So now it's green, red, blue, and yellow. So that's basically the love colors swipe effect. Great when you're trying to pick up someone you're romantically interested in. Anything that's got the theme of love that you want to explore. Next item on the list. Let's go back. Effects. ESP album. Oh yeah, let's do it. The ESP album can be used in effects that are you reading your spectator's mind and then your spectator reading your mind. Here's the way it works. On your phone, you are going to activate the ESP swipe transmitter. You put the phone in your pocket. On the spectator's phone, you're going to put in the address for your ESP. I believe it's E. Let's see if that's correct. Yes, it is. So you show them that all the ESP symbols are here, and you ask them to familiarize themselves with it. That it's easy to remember. There's the circle, the cross, the 3 wavy lines, the square, and the star, right? You now ask your spectator to hold the phone close to their chest and to swipe through them, because you want them to randomly select one of the symbols. You don't want them to consciously select the symbol. And you can come up with whatever psychology point you want regarding that. So they swipe, 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 and say just stop anytime you want. They stop. What you do on your end is you're going to force something. So let's say you force a circle. If I swipe up, you'll notice that there it is. The circle just got transmitted over to the receiver. And now you ask them to look at it. So they look at it. You say, okay, concentrate on your symbol. Like really imagine as if you're sending it to me. And you're thinking of a circle. And they're like, yes. It's a circle, you're right. My fan just kicked in on my iMac. Let me see why. It's getting hot. That's pretty funny. Okay, it's all right. I'll keep it going. Okay. So that's the first phase of the effect, where you've read your spectator's mind. They looked at a symbol that they had randomly selected. And now you say to them, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do it backwards. So this time, you are going to read my mind. Right? So now you take their phone from them and you start looking through them. You're going to swipe, 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 swipe. When in reality, it doesn't matter what you do, right? You say, okay. And you can actually do the same thing. So I'm going to randomly swipe. I'll select one. Yeah, I got it. And you leave it face down in front of them. So their phone right now is face down in front of the spectator. Remember, your phone is in your pocket. And he said to them, okay, I'm doing everything that I can to transmit to you the symbol that I'm thinking of. And he said to them, what do you think I'm thinking of? And they say, you're thinking of the square. And the moment that they say it, you do the swipe for the square, and there it is. Sure enough, there's a square. You freak out. You're like, I can't believe you read my mind. And you ask them to turn over their phone, and there's a square right there. So that is the ESP preset, where you are essentially first reading your spectator's mind, and then your spectator can read your mind. The good news is that we have videos of all these performances that are on YouTube. Okay, so you can really easily find those performances and move forward from there. Okay. Effects. ESP album. Miscellaneous web album. Okay, this miscellaneous web album is a whole bunch of images that are just miscellaneous images. I'm going to find something that I'm going to like. You know what I'm going to do? Make sure that Photoshop's not running. Just if Photoshop's any kind of a resource hog. We should lighten the load of our computer right now. Yeah, that lightened it pretty good. Okay. Miscellaneous web album. Let me see if I have that web album on my list of effects. And it doesn't look like it. Okay, no worries. Miscellaneous web album is really similar to what we performed before with the celebrities that you saw, where we were forcing either, you know, Gwyneth Paltrow or Matt Damon. Same exact idea. The only difference is that instead of it being celebrities, it is just images, like random images that are there. But that's essentially the point of the miscellaneous web album. That's the only effect that's there. Okay, next item on the list. YouTube cards. For those of you who know about YouTube cards, it's a really, really fun effect. Many people have called it the invisible deck that's always with you. And the reason why is because you go to your URL. So here's your URL. Leave that aside. You're going to go to your YouTube swipe transmitter. Here's YouTube swipe. And you have your spectator whisper any card that they want into your ear. And once again, if you are a magician that's performing with a marked deck of cards, then you, of course, can have them select a card, or you can peek at a card, however you want to do it. And even before that they had made a selection, you had looked up a video on YouTube for them. So now, on the spectator's phone, every time I perform this, I love actually going to YouTube first on their phone. So I first go to YouTube on their phone. I show them that it's obviously YouTube. And I tell them that I'm going to search for a video that I made just for you. That's why it's called YouTube. So now, even though you've tapped into the search field of YouTube, you're actually going to tap into the address bar, and you're going to type in your URL, and it takes you to your fake Google page. You ask them to whisper the card. They whisper whatever card they want. Let's say it's going to be the Ace of Hearts. So here's the Ace of Hearts. This is matched Ace of Hearts. You can see that there's a video over here. You hit play. And the video, I'm sure if you have seen it before, it's really beautiful. It's got the nice music in the background. All right. Really nice effect, and it becomes really poetic when you do perform it with a deck of cards that is actually spread across a table, which means that the cards are spread the same way that the magician on the video has spread the cards on a table. And you ask a spectator to slide out a card from the face down spread, and as you're watching the video, you mirror the motions of the video. So when it comes time for the video to turn over the card, you turn over the card as well. So having a spectator's phone in a landscape mode, sitting right next to a spread of cards, is this really beautiful display, you know, and that's one of the reasons why it's very memorable, is because not too many people have seen a card trick where there's music in the background and a video is playing, and the virtual world of the video matches the real world, and they recognize they could have shuffled the cards, they could have chosen any card they want. And that is the YouTube cards effect. US coins. Let's do that one. US coins is really similar to the love colors effect. The only difference is, instead of it being colors, which are more international, this is actually using United States coins. So here I'm going to do M for money. I think that's the right preset. Yes, here's the right preset. Right there. I'll leave that over to the side so we can see actually the order that the coins are in. US coin swipe transmitter is here. It's in our pocket. It's ready to go. And so you actually bring out all 4 coins. You leave it on a table, and you ask your spectator to sort the coins in any order that they want from left to right. Keep in mind, it's very important to tell them from left to right, because obviously the image is going to be read from left to right as well. So it's going to be penny, nickel, dime, quarter. So that once again goes around clockwise. So if the order that they laid them down in was in reverse, so here it goes. Here is the quarter, here is the dime, here is the nickel, and there it is there in reverse monetary value order: quarter, dime, nickel, penny. And you only have to do 3 swipes, and that goes across. So any combination here is going to work. Only 3 swipes, and it changes the spectator's phone. So again, fun routine. Uses just the coins that you have in your pocket, uses a spectator's phone, and you've made a prediction. Okay.
Water?
Sure, sure. Next item on the list. ACAN, any card at any number. Okay. Let me take a quick ball gulp here. All right, thank you. Any card at any number. Like the effect that I just highlighted with the all cards match or the magic set, you're going to start off with the all cards, any card at any number, with the deck being in the 1 tamara stack. The only difference is you are going to ask them to randomly select a number between 1 and 52. Here's the way it works. First, on your phone, you'll select the ACAN swipe transmitter. ACAN swipe. There we go. ACAN swipe. We're ready to go on the left. It's such a long time since I've done this one. Yeah, this will work. Okay. So as you look at this album, this web album, you'll notice that this is actually, and the numbers are in sequential order. There's also a preset which is called ACAN Random, which I recommend even more than ACAN Sequential. So what the spectator is going to do is that they're going to hold a phone close to their chest. You say to them, you know, if I was to ask you to name a number, there are numbers that people name that are more often than others, and I don't want you to fall victim to numbers that people would pick often, so let's do it randomly. So they hold their phone close to their chest. You say, just keep swiping and swiping and swiping, and just stop anytime you like, and then once you stop, leave the phone up against your chest. So they do. They leave the phone up against their chest. You ask them to name any card in a deck of cards. They say the ace of spades, and for those of you that know, the ace of spades is in the 7th position in the 1 tamara stack. I'm going to go ahead and in my pocket, all I do is I just swipe the ace of spades. So here we go. Here's the ace of spades, and now you're going to notice that on the right-hand side, it didn't do it. I don't know why. Probably I got the wrong transmitter and the wrong receiver, just because it's been such a long time that I've done this effect, you know. But that's essentially the idea that's behind it, is that the number now that gets transmitted to your spectator's phone is the number of where the card is in the 1 tamara stack. And so you call attention to the fact that you've never touched the cards. They're in the box. You ask them to remove the cards out of the box, and you also bring to their attention that they could have named any card. They could have stopped at any number. There's no way you could have known the number or the card that they were going to mention. And when they count down to their number, they see their card at their location. So it's a great way of performing any card in any number that requires no sleight of hand, no gimmicks, no nothing. Everything can be examined because obviously inject is the part that's gimmicked. So it goes that way. And as long as you can motivate why they should select a number randomly, then you got a great ACAN that you can perform. So next item on the list. We go under Effects. Stanford List. The Stanford List was the original idea that then later spawned Realist, and it's a method of forcing an item that's on a list of 12 items. So I'm going to first find my Stanford List receiver. Here we go. Standard List swipe, Standard List S for Stanford. So I activate my transmitter. My transmitter, once again, is on the left side. I put it in my pocket. On the left side here, we'll go to Stanford. Here it is. 12 items on a list. Before you start, you write the word pizza on a piece of paper and you give it to your spectator. You say, this is my prediction. I can't change my mind. So now as you show the list to them, you don't have to even necessarily hide the list from your spectator. You actually have it face up in front of them. They've never seen the list before, so they're not going to memorize anything that's on the list. Just leave their phone slightly out of the way. And you say to them, Stanford played with this idea of lists that have 5-word items on it, because every item that's on this list is made up of 5. It's a 5-letter word. So just based on this combination of a list of 12 items, 5-letter words, people are always attracted to the same number when you ask them to pick a number between 1 and 12. And the same item, actually. So pick a number between 1 and 12. And the guy goes, I don't know, 3.
Bring it down because they can't see 1.
They can't see 1. No, they can't. It's your score.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah. All right. So now, since they said 3, you say, wow, man, everybody goes for that number. And so now when they look at the list, they see that next to 3 it says pizza. And when they open up the paper, they see that you had written down pizza on the list. So therefore, you had correctly predicted what that's going to be. Again, really a nice fooling kind of an effect because the spectator doesn't know that you can remotely change the items that are on the list. And the whole concept of an item moving up and down the list is something that they wouldn't think about. So again, that's the origin of Realist, and Realist takes this idea to a whole new level with 100 items and a bunch of other utility. So that's the Stanford List, right? Next. Any card in any photo. This is the invention of my buddy Gordon. I think that I might have a deck that's been already set up for any card in any photo. No, I do not. When I went to England, I know I took a deck with me that was set up for any card in any photo. Man.
It's probably the box, the magic box up there.
The one that's all the way at the top?
Chijiga, the wood box, the cardboard box, right there.
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
the
Let me
magic stuff, I think.
quickly take a look. Oh, no, it's not this one.
No? Oh, no.
It's probably this one down here.
Ah, yes. Sorry, I didn't see.
There we go. We found it. Okay, beautiful. Take a deck of cards. On the back of the cards, you're going to write the items that correspond to each one of the items that are in the Any Card in Any Photo album. And once again, this is in a 1-tamara stack. So if you look at the first item that is on this list, so let me actually go to the Any Card in Any Photo preset. There it is. Okay. So since the first card in the one Tamara stack is the 4 of clubs, I'm willing to bet you that if I was to find the 4 of clubs in this deck, on the back of the 4 of clubs, it says ant. There it is, ant. Okay, so that's all you have to do to prepare for this. Is basically every card here has the words that correspond to each one of these written on it. If you purchase a deck that has a blank back, it's a lot prettier than using a red back. Amazon sells decks that are blank backed decks. I have it. I'm afraid I just couldn't find it right now, but I wanted to show you what that looks like. So this effect is so brilliant. I mean, it's one of my favorite effects to perform, mainly because it is a surprise at the end. Because the spectator does not know that these cards are the way that they are, because they just think it's a regular deck of cards. So you get ready for the effect by activating the any card in any photo transmitter. I have changed it to, for me, it's a little different. It's under a cards transmitter, but okay, oops, pardon me. Here we go. Cards. Cards match. Transmitter effect selector. Card swipe transmitter. There we go. Got it. Okay. So here's the card swipe transmitter. You ask your spectator, you spread the cards out on the table. As a matter of fact, you can even ask them to shuffle the cards. It's good as long as they're shuffling face up. It should be fine. You spread the cards out. You ask the spectator to take their phone. You go to this album, which is the album you're seeing here on the right-hand side of the screen, and for them to hold their phone up against their chest and to randomly swipe and stop anywhere they want. So they stop, they hold their phone up against their chest. You ask them to pull out any card that they want. So let's say, for example, they pull out this card right here. You say, don't say a word, just push out any card you want from the deck. And let's say they push out the Queen of Hearts. The moment that I see the Queen of Hearts, I'm going to go ahead and swipe that in. So there it is. I just swiped it in. Queen of Hearts. It now has transmitted to their phone a card there. So now you start kind of recalling the chronology of the events that just took place. You say to them, listen, you could have stopped. We started out by you selecting any photograph. There's no way for me to know what photograph you've selected. Okay, let's take a look and see what photograph you selected. And so they'll turn their phone around and they'll show you that they've selected a car. And then you say to them, it's like, listen, if you had gone a little further down, you might have arrived at a cat or some chains. If you had stopped sooner, you might have come to a building or you might have come to some books. But you didn't. You selected a car. Notice the language. You selected a car. They didn't select anything. They randomly stopped on the car. But you use that language of selected to reinforce what's about to happen. Then you say to them, from all the cards that have been spread out here on the table, you could have pushed out any card, and there's no way for me to know which card you were going to select. So now comes the moment of truth. You turn the rest of the cards over, and you show them that on the back of every card, there is a different word. All of them. And when they turn over the card that they had selected, it says car. There it is. Great effect. I love doing it. It's a major fooler, mainly because, and it's a great surprise for your spectators, mainly because they don't know that the cards have those photos or the names of them behind it. You know, so it's a wonderful presentation, no matter how you look at it. And I've endlessly thanked Gordon for creating this effect for us. It's awesome. All right, we're almost done. Let's see. Effects. Any card in any photo. One-hand gestures. Hey! For those of you who have watched me do this at magic conventions, really fun effect that requires no props. No cards, no coins, no nothing. The dictionary of one-hand gestures. When I was a kid, we had this thing. It was so much fun. All the bad boys used to use it because it's got every one-hand gesture you could ever imagine in it. you know, that's completely made up. There's no such thing as a dictionary of one-hand gestures. But I talk about it as if it's a real thing and it's fun and kids used to have fun with it. And as they go through it, they can see that every one-hand gesture you can imagine is all here, right? At this point, on your phone, which is here on our left-hand side, you are going to activate the one-hand gesture swipe transmitter. Again, you take your phone, you drop it in your pocket, you're ready to go. Here's the way that the one-hand gesture gets broken down. Let me turn that around here for you so we can read it from left to right. Left to right. The hand is divided into 3 groups. Thumb is group number 1. First 2 fingers, group number 2. Last 2 fingers, group number 3. So essentially, there's 3 groups. Okay, you're going to be doing 3 swipes. If all the fingers are up, it means up, up, up. So watch me do that here, right there. I'm going to do up, up, up. Look what's going to happen on this side here. There it is. All 5 fingers are up. Okay. So now, let's say the spectator does this. So that means first group is up. These 2 groups over here are down, which means it's an up, down, down. Look what happens over here. Hey, we got it right. Okay. Now, let's say the spectator does this. Okay. Which means the first group is up. The thumb is up, right? Reading it from left to right. This one is on the left side. This is the right side, right? So this one would be up, left, down. So here we go. Up, left, down. Look over here. We got it. Okay. It's that simple. One last one for you. This one here for love. It's going to be up, left, right. Because if you're looking at these 2 fingers here, the pinky would represent right, and the ring finger represents left. If both fingers are down, it's down. If both fingers are up, it's up. Left, in this case, pardon me, right, left. Okay? So if this is the hand gesture that someone does, it's simply an up, down, right. Up, down, right. Now you look over there. There it is. The Shaka Hawaiian hang loose. So that is the dictionary of one-hand gestures. It's fun to perform mainly because there are, like I said, no props, no coins, no nothing, you know. And your spectator stands next to you and they just basically do whatever they want with a combination of their fingers. And you had predicted correctly what they were going to do with their hand because that's the image that you had looked up for them on their phone. Okay? Getting closer and closer to the end. The 100-year swipe transmitter. I remember Richie Corrett and along with many of the other users on the Facebook group creating this effect. Essentially, here's what we're doing. Okay, let's go to 11z.co/2. Okay, and I'm going to activate a 100-year swipe. Create. Okay, so 100 years means that we're going to be doing 4 swipes to generate a number that is for a year. Okay, so let's say the year that the spectator is interested in is, like, for example, when I was born, 1967. So each digit is 2 swipes. So 67 would be first 2 swipes down, and then here's a 7. Okay, now watch what's happening here. Right there in the receiver, it says 1967. This is an awesome presentation for anything that's related to time. Think about a famous event in history. Think about when your children were born. Think about anything, you know, that has to do with time or a year. And that's how you're going to be using this. So if you were to do an image search for this, it actually will bring up images that are relevant to what happened in the year 1967. So there is a lot of lore that you can weave into the premise of a year that people have used very successfully in their Inject performances. So I highly recommend it. The only thing that's negative about it is that it is a 4-swipe transmitter, so it takes a little longer to swipe in, but it's okay. If you're quick with it, you're good to go.
Manuel was saying, does this all work with the clock swipe method? Did you answer that?
Yes,
Okay.
Manuel, thank you for asking that question. All of this is working with a clock swipe method. So both digits are in the clock, which we just studied before. The only difference between swiping numbers in contrast to swiping cards is the number 0. So 0 is just the up position, which normally is where the queen would be, which is just an up is a 0. In fact, just since we are right now in the year transmitter, let's say we wanted to do the year 1990, right? So I'm going to go into my receiver. Here's 2. There it is. And I want to do 1990, so it's 90. So 9 is first going to be 2 swipes this way and 2 swipes up. Bada bing, bada boom. There's 1990 right there. Oh yeah. Easy peasy. Okay, and it's a preset where there's 100 outs, which is great. Okay, 100-year swipe. Actors Force, we had done that before, so there's no need for us to do it again. You already saw how Matt Damon and Gwyneth Paltrow, they were all there, so we've already gone through that. Cities. The cities transmitter actually uses a list, which is very, very similar to the list that I was showing you earlier, where we have things that are written in this kind of an orientation. Anytime there are a series of things that are in a list, and in this particular case, there are 16 items that are on the list, whereas in contrast, the cities swipe transmitter actually has 20 cities that are on the list. Just break those down into categories that are going to represent these groupings of 4. And you can really perform it very easily. In fact, I'll do a quick performance for you right now. So we're talking about the city swipe transmitter. I'll create that for you. It's all the way at the top, city swipe. I activate it. I'm going to go to my receiver over here. So here's 11z.co/2. And I'm also going to activate maps by clicking on maps. Okay, so I'm ready to go. So on my swipe transmitter in my pocket, I'll do whatever is the first city. I believe the first city is Paris. So that's Chicago, actually. Yeah, there it goes. So now you notice that on the receiver, there's Chicago right there. So that got transmitted. There's 20 items that are on that list, and it's a fun way of performing because the reveal is not a Google search, it's more of a map search that's going to pop up. So for any kind of performances where locations are your theme, then you can use this kind of a city transmitter. All right.
Bo was saying a couple more examples, please, of the swipe. Did you do 2 examples?
Oh, a couple more examples of swipes. Sure. Let's do some swipes. Okay. In fact, I'm going to do an example of swipe using the card swipe transmitter. Okay. Card swipe. Let me get rid of some of the ones that I just created that we don't need anymore. The card swipe transmitter. There it is. Okay. So on this side, we are going to go to our cards receiver. Go gadget. There it is. Okay. Beautiful. Here's an example of how you can use the cards receiver. You ask your spectator to, you say we're going to take the digital world and the analog world and we're going to mix it together. Okay. You ask a spectator to choose from any card in the real deck of cards. Cards are marked. I already know it's 7 of diamonds. There's 7 of diamonds. Okay. Of course, you don't pretend that you know that, but you know that someone has selected the 7 of diamonds. Before you ask someone to select a card from the real deck, you ask another spectator to go choose their phone and basically swipe through all these cards that are in a virtual deck. Okay, so there it is, all these virtual cards in a virtual deck. So they swipe, 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 swipe. They stop anywhere they want. So after you stop wherever, leave the phone up against your chest. Now, in this particular case, they've stopped at a 7 of clubs, but you don't care because in a moment, you're going to change it anyways. So you turn to another spectator and say, well, here's now not the digital world. Here's the real world. It's the analog world. Reach in, touch any card you want. Don't show it to anybody. I don't want to see it. It's only for you. Based on the marking, you can see it's a 7 of diamonds, which is exactly what it is, right? In your pocket, you're going to swipe a 7 of diamonds. So if you pay attention here on the left-hand side, let's actually swipe. So 7 means first I got to go down to a 6. I go over to the left to a 7 and another left. And it's a diamonds. That's a 7 of diamonds. And the 7 of diamonds just got transmitted here on that side. Let's do another card. This card over here is an 8 of hearts. There's the 8 of hearts right there. So 8, in my imagination, I could see 9 o'clock is where 9 o'clock would be on a clock, right? Got to go over to the left to get to 9 o'clock. So I got to go first left to get to 9, then I got to go down to get to 8, and the hearts is going to be just to the right because I can see spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds. So here is a 9, 8, hearts, 8 of hearts. There's the 8 of hearts right there. We just transmitted that. So whenever I teach people how to use Inject, I always tell them, please try to actually practice swiping an entire deck of cards before you start performing Inject in front of your spectator. And it's really easy to do because all you have to do is just obviously shuffle a real deck of cards and then one by one, just start flipping the cards over, and every time you do, you swipe those cards in your pocket, and you see the results coming up on your computer screen or on an iPad or anything else, so you'll know that you're getting that swipe right. And also practice by actually taking your phone and putting it in your pocket, so that you're going to be exactly in the same environment, in the same scenario that you would be when you're performing for your real spectators. So make sure you make everything be the same, so you will just after a while get so used to it that you won't even think twice about the clock. You'll just intuitively go to the right swipes that are going to go to the right card.
2 more questions. Bo also asked, is 2012 on the 100 years force or the 2020?
Well, 2012 actually is what happens if you were to swipe the number 12. The 100-year swipe transmitter was broken up from the point of view of the chronology of, I believe it starts with, oh man, if you were to, like, for example, swipe in a 0, the year would be 2000, because obviously it's not going to be the year 1900, and I think it goes all the way up to, I'm not exactly sure when, I want to say like all the way up to 30 or so, either 20 or 30. So if you were to swipe in, let's say, for example, a number 20, the year would be 2020, So it's not going to be the year 1920, because that's, yeah.
Next question, Sebastian asked, when I create a new effect, it oftentimes numbers it with the same number as another transmitter. Is this a bug? Do I have to renumber it?
Yes. Matt just mentioned the same kind of bug. It's kind of strange that we're seeing this now happen twice. We have to really look into it now. I have never noticed it in my account. I mean, I create effects all the time, and mine are always sequential. I don't know what has happened with your phones that's doing that. It is a problem, yes. If you have 2 effects that are numbered with the same number at the end, then Inject is only going to select the first effect that you have with that number. It will actually ignore the second one. So when you are creating presets, please make sure that they all have unique names or unique numbers.
Next question. Do you want to read it? Patrick says.
Yes. LSO would be like Inject website after the search. ISO.
Maybe if he can retype his question.
Yeah, Pat, if you could please retype your question. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. Sorry.
The man who can read minds was saying, did you skip the planet swipe?
Oh, no, I have not skipped the planet swipe. I'll do the planet swipe for you right now. Planet swipe is fun. In fact, it's the first preset I ever made. Yes, planet swipe transmitter. It's right there.
Your daughter was in 3rd grade, maybe that's why.
Yeah. The planet swipe transmitter. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's create it. Okay, so here it is, all the way at the top of the list, Planet Swipe Transmitter. Okay, the Planet Swipe Transmitter actually does not use the clock swipe method, just because at the time that I made it, I didn't even know clock swipe existed, because clock swipe idea was invented by Paul Longhurst. So the first 4 planets in our solar system are simply 1, 2, 3, 4. It goes around clockwise. And then the last 4 planets, oh, I should say the next set of 4 planets are those in with only 2 swipes for each one of them. And Pluto is just a swipe up and down on the screen. So to perform it for you, notice how I've selected the Planet Swipe Transmitter on the left. You throw your phone into your pocket and you say to your spectator, I'm going to do an image search for one of the planets in our solar system. When in reality, you're going to type in your 11z.co / your user number and select images. So it's going to actually do an image search of whatever planet you're going to transmit. So if you know the order of the planets in the solar system, then great. If you don't know the order of the planets in the solar system, that's okay. You can write it down on a piece of paper. And then the advantage of having things written down on a piece of paper is it makes it easy for your spectator to basically point to an item that's on a list, in contrast to them saying it, so which takes away from the voice recognition false method. So let's say they go Venus. Venus is the second planet that's in our solar system, so you would just do a swipe to the right, and now you're going to notice that on the right-hand side here, there it is. There's Venus. So the planet Venus showed up right away, and they could see that you had done a search for Venus.
Sebastian's asking, is there a way to reset all the effects to default?
Yes, there is, Sebastian. Thank you for that question. There is no one button that resets everything back to their defaults. Every time you create an effect, you are creating that effect the way that it was designed by its default. So when you add effects from the effects reservoir, it is just the default version of that effect. So if you have played with an effect and in some way you feel like you've messed it up, don't worry, just delete it. Create a new one from the set of effects that we have, and you're going to get the default version of that. Yes. By the way, in the upcoming version of Inject, we are going to actually have a button that says Reset All. So if you just wanted to start from scratch, where you want everything in Inject to go back to the way, like a factory reset, essentially, we are going to give you a factory reset. Yes. Oh my God, it's 5:30.
Not exactly 4. Mark Booth had just commented it would be fun to create one that not only sorts the coin order, but whether they are placed heads up or heads down.
Yeah, that's totally possible. It's easy to do, Yeah. You could very easily create a swipe transmitter that takes into consideration the heads or tails of a coin too, which would be really fun. Yeah, you would have to just do some extra work with the photoshopping of that, but yeah, sure.
Nutan had asked the question, can we have woman's hand on all cards matching your preset? Whose hand's that going to be?
Yeah, they're all my hands. Yeah, you'll if I hold my hand up here, you'll all recognize my hand in all the videos. Yeah. If you're wondering, if you're wondering how the cards move, is each one of them had to have invisible thread attached to it using tape. And so my right hand, or I should say my left hand, is like waving. My right hand kind of pivots around and pulls on the string while the video is filming. So I did that 53 times.
Yeah.
Just for you.
Will you be able to sort your list of effects in 3.0?
Well, you can already sort your effects.
Okay.
Yeah, you can move them in any order you want.
Or search the name of an effect right now?
No, there is no search functions inside of Realist, yeah. There aren't enough items that are on the list for you to have a search function. Maybe at some point in time we will. Yeah, I mean, that's not that hard of a feature to implement just because of the database structure that we're using.
I think I covered all the questions. If there's another one. We asked somebody to rewrite their question. We haven't heard it yet. Maybe they
Okay.
didn't.
Yeah, it was Pat, I think. Yeah, okay. Let's see. What's left? We have very few items here on the list. Okay, so we did planets. We did actors. The actors preset is very similar to the cities preset, where there are 20 actors that are there, and it appears as a Google search. Really straightforward, very similar to cities. I mean, I'll go ahead and perform it for you, even though it's pretty straightforward. Actor swipe transmitter. Okay. So as you can see, once again, on the left is my swipe transmitter. On the right, I'm going to go to just my default Google page, and we will select images. And I believe that a swipe up is, I'm going to say Brad Pitt. Let's try it. It's been a while since I've done it. There it is. It is Brad Pitt, right? So the moment you do it, there's the effect right there. In fact, the order of these actors and even the cities, there is a file that I have in the manual that shows you what the order is, so you can print out that file and use it so that your spectator can point at it, and you can proceed with the effect there.
Mark Booth has a question.
Yes.
When cloning an effect with lots of thumpers, but then the new effect you are creating requires a lot fewer thumpers, that can leave a lot of unneeded thumpers that need to be deleted.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And then he said Mark Booth he'll be able to batch delete groups of thumpers in an effect with Inject 3.
We had not considered that. We had not considered the ability of like batch anything, batch deleting, batch moving, anything like that. Because Inject 3 will have the ability of allowing you to edit anything on your computer, we won't have that much of an issue with that, because you'll be able to multi-select in the computer, and just, it's a lot easier to manipulate on a computer than it is, on your phone. So yeah.
You haven't eaten in 8 hours.
Okay. All right. See how much my wife is concerned about me? All right, let's see. We've done 100 a year, Actors Forest, Planet Swipe, Actors, Cities, Google Card Swipe, which we did earlier, where a card is actually transmitted using a Google search in contrast to a web album. And then the Hotel Key. Love Hotel Key. Mainly because a lot of people do some really, really spooky presentations with the Hotel Key transmitter. So let me go ahead and find my Hotel Key transmitter, which is exactly the same as it is for anybody else's. Hotel Key Swipe. Here it is. I see my Hotel Key receiver. I probably skipped over my Hotel Key transmitter. I'll find it. It's okay. Hotel Key receiver. There we go. Hotel Key transmitter. Found it. Perfect. Ready to rock. Once again, left side. Take your phone, drop it in your pocket. It's a swipe transmitter. Right side, spectator's phone. All right. Here we go. K for key. That's what I call this one. All right, notice how over here, what's happening is that whatever was the last time I had performed Hotel Key Transmitter, I had transmitted to it the number 313. Okay, the moment that this image comes up on your spectator's phone, you want to basically pinch squeeze it, so you're going to zoom in on the image. Okay, let me do that here for you just so you can see what it looks like on a phone. So here it is, my phone on the left-hand side of the screen. Go. All right. So notice how I'm going to zoom in on it, but I'm going to take the number, and it's going to be just slightly off to the left-hand side of the screen, okay, the right side of the screen. So the spectator can see that it is a photograph of a key, and it's a hotel key, right? They do not know what the number is that's in on it. Okay, so I'm going to do the same here on my computer screen on this side. So let me make this be just a little bit bigger. I'll move it this way. Okay, so just so on this side here, I can go back to my transmitter page. That's my transmitter. Boom. So the hotel key is 1,000 outs, which means it's a 3-digit number. 3-digit number means that we're going to have to do 6 swipes. It's 2 swipes per digit, right? So if the number is 456, okay, so watch me do the swipes 1 swipe at a time. Here is a 4, here is a 5, here is a 6. Bada bing, bada boom, there's 456, and now when the spectator you tell them, look at your phone, zoom out of the photograph, and when they zoom out of the photograph, they see that the number 456 is there. This is really powerful for, like I said, spooky hotel presentations, where you bring back all the ideas of Psycho, of a murder that took place, in a hotel room, and the investigators, the police, called upon a psychic, and the psychic was able to, guess even the room that the murder had, been committed in, and then so you essentially are putting your spectator into the position of the psychic. You say, I want you to see this. I want you to actually go through the same motions as a murderer would, as they go up to the hotel room, they see the room number as they open it, or they go steal the key from the front desk, whatever your presentation is. It is great for these kinds of like spooky hotel murder mystery premises, because then the moment that the spectator that's holding their phone in their hand zooms out of the photo and they see that their number is on the hotel room key, it freaks them out. Wonderful premise. It's not a card trick. It's not a coin trick. And you can, weave a great story around it. So if you haven't performed Hotel Key, definitely do it. It gets great reactions. And I think we've reached the end. Yep. The last item on the list is the any card and any number random, which is exactly the same effect that I showed you a minute ago with any card at any number. The only difference is the order of the cards is actually random. So I can see here that this one is number 55. So let me just show that to you real quick. Okay, so now you're going to notice that the cards, or I should say the numbers, are in a random order instead of them being in a sequential order, which is a lot better than having them in sequential order. So as every time the spectator is swiping through all these random numbers, they're seeing random numbers constantly popping up on the screen. But as far as the presentation, it's exactly the same. You bring out a deck of cards, you ask them to stop at any random number, you ask them to name any card in the deck, and of course, their card is at their number every time, even though you never touch the cards. All right, so I'm going to ask my wife to come back here, just so that if there's any further questions, we can get to the last part of this. Tell her, John? Yeah. There, John. Yeah. We're going to close it down now. So, oh, okay.
Just say bye.
Yeah. All right, let me see if there is any closing thoughts that are here on the outline.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I am new to swipes as of today. I have a Note 10 Plus. Any tips for avoiding accidentally hitting the on-screen back or home buttons when swiping?
The home or back buttons. Okay. He said that he's on what kind of a phone? A Note 10 Plus. Ah, okay. The Note 10s are big Android phones, and as far as hitting some of those buttons, there are utilities on Android phones that actually allow you to make accessing those buttons harder. There's a lot of utilities that are on Android phones that don't exist on iPhones that are for that kind of stuff. The Note 10 Plus is a big enough screen where you could actually avoid hitting those buttons accidentally. A tip that I have actually for iPhone users that you might find helpful as well is on the iPhone, if you swipe too close to the bottom of the screen, you actually swipe up like there's a control panel that comes up at the bottom of the screen. Same idea applies if you swipe too close to the top of the screen. And on my iPhone, I have turned that off so that when I'm inside of my Inject, I can't accidentally swipe too close to the bottom of the screen. So on the iPhone, that's helped me out a lot. The other thing that I can recommend for you is swipe literally out in the open. So if you are going to use the Incognito Shells that we were showcasing before, okay, Michael Dawson creates these shells for every size smartphone that's out there. Okay, so Michael will actually sell you one of these that is going to perfectly accommodate your Note Plus, and so you just put it in here. Use a little bit of like double sticky tape. It won't rattle or shake. You put a piece of cardboard up above it, and you're set to rock and roll. And you will literally swipe right in front of your spectators. It looks like this. You like say, I want you to imagine you have zoomed out of this photo, and you can see the number that's on that key. I mean, and you're literally doing the swipes right in front of your spectators. But they think you're just pantomiming on a piece of paper. They don't know that your phone is behind it, because people don't imagine that a phone screen can be felt through a piece of cardboard, even though it can.
Someone asked about PEP, but you already said you're going to send a video.
Yes,
And
yes.
then they just joined, and someone
Oh.
just said they had a problem with the webinar, and it jumped to a previous point, and they skipped the hotel key thing. I know once we're done, they can go back and see anything.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So it's okay if they
This
miss
is
something.
yeah. I mean, one of the beauties about using YouTube as a platform for webinars is YouTube is backed by Google. It's very mature, and this entire 6.5-hour webinar has been logged. It's recorded. It's going to take YouTube approximately, I want to say like 4 or 5 hours.
7.5 hours.
Yeah, it takes some time actually.
No, you've been talking for 7.5 hours.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Wow. I've been talking for 7.5 hours. Yes. So it's going to take YouTube a little bit of time for it to actually like compress this video down and make it available for future streaming. So yeah, check it out later, man. I'm sure it's going to be there. Don't worry. Yeah, it's not going to get deleted.
That's it. No
And
other
that's it, huh?
questions? Yeah.
Well, it's time for the drawing. Yay!
So the people that paid for it that didn't get the link, they
Okay.
don't have their name on there.
Yes. So we have the list of everyone that have paid for the webinar. It's
And then
right
these
here.
paid after it started or around the time it started.
Oh,
so are you
okay.
gonna add them?
I'm afraid I can't. You know what we'll do is we'll take these actually in sequential order. If it ends up being a number which is, well, these are actually, most of these are already on the list. So I think we should be okay. Yeah.
Because I know
All right.
a few of them actually were.
So here's the way we're going to do it. We have a 10-sided die, okay? We're going to roll for a 3-digit number. This die does have a 0 on it, which is great. So here we go. If the number that we get, the first number is going to be the first digit. If it's greater than 0 or 1, we'll roll again. Okay? Keep going. Almost there. 0. Okay. First digit is a 0, which means we're going to get a 2-digit number. So the last 2 digits are going to be super easy. Here we are. It's a 3 and an 8. 38. Who is the lucky person on item number 38? Drum roll, please. James Masterson. James Masterson, if you are watching the webinar right now, you are the proud winner of the Thought Whisperer from Tribal Minds. It is a $435 value. It is some incredible electronic hardware for your magic. It's going to blow your socks off. And you need to contact James. I'm going to actually take your contact and send it over to Michael. And Michael Dawson, he will set up actually shipping the product to you. So once again, if you are watching, James Masterson, chime in and say something. I'll ask my wife to go back to our webinar window here to see if James has said anything. There it is, the D&D die. That's right. I have a Dungeons and Dragons die. That's right. That's right. So I want to thank you. It's been a
crying. He said he had participated so much to increase his chances of winning.
Oh,
the
sorry.
Die didn't pay attention to that.
The die, yeah, the die is the ultimate chooser. I wanted to make it random. This has been fun. It's amazing for me to do these. If you have questions, please feel free to email me. I'm going to put my email address right here so everybody can see what it is. Okay, it's simply grostami@gmail.com. Okay, easy email address to remember. We are super excited about everything that's happening with Inject 3.0. Because of what's going on in the world right now, both Hanny and I have got a lot of time to work on Inject 3.0. So this has been in constant development for the last 2 years, and we have already built a lot of technologies in it. A lot of exciting things coming around the corner. We've got new apps that are in development. Matt and I are going to be working on a new app, very shortly.
Loading
Yeah, and yeah, I can't really think of anything else. I want to thank everyone that has participated in this webinar. I really, really, really appreciate your support. At this time, there's a lot of uncertainty. I can't thank you guys enough for, loving Inject. It means a lot to us, and helping me and my family out with what's going on. So we are going to constantly work hard in making a great tool for you. We're going to every day make Inject easier to use. So that's something else that you guys have to look forward to is we question the decisions that we make every day and how we can make this product easier and better all the time. So always know that I'm very, very dedicated to Inject. We have a lot of users that I'm here to support forever. Thank you. And my wife just went to get my daughter, but
and she was too shy to come.
She was too shy to come and say goodbye to you.
She's
I have two daughters.
One of her videos when she was little. She's like, no.
Yeah. You saw my daughter actually in a telephoto video when she was little. She's much bigger now. So again, folks, thank you very much. And let me bring up my screen over here.
See you at Magic Live, fingers crossed, Sebastian.
Yeah. See you at Magic Live. I think that Magic Live is definitely going to happen. I hope that we get past all this and we all see each other and party at Magic Live. Thank you, folks, and I will see you soon.